Good morning, everyone. How are you? I was just answering my mail. If you don't know me, I'm Patty Wilson, and this is Patty's Playhouse. And today we're following, I believe it's day 12 of the Melody Walker Farris. And I use the middle name because I think all alleged murderers should be called by their middle name as well. This is a heinous crime. Her husband was Gary Farris, and he was shot. And they only know this after finding his burned carcass because they found a bullet in his rib cage. So he was shot. We don't know if he died in the home, died before he was put in his final location, which happened to be a burn pile. And the burn pile was 1,000 degrees at some point. So he was over 300 pounds. He had to be over 300. I know what they're saying is 300, but he had to be over 300 pounds. I was 300 pounds, so I know he had to be over 300. So 6'4", 300 pounds, and ended up being about 30. So he was burned for a while. And this happened in Alpharetta, Georgia, over July 4th weekend, 2018. His wife, Melody Walker Farris, was not arrested until 2019. It was when they found the bullet and they could identify and do. They had to have a forensic anthropologist come out. That's how bad this was. It was on his 10-acre property in Alpharetta, and people have asked what's happened to the house. Well, shortly after that, because it was deemed a murder and not an accidental death, the funds for the family and the estate were held up. The bank put a freeze on them, as they should have, and no one could access them. So the house was not paid for. So the house went into foreclosure and then was sold to another family. The case just started, I guess, 12 days ago. It's an odd case. At the very least, it's an odd case. Judge Cannon is David Cannon Jr. He's the judge who is presiding over this case. It is interesting to watch, having this be my first trial watch series, right? So I've never done this before, but I sat in the Charlie Adelson case and a little bit of the second Catherine Magbanua case, having to do with Dan Markel, who was murdered in Tallahassee 10 plus years ago now. And it's very different here, okay? We stand for our judge. We stand for the jury. Most people do. For whatever reason, the defendant, Melody Walker Farris, is not standing for the jury and or the judge, but there's no one saying all rise. It's very different. The prosecuting attorney, I don't know her first name or her last, she is the one swearing the witnesses in, which doesn't happen in Florida. It's a bailiff or the judge who swears them in. So that's odd. Melody isn't really sitting with her attorney. She's kind of like off. She's like, this is Melody. She's like, instead of being like in between her attorneys and showing that they are supporting her, all that fake support that defense attorneys give, the rubbing of the arm and just the support, and the sharing of the notes. That doesn't happen in this case. It's not funny, but it is because she's like, this is Melody. She's like, over. Oh my God, it so cracks me up. Anyway, I laugh at inappropriate things. As you watched me for 5 minutes, she's just sitting there. She's out on bond. Her bond is, I'm going to bring up the hearing. She's out on bond of $175,000. And also strange, she was first bonded out to her daughter, Amanda. Amanda Bruce is her name. Her husband is Chad Bruce. At the time of the murder, they were boyfriend, girlfriend. I believe Chad has a child from a previous relationship. So when she was bonded out, I was reading the bond modifications for Chad to have his daughter there because his daughter, which would be her step granddaughter, right, is a witness. She's a witness. These children were witnesses to the finding of the body, not to the actual murder. But anyway, this poor child, he has custody and or partial, joint custody, and wanted visitation with this kid. So she had to like leave 2 hours before and not come back till like 2 hours after this visit occurred and go to another location. There's more bond modifications in this case than I've read in a long time. Her mother, Kay Walker, Melody's mother, Kay Walker, was dying. I don't know if she actually died yet, but she was, actively not doing well. And so Melody had to go to Alabama, and the bond modification, I have to put it in a file. And I mean, to me, it's comical. She could only travel within a half mile of the Comfort Inn. She could only go to a restaurant within the half mile of the Comfort Inn. It's very specific bond order by the judge. Very funny. This court case has not been without its uniqueness. And in fact, yesterday there was like a Perry Mason moment, if you will. I'm old, so I can say Perry Mason. But there was like this thing that doesn't usually happen in most court cases, like a surprise. There was new evidence, and the jury left around 3:30. And so the prosecutor and the defense presented this new evidence for the judge, and they had to do that because of the time frame, because the trial had already started. So there was discovery issues. They called sequestration issues. We'll play it again when they're at lunch so you can hear it, but it's absolutely fascinating. So stay tuned. We're going to play that when they're at lunch today. It was something to behold. And for whatever reason, I feel like my camera has zoomed me in where it didn't before. So I keep stepping back from the camera like a Melody. This is Melody. It's just a wild day. Yesterday I was on for 9 hours. I've never done that. My mic was hot. People are trying to tell me about my mic. We're talking about ordering toilets. It's just, I was laughing so hard last night. I'm sorry. I just laugh when I get stressed. It wasn't even funny, but 9+ hours. And then a response. We follow the Charlie Adelson trial and his fiasco with Dan Rashbaum, his former attorney. And we also last night read the motion for that. Well, I'm going to do that in a separate video and upload it. And I'm going to also do a straight video without a chat of Whale Harbor with my analysis, so it doesn't get bogged down by this trial. So I thought I would do that separately before I go home tonight. But I just wanted to say good morning to everyone. So if you don't watch me, I do address the chat pretty intensely, like constantly. And some people wait, they do their diatribe and then they talk to the chat. I just do it throughout and highlight the chat and try to have fun with the chat, even though it's a trial, right? It is a trial, Patty. But yesterday I was so like punchy about it when I'm reading the Charlie Adelson, the state's response to Charlie Adelson's appellate motion. And I just started reading like punctuation because I was so punchy about it. But anyway, I want to thank everyone for watching with me. You do definitely have other options out there. So I appreciate it. But I wanted to highlight, I got a gift today. I got a gift last night. It was by my door. It said fragile. So my husband was he's like, Patty, I don't want to touch this. Like, I don't want to hold this and break something. So I brought it in this morning and I thought, oh, I'll unbox it on camera. And then I thought, oh no, there's so much tape. You might screw it up. So I didn't, but let me go get it. So if you know, part of this channel has been what I tried to create over this last year was a place where people could have a comment or chat about and have dissent and have not necessarily debate, but just conversation. Nobody wants to be with, well, maybe some people do, but I don't want to be with people that only agree with each other. I just don't find that fulfilling. so to speak, not to use word salad words, but I just don't find it fun or fulfilling or entertaining or learning. And I'm always trying to learn. And so if you follow me, a couple weeks ago, there was an issue with an owl, and a gift had been given to another content creator who no longer has a YouTube here, at least for now. And it became out of control, like truly out of control. And it was an owl. It was a simple owl. Like, some people think owls are wise for a reason. Some people think they're not. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's not like, did you guys ever watch the Brady Bunch when they were in Hawaii and they found this like token, and then they were like, all the curse of the token? It's not that. It's an owl. It's just an owl. That's it. So it's minimal. It's a minimum, like it's an animal that happens to be quite beautiful and that will eat your dog if you're not careful. So my business partner, Scott, has an owl that hangs out on his deck. And he's always like, Patty, the owl's trying to get Parker, his cat. The owl's trying to get Parker. So anyway, someone made me, I think it's absolutely beautiful. And it's mid-century, and it reminds me of my childhood. And when I opened it, I couldn't believe it. Like, it was so cute. And then to think that someone takes the time to do something for you and to, it was just lovely. That's all I have to say. So this is the card. This is the first thing. Like, who doesn't love a handmade card, right? So this is the card. It says Patty, and then it tells me to open it at the top. But then this is the back. So it's sealed, like with a stamp, like old fashioned. It's just so cute with the Irish cloth. I'm going to mess it up. Clawda. It's a seal. So I was able to, with my new mailbox, my mail opener, open it appropriately. So thank you. And I'm not going to read the card, but it's from a woman named Claudia. And I didn't take it out of the packaging, but I will real quick because this is about to start. So it was so well wrapped. It came from New York, and I got to hand it to you. It came intact. It came absolutely intact. I'm watching the screen to make sure the trial doesn't start. Oh, she signed the back. So anyway, it's beaded. So it's beaded owls, and it's puffy, like it's quilted. Well, it is not like it's quilted. It is quilted, but it's soft, and it's just lovely. It's like so cute. It matches my hair and my shirt. So it will go in my living room because I have other novel art, and I just love it. The fact that someone took the time, and it's all owls. So cute. Really is. Thank you so much, Claudia. It was lovely. So lovely. And the packaging was on point. It was difficult to open, but I want to thank her. So it was really nice. And it's very thoughtful. And on a week like this, that's been very hard for me, as it is for many people, for a lot of different reasons. Everyone has their struggles, and I've had my own with this channel. I just really want to thank everyone for their support and kind emails and just sticking with me as I learn through this YouTube thing. And it's just appreciated. I'm going to make mistakes, and some people will enjoy my mistakes, and some people won't. And that is good. I mean, that's good. That's a healthy situation to be in, and I like it. I do. I like it. So I'm just getting my desk ready so I don't have distractions. But let me share the screen with the trial. Law and Crime is airing this trial, and I am sure that they had a lot of ratings yesterday because it was a mess. It was an absolute mess. So let me read what some of you. Sealing wax is old school. When I opened that, I was like, that is all. I wasn't going to open it from that side, and I was so glad I had that new letter opener someone dropped off to me. Lorraine says, I have to just listen this morning. I've been neglecting my house duties. Patty, you may be a bad influence. I'm so sorry. I've been neglecting my own house duties. I'm not going to lie about it. Like, I might have to bring somebody in and start cleaning my house because I've been getting rid of a lot of stuff, furniture, and moving things around. And then I had this desk that I had to get help to move. Now I told you about the little tiff with my husband, but I figured it out and we got it done. And it was so cool because when I looked it up, I was going to give it away. And then I looked it up and it's worth like $3,500. It's this mid-century desk that's got peg legs. You can't really move it too easily. And so I kept it, but I did clean it. It's so nice. So I do highlight a lot of the chatters as I go through and I read them out loud, but I will really mute myself today uh, because people do walk in and out. This is a working real estate office. Debbie says, I hear you. I stayed up late trying to catch up on the case. Today we'll only listen. I suspect MJ, who's Martha Jane, knew a lot and is now trying to protect Rusty. So let me tell you who the characters are. Melody, of course, is on trial. Rusty was her lover. She was cheating openly with him, and so much so that she took him to her daughter Emily's wedding. Emily is the third child of four. So it goes Chris, Scott, Emily, and then Amanda. Of the four, Amanda's the only one who is stuck with her mother. Don't know if she will after yesterday, but so far, Amanda and her husband Chad have stood by Melody. We don't know why. Maybe it's a mother-daughter thing. Maybe it's a money thing. Maybe it's a she hated her father too thing. We don't know. We really don't know. We only know what the jury's telling us. I have gone through their docket, and to Murder by Maestro's suggestion, I'm going to download as much as I can and put it in a file folder. But it's really, their docket isn't the Florida docket. Like every place, every locale is going to be a little different. And this one is. I mean, things that would be public in Florida are not public there. I don't know if you can do a FOIA request and have it sent. I might just try just to see if I could. Boy, Martha Jane, Francis says, put Melody in her place. Good morning, everyone. I just finished listening to yesterday all over again. I was on for 9.5 hours, so I hope you did it at like 1.25 speed. It is my fault. Oh, my God. Good morning, Patty and housemates. I will be listening from work today. Good for you. Got to make the donuts. Angela says, Angela was on most of yesterday too. Watching a real life Perry Mason moment wasn't on my bingo card. I had absolutely no idea what was going to happen. I don't think anybody did. Armand Fence, love the name. He knows it. Have a Patty and a great chat. Shelly, good morning, everyone. Everyone needs to get back to their regular day. That's what I'm reading. When was the date on the Rusty calls? I'll have to go back. Her date, the day that Martha Jane called law enforcement was last Friday, the 18th. And it must have been in the morning because the DA or prosecuting team mentioned it in the afternoon. And they had given it to the defense right away. There were some calls from Rusty yesterday, and she does, or he does, they do that differently. Like for us, Leon County, oh my God, who knew how blessed we were? We had Sergeant Chris Corbett announce every call and every jail call or every phone call that was wiretapped and then explain to the jury. They were just running calls without any explanation or context, which I think is odd. It's odd for a storyteller, let alone odd for a prosecutor, but I think she'll be convicted. I don't think the oddness will affect it. Good morning, Celia. Good morning, Rebecca. I didn't say good morning to you. Thank you for moderating today. I don't know how long you'll be able to be on, but thank you so much. I ran my first poll yesterday, and the poll was, do you believe Rusty is a conspirator, her lover, Melody's lover? And 84% said yes. Yes, they were sworn in under God. It is Georgia. Florida's purple. It's very different. Good morning, Patty. Game changer for Darlin Melody. Looks like Rusty could be an accessory. Yeah, with the fact, after the fact, during the fact. I do not know why this case has taken 5 years, other than the docket is that full in Cherokee County. I have no idea. I just got to day 8 in Rusty's testimony, heard that Martha Jane bombed Melody yesterday after watching Recovery Addicts Channel. Wild. So day 8 for me was blocked until I took out the press conference for the Menendez murderers. So a day 8, I just ran the whole day, and then there was a press conference for the freeing murderers in California, and so YouTube blocked it. So I had to edit that out, and then it's posted. So if you want to go back to day 8, it's available now here. Standing is respect. Don't need to be told. Well, you would think. Oh, of course, when I walk in here, no one stands. No, just kidding. Hello, darling. I know, right? What is the all thing? Like, all is a code word. What do you guys think all is a code word? So if you're just tuning into this trial, they talk like Melody will say all, A-L-L, and then Rusty will be like all. I think it means I love you all, like I love you, but I'm not sure. Debbie and I were, Leslie and I were chatting about that last night. Did I watch Roberta last night? I did not. I had to work, unfortunately. I had to work, and I had to go to the Veterans Day parade meeting, which was 2 hours. It was a long night. You missed all of Friday. Well, yeah, you did. It was a lot. I'm going to go to it. It is like Wise potato chips. Thank you for that. Oh, she did. Oh. Well, I'm glad I wasn't on there because I would have cried. So when all this happened last week, someone sent a video that was not kind and published it on YouTube, and it's since been taken down. But it was at first I was just like stung by it, right? Like, you're just like, why would you do that? And now the more I think about it, I'm thinking about it in a different way now that they've left the venue, and I'm like, that was really cruel. So I have to just think past that now. I just have to move on because you got to pivot. And so I'm going to pivot. Kudos for being Roberta Glass, for being a class act. But she's been through the ringer for no reason at all. Makes me so mad what some are capable of doing to others. I'm embarrassed I ever followed them. And that's from True Crime Girl. Sealing wax is back. I used to love it. Oh, I mean, it is, but it's beautiful. Like, it's silver. It's cool. Well, thank you, Claudia. I thank you. We love you and appreciate your humor. Thank you. Owls in the city, cats eat the birds. In the country, the birds eat the cats. It's true. You should see that owl that hangs out of Scott's deck. It is a big owl. Those things are big. I had no idea how large they were in person. My late husband had quite a collection of owls. I kept some, and each of my grandkids chose one that spoke to them to remind them that Papa is always with them. That's a great thing. And that's what so for my own children, I've been giving them, instead of buying them gifts at Christmas or their birthday, I give them something that I had or it was my parents'. And that's what I've been doing. And I've been doing it while, obviously I'm still alive today. And I've just been giving them stuff. Oh my gosh. Claudia says, and every stitch and every bead was completed while watching you. Thank you. Don't make me cry on camera. Done that enough. Lori, thank you so much. Thank you for the compliment. Hey, Arlene, how are you? How are you? They use signet rings also to prove who it came from. That's true. They would stamp their hand. Good morning, Patty and chat. So cute and such a sweet thing to do. Really? Claudia. Claudia. Thank you. It signifies love, loyalty, and friendship. Beautiful, thoughtful gift. It was. It is. Yes. Patty had a hot mic moment. It won't be the last one. It just won't. And instead of like, I don't know how other people would handle it. I mean, it was funny. It was nothing wrong with it. It wasn't like I was talking to a client and giving out confidential information, which could happen. No. It was funny. So I think I love laughing at myself. Like my mom's used to say that I was my own best audience. It's true. It's like Debbie's going to BJ's. Well, listen, we don't have a BJ's here. We have Sam's and Costco and about 12 Walmarts. We have 12 Walmarts, I think 7 Publix, 2 Targets, 2 Aldi's, and a Trader Joe's. I think we have enough. Claudia says, thank you all. I feel like I'm sitting with you all while I listen. I have 0 people interested in true crime. Very lonely. Me too. I really don't. I mean, Scott occasionally will ask a question. I have acquaintances from town that will text me and ask a question about the Adelson. Have I heard anything? But that's really it. No one to sit and, as someone said yesterday, Leslie, geek out with. I don't have that. I think it freaks people out. 1.25 is your friend. Thank you, Rebecca. That's the speed moving up. And for school, if you don't know, I went back to school a year and a half ago to get a degree because I'm undegreed, or I will be degreed. And it's just a thing. Like it's just a thing for me to do. But I speed up most of the lessons, like 1.5 to 2, because I'm like, chop, chop. Patty didn't have a lot of time. Oh, Wesley missed the drama by taking a nap. You're recovering. You have to take a nap. So what did Martha Jane testify to? She hasn't testified yet. It was an audio call that she called into law enforcement and said she believes, in essence, it was she had a gun. And she believes the gun that shot Gary came from her home because that gun is missing. And so it was the defense and the state just talking about it, presenting it to the judge, getting the evidence submitted so that they could have her come in on Thursday, and she will testify on Thursday. I was asked to pick up my granddaughter from basketball practice, and all I could think about was if it was after court. No. Martha Jane said she had a snub-nosed handgun. She told Melody about it, but now it's missing. And it's been 5 years. But that's part of the problem with having, those defense attorneys, which I think absolutely suck. I think they do. They're like, well, it's been 5 years. Well, whose fault is that? Whose fault has it been? I mean, if she'd heard about it before, she's like, no one even asked me about, did I have a gun? No one ever asked. And they're like, well, it's been 5 years. And it's been 5 years because it's been 5 years since the murder. I mean, it's been 6 since the murder. Whose fault is that? It's not her fault. Of course, it's going to be admitted into evidence. Anita says, I put my dog on a corporate walking schedule. She's probably going to call SPCA. Rusty adds, I fought the law and the law won on a continuous loop, right? Dude, he was like, Melody treated him like he was her page. Like, go get this, do this. I'm like, is he writing all this list down? She must have given him like a task of 20 things. Call Amanda, that's her daughter. Check in with Chad. Call Martha Jane. Did you do this? Did you get that signed up? Did you? What are you doing, lady? But I guess that's how Melody ran the life. And he's like, hey, darling. She will be convicted, but how did she move the body? I know that's the biggest thing, not where was the gun. This whole time, at least in this chat, we've all been concentrating on on how did she get him out of the house? Or was he alive when he landed on the pile? Or was he dead when he landed on the pile? We'll never know that. We'll never know if he was alive or dead without a confession. There's absolutely no way to know that. And that is heinous. That is absolutely heinous. Martha put the nail in the coffin. Yeah. COVID did delay so many cases, but it's been 5 years. How many murder cases does Cherokee County, Georgia have? I mean, it's a lush area. It's not like it's Fulton. Patty, I couldn't find any of your previous. Let me see. Oh, they're all on there. And they're like GA, VA. Yeah, they're on there. GA versus Melody Walker, day 9, day 10. They're on. That beautiful handmade medallion is so pretty. Those kind of crafts take a long time to make and are so detailed. And I always comment even. like if I were to do it, things wouldn't be even and flush because I don't know what I'm doing. But everything is even, flush. I love Lava. This is my Lava. Have you met my Lava? Oh, that's that. Ooh. That's that Shaggy song, which you can't play on YouTube, right? They won't let me play it, will they? Shaggy. Mr. Lava Lava. I think whenever a defendant is out on bond, they try to delay the trial to delay the inevitable. This trial would have been in 2 years if she was in custody. That's fair. And that is true, probably, because I heard Judge Everett say that if somebody was in custody, how they schedule the court hearing. So I believe that is true. Thank you for that tip. It is important. All means taking care of everything for the day. Oh, thank you. Forward all. Move forward with everything we have discussed. Damn, I was in wrong. So wrong. Shelly says, or like they're all in this together. And Murder comes up with a hey all. All means keep on going. Well, I don't ever want to use that word again. Francis says, to me, all, we know what we did and we stick together until the end. Oh, well. Francis, that's probably true. Gladys Kravitz is back in the chat. Rusty did testify to it, but it didn't make much sense to me. Sounded like a line of PS. Thanks, Patty, for airing this trial. It's a great one. So Bling is the new black, who is become a personal friend over this last year. She's like, Patty, I just can't get into this trial. So she asked me something last night, and I said, if you have time, it might want to put on a listen, because I'm like, this is some like Swedish. My sister listens to or watches Turkish soap operas on YouTube. So that's what I say. I'm like, this is some real like European outlandish UK soap opera that we wouldn't have in the US. Like this kind of stuff in trial evidence, it just pops up, just doesn't happen. Just rarely happens. Beach Bum says Rusty is talking out of both sides of his mouth. He's shifty. Murder says, been rushing to get life sorted so I could be here. We could solve this damn case. No. Oh, thank you, Claudia. I appreciate it very much. She likes watching. Thank you. Rebecca forced me to look up pearl necklace too early in the morning for that fish. You didn't know what it meant, Rebecca. Oh, that's funny. So so there's little side things like Melody Walker Farris and Rusty Barton used to meet at the Super 8 weekly what is it, exit 333 in Dalton, Georgia. Hilarious. Super fun. He's like, and then he goes, and then it was even more hilarious because the prosecutor says, "Well, who paid?" He goes, "I paid. It's what the man does." The man doesn't steal someone's wife. That's the man. But he thought it was an open marriage, he said. So open. The man went to this woman's wedding, Emily. And so Emily's wedding, Melody's third child, first daughter, she got married years before this. So I think she's been married 7 or 8 years. Rusty Barton's all up snuggling and giving hickeys to Melody in the wedding photos in the corner. Trash. I mean, that's just a trashy thing to do. Oh, that's right. If Tally has enough, Wendy only knew one. It won't be over before November 4. It's crazy to me. Murder by Meister says he's reflecting on her pearl necklace comment. I'd make a breakfast in bed joke, but I will not. I don't need a degree to do YouTube, but I'm not an attorney. Let's get the disclosures out. All opinions are my own. This is not legal advice. I checked with my attorney because I'm having some copyright waivers drawn up so that if I collaborate with someone, I email them a waiver so that they know that I won't write backhanded do copyright strikes against them. And then if somebody collaborates with me, same thing. I'm going to send them a waiver and ask them to sign it. And because all of the hullabaloo over copyright strikes and poor Roberta Glass, I'm sure she doesn't want to keep being called poor Roberta Glass, but it really was. So I just want people that work with me and that I choose to work with to know that they're protected. I'm not going to come back at them. Okay, it should be starting soon. I'll go over the comments in a little bit. I'm going to mute my mic. Should I mute? No, maybe not. They take forever in the morning. I don't know what they do. Here comes a judge. All rise. Oh, I know. Looney Goony Booney testifying today. Some sort of narrative testimony. Does anyone know what that means? Narrative testimony? Do I need to chat GPT that? This judge is quite casual, by the way. If you're not used to watching this, he's very, very casual. Doesn't wear a tie. Looks like he just rode his Harley in, which is fine. I love a Harley. It's just he's a casual looking guy. Jury's being brought in. She does not stand. Neither did John Luke. Are you freaking kidding me? As he yawns with an open mouth. That's his name, John Luke. Who doesn't stand for the jury? Good night.
All right, Ms. Frankers, go ahead.
Thank you. Sergeant Hayes, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to jump back into when you arrived on scene at 2155 Purcell Lane. Can you go ahead and tell the jury what county that's in?
It's Cherokee County.
And when you arrived there, I believe you testified yesterday, well, you did testify yesterday that you began interviewing some folks and you spoke to Melody Farris.
I did.
Can you tell the jury about where that was, how long it was? Yeah, go ahead.
The first time I interviewed Ms. Farris, it was on the property. I asked her where we could go that was kind of semi-private outside. At the time, we weren't going inside the house. And she led me to the back patio. It was just outside of Gary's office on the lower level. And I believe she sat in a swing and I sat in a chair.
At that time, had any of the projectiles been found?
No.
Were you aware that there was really any, I guess the term would be foul play at that point?
Not necessarily. The only thing we had noticed so far was that the body was burned much more than we expected it to be when we found it.
And during this conversation with Ms. Farris, at any point did you expose your firearm or handcuffs or threaten to harm her in any way?
Typically, we dressed in like slacks and a polo, and I'd had my gun on my side next to my badge, which is typical everyday wear in criminal investigations. But as far as pulling it out, or I didn't usually carry handcuffs unless I expected to need them. So I don't believe I would have had handcuffs on that day.
So you mentioned that Ms. Farris was on like a swing, and where were you located?
In a chair across from her.
Okay, so is that like a bench swing that she was on?
I believe so.
And what was the purpose of this interview?
A fact gathering mission. At this time we hadn't. Multiple interviews were starting at the same time. I was speaking with her and other detectives on scene. I believe we're starting to speak with other family members, just trying to figure out what might have happened.
Was she under arrest at that point?
She was not.
Okay. How long did you speak with her outside?
The first interview, I believe, was a little longer than an hour.
Okay. At this time, Judge, the state would move to tender State's Exhibit Hayes 1.
No objection. Submitted.
Permission to publish. These are long. If you'd like to, you can sit wherever you'd like.
Okay.
I believe the court's going to give you some.
You're welcome to sit back and have the table or step in the stand.
Let me ask you just a couple more follow-ups.
Okay.
At this time in 2018, did CSO have body cameras?
We did not have body cameras.
So what did you use for this interview to record it?
If we were doing mobile interviews that were not at either the South Annex or our headquarters building, we would just carry pocket digital voice recorders.
And so did you record this conversation you had with Ms. Farris?
I did.
And it's just audio. There's no video?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead and publish Hayes 1.
I was given information by Deputy Moss. I just want to make sure it's accurate. Melody Walker Farris, 2/8/1960. And this is your address? Just can you give me a little history or background of what's going on?
I don't know. Well, Tuesday, he started to be burned, late Tuesday, started to be burned.
Tuesday this week.
Yes,
Mhm.
day before yesterday. And of course, we're all the time out him. He had set the house on fire 2 years ago, this fall, at the end of the summer. And I got so scared of fire. He had said it in his office. We think what he did was he did an ashtray in there, don't know. That's what started Sonny and Scott were here. And it did so much damage. And so since then I had been so just scared of fire around here. Just crazy scary that he was all the time just his thing was starting fires. He set one at my other house in the woods behind my house. We lived in a subdivision. I got a call from the neighbor one morning at 4 o'clock in the morning. The fire department was there. He had started it like the week before, and it hit and smoldered, and it kind of gotten out of control. So it had been, I don't know, maybe 6 months or so since he had burned it before. He,
This burn pile here?
I mean, it had trees, it had fencing, we had pulled up, when we did the fire pit down here, we had an excavator here, and they had pulled up a bunch of tree stumps, that kind of stuff. We put on the burn pile, so it had a lot of fencing and stuff on it. And he said something not long ago about burning. I said, please do not burn it. It's too dry, it's too windy, it's too, we always go to the excuse, don't burn. Well, Scott came home, I don't know what time it was when he got here, because I called him and I was chasing horses. And I don't know where they got out due to all the fireworks going on, or if he had let him out, because Gary was much worse for going through gate with it. I said, I'm chasing horses, I just wanted to come home. He said, I'll be home in a little while. I called him back and said, I got all the horses put up, I got, whatever. And Gary stayed in the basement. And that was this is his domain, was the bottom floor. So he was like, I don't know. Scott pulled in, and he said something about his blessing. He's got the burn pile going. I said, I told him it's about the blessing tonight. Because it was still, and then yesterday morning, Scott left about 7 o'clock yesterday morning, I guess. He came over to get a debit card. He's going to go play golf. And I said something about the burn pile still going. It'll probably go for a long time. I mentioned, I said, I hope it doesn't get around like it did last time. So I left here going with my daughter to Lake Lanier, brought Cameron and stuff back here. And, he had gathered up, there was a big pile of wood back here in the back that had termites in it. And he said something like, I said, Gary, do not make that burn pile any bigger. I mean, it was massive. I mean, it was beyond massive.
And when, I'm sorry, when was this when you and Gary were having this conversation?
Tuesday night.
Tuesday night, okay.
Yeah. I said, Gary, it's dry out. It's dry as toast out. And please do not, please don't burn it. There is no reason for it. He's a lawyer. We'll burn it or die trying. And that was, I left. I was had the blower and blowing everything off out here. And I walked by that bathroom because he's sitting in the bathroom and smokes, which is one down here. And the fan was on, and I was like, great. And they're smoking again. And that's, I mean, it's the last I thought about it. And then Addison and Cameron were here, and we were busy last night getting them settled and me in a bed and that kind of stuff. And it's not unusual not to see him because he's very much an introvert. Even if all the kids are here, he'll just get on, just disappear out in the pasture. I mean, he doesn't like having a conversation. He doesn't. If he talks to the kids, he pretty much does it through text messaging and email. It's the way it is. Always been. There's nothing unusual. But now, in April, we worked on the paperwork. I took him to the exact date. He was in the hospital 3 days. Scott and I took him one night, and he got really bad. He's had these spells for years, and he talks. He gets very slurred speech. His motor coordination gets very off. He stumbles. His dad had Parkinson's, and he kind of wondered if maybe he had Parkinson's. But they did. I never did personally talk to the cardiologist, but I did talk to his physician's assistant. And as Amanda and I went with Amanda to go look at a wedding venue. And so we left before the actual cardiologist came in, but they found that he had a leaking aortic valve and a leaking tricuspid valve. And they wanted him to go back to the cardiologist on Friday. He got out late Wednesday. They wanted him to go back to the cardiologist on Friday to be hooked up to a heart monitor for a length of time to see, what all was going wrong with his heart. And he refused to go, which was not unusual.
And this just happened in the last few weeks, you said?
He was in the hospital in April, but he's been having these spells, and they get more and more and more frequent. And he had one it was after he was in the hospital. I don't I remember I met Emily, the daughter that was in Franklin, was here, her birthday, which was April the 14th. And we had one right after that that lasted about 4 days. So he stayed in the bed pretty much that entire time. And he would sleep for just hours and hours and hours. And then he wouldn't sleep for hours and hours and hours. So they had asked him to also see a neurologist to see if he was anything going on neurologist, you know. And he refused. He said, no, I'm not going to go and tell them that I'm not my family. Because he's got a sister that is, well, I know bipolar and schizophrenia, she's had like a shock treatments. And his mother has Alzheimer's really bad. His dad died of Parkinson's in 2011. And he said, I think I'm getting like my parents. And he said, I don't want to know if I am. And he would have these spells and there was no reasoning with him. I mean, he would see things on the walls and he would, you know, think there was people in the house. And he would swear that we were having parties out here in the hot tub. Where were all those people last night? There's nobody here, Gary. We said, no. And there would not, and then he would just all of a sudden just drop it, like, you know.
So you're saying he starts fire, he just likes burning stuff? It's like a hobby of his, or?
Oh, I told him always he was a, you know, pyromaniac.
Yeah.
Because he loved,
How long have you and him been married?
38 years. He'll be 39 next year. I mean, in September. 39. Now, he did, before we got married, his sister and I were talking about it the other night because I was telling her I had actually gone to North Alabama. My mother is in nursing home with him. I was talking to her about it and how she said, how Gary is. I said, it worries me. I said, it's getting worse and worse. He won't go back to the doctor. And we were discussing that, how he tried to kill himself twice before we got married.
Before you guys got married? What did he do? What steps did he take?
I know one time he took a bunch of pills. The second time he cut his wrist. And that was during the time that his sister was hospitalized in a mental institution in North Alabama. I did look to talk to him sometimes. His dad had mental illness. Then his mother, I know the year that my dad died, which was in 97, I know she was on lithium at the time. And then my sister-in-law said the other night that they had given her some sort of something that began with an S that was an antipsychotic drug. But I said, well, you know, she's in a mental facility, I mean, in a memory care facility, and she'd be getting very aggressive. So, but other than that, I mean, he had a brain of I mean, it was bad. And that's why I told him, Mr. Gary, you set my house on fire.
This house we're sitting at, he set on fire? And you said that was from the inside. He, in his office, and you think he was smoking and dropped it or something?
Yeah. I was here, it was on a Sunday afternoon. And I was here, and there was a friend of mine that lives here in the neighborhood. She said, let's go back to the club. We're going to just go. So let me get a few things done. And just, you know, and had all that to it. At that time, which is still set up to some degree, it got in the closet that's in here in his office. This house is one of those smart houses that everything's hooked up together. And at that time, lights were flashing inside, everything was going off and stuff, and I was trying to find it. And I called Scott, but he saw the smoke coming out of his office. And I got the dogs out, fire department came, it got in the wall and up, and then it broke a hole in the master bedroom. I mean, the whole basement had to be gutted, home theater had to be, everything, you know, and it did so much damage.
You keep referring to Scott. Is that one of your children? And he's your son? Scott lives in the barn.
Scott lives in the barn.
Okay. I'm assuming his last name's Farris. Are all these children yours and Gary's together? What other children?
It's Chris, he's here.
Chris Farris. Is he local? And
Amanda, she's here. Yeah,
is Amanda still Farris?
Yes. She lives in Flowers. And then Emily
Farris?
Emily Payne,
Payne.
P-A-Y-N-E.
Where does she live?
Oh, Thompson Station, it's outside of Franklin. National area.
Okay. So just kind of recap so I make sure I understand. Emily came in.
Amanda. Emily lives in Franklin.
Emily lives in Franklin. She's not here.
She's not here.
Okay. So Amanda came
Amanda
in
got here this morning.
this morning. So who came in?
Last night,
Yes.
I had Addison, my granddaughter,
Okay.
and Cameron, which is Amanda's fiance's daughter, was here last night.
Okay. So that's who came in last night. And you guys were just used to Gary not coming up and socializing.
Yeah.
So where did you assume he was this entire time?
In his office.
Does he have a kitchen down here and a bathroom and everything he
There's a
needs?
bathroom down here. There's we keep Mountain Dew in the refrigerator. He keeps them in the trunk of his car because he drinks 12 a day. And they had told him at the hospital he had to stop drinking Mountain Dew, so I refused to buy them. So he kept them in the trunk of his car. He kept one in the refrigerator all the time. He'd switch them out. He got one. So he'd come out because they didn't want anybody to see that he was drinking Mountain Dew. So yes, there is a bathroom down here. There's everything down here. Yeah, he does have a closet in our bedroom, but it's not unusual for him to, get up and down without being seen. I mean, I was out on the property feeding animals. We've got a baby goat that's got to be fed. And Addison and Cameron, had gone over to the barn. I mean, we were in and out and doing it, and I was trying to, getting them fed and stuff. We've been out all day in the sun. And I actually went to bed about 8:30 last night. I was done. They went to bed. I said, okay, do not go outside this door. Do not go anywhere. Do you stay where I can hear you. And the last I heard of them last night was about 10 o'clock, I guess, when I heard them in the kitchen.
Okay.
Then this morning, Cameron and Addison said, "Where's Big Daddy?" And I said, "Well, he's down in the basement, I guess." And I said, "Why?" And they said, "Well, they want to drive the RV." And I said, "Well, wait till Amanda gets here. She's on her way, and you can do it with her." When Amanda got here, Scott came over, and I said, "Have you seen?" I said, "Is Daddy over at the barn?" And he said, "No." And I said, "Well, I haven't seen him. I hadn't, which him, like I said, it's not unusual. I mean, most of the days, if he's off, just like till noon, 1 o'clock, and then he'll stay up till."
So does he still actively practice law? He's still, okay, still has a firm.
He's at the barn foreman, B-U-R-R. B-U-R-R.
B-U-R-R, and
Foreman, F-O-R-M-A-N.
where's that? What kind of law did he practice? So last time anybody actually laid eyes on him or had a conversation with him was Tuesday evening.
Yeah, Chris, my son,
Uh-huh.
was here, and his daughter Addison.
And
But then he came through after that. I don't know what time that it was. I had actually gone in my study and had sat down with the dogs because they were freaking out because everybody was shooting fireworks. And he said, "Are you cooking dinner?" And I said, "There's enough food. All the kids were here this last weekend." And Emily was in from Franklin with her little girl. And I said, "Yeah, there's enough food in here to feed Cox's Army. I'm not going to throw it out. So figure out something to eat in the kitchen." And I said, "I've got all I can do because the horses are freaking out. you know, so I've already put 2 of them up, you know, and I mean, I stayed in the study until, because like I said, it was not unusual not to see
And the study is upstairs?
upstairs.
Okay. What is y'all's relationship status? I mean, do y'all kind of just live separate lives in the same house? Okay.
Always have. I mean, that's not unusual.
For your entire marriage?
For
or-
our marriage.
Okay.
He, like I said, he was very much a loner. And we've been in this house, it'll be 5 years this November. And even in my other house, we lived in 2 separate quarters. But his brother and his wife basically did the same thing, and his sister who's never married. Because she don't want to be around anybody. So we just talked together. I mean, everybody was like, that's just how he is. Just how he is.
And he's always been that way.
He's always been. And then somebody asked me, said, why have you stayed? And I said, I took the love of you. So, I mean, he was very verbally abusive. He could cut to the bone. But, you know, it's not that he did that. You know, I said, he doesn't cut any slack. He does it to my kids too. I mean, like Amanda that's here, she's supposed to be getting married in May. And he has basically, well, Chris, my son that's here, I told one of the other deputies that was here, I said, we've been having trouble with him taking money. I mean, over $900 a month. He's got the checking account routing. And I said, Gary refuses to talk to him. Refuses to. I said, he sends emails and text messages. That's all he does. And I said, you know, if I say anything, then it's like I told, I don't remember who it was that called guy. I said, you know, Chris was here last summer. His girls come and they stay here. Basically, when they're here. I said, they sent me a voice memo last year when he was here, and it was, I'm not buying you any fucking food, and we'll go get you the cheapest fucking thing. And I told him, Chris, I'm gonna call social services. Don't stop. And they basically, I mean, they stay here. His parents are divorced. He's been divorced. They've been divorced for years. Well, I won't say divorced. They have lived separately for years. And they finally got a divorce right before he and Jenna got married. And I said, Chris, I don't know what you're on. And he, at that point in time, he told me when he stood in my driveway and chased me up to the front porch, and he said, one thing beyond recognition. And the next time I want to see you is when they put a pine box. And I said, Chris, I'm going to stop you from taking money some way, somehow, you've got to get help. You cannot treat the 2 girls like this. You cannot treat, you know. And, you know, I said, I beg you, you know, get help, get whatever, get, you know, because he just gets so enraged. I mean, to the point that I told him, I said, you're not to be at my house when I'm not here. You're not welcome here to just come in. You're not. You're not.
Now, you said he got here when, Chris?
Yeah, Amanda and I were sitting on the front porch. I don't even know what time it is now.
It is 2:35.
Oh,
But he wasn't here the past couple of days.
he was here Tuesday night.
Because he was here Tuesday
He
night.
was here Tuesday.
Did him and Gary get into it, or?
I don't think so. Oh, the last thing that Chris had done was book a vacation to the beach that they're supposed to be leaving Saturday. I think it's Saturday. And Gary had said, I'm going to go with him. Instead of him just taking the money, like what he usually does, I'm going to go with him. And he said, are you going to go? And I said, no, I'm not going. Because Gary, he keeps taking, I mean, it's serious money. I mean, it's not, it's serious money. I mean, like I said, it's anywhere from $800-900 a month, plus the girls' airline tickets, you know, for them to fly back and forth. I know his ex-brother-in-law died January, February or so in a skiing accident, and we booked the airline tickets to us. I'm like, no, you know. So that's what mine and Chris's thing of it is no, stop. And we went to a bachelor trip. We went to Panama. I'm like, you went to where? You know, because Gary was like, Why do we have tickets to a foreign country? I don't know. I'm gonna find out. This is the well, bachelor party, and that's concerned. But Gary was just like, no, it's not like I can't. You know, he kept saying, well, I can afford to do it. I said, Gary, that's not the point. I mean, that's like Scott that lives in our barn. He hasn't worked since he came back from Iraq, except for a very short time. And I can't make him work. I can't make him. And I said, Gary, he give me 35 Saturday. And I said, Gary, he needs to work. He said, well, you don't work. Gary, you know.
It's typical for the woman not to work, but not for
I said, I have
a grown
4
man,
kids,
right?
and we've got now 3 grandchildren that are here. I mean, Ellen and Addie come in for May.
And I can only imagine this place is a full-time
It's a
job to
full-time job.
take care of
I
you.
mean, it is. You know, and Scott, I mean, and Scott is good help. But, I mean, like this last week, I mean, he's played golf 3 days. He's gone to the lake. He's gone, I mean, you know, it's just like, come on now.
This is
I mean,
Scott that's done all this? So he's just enjoying life.
He is enjoying life to the fullest. And, you know, I said, I've got to have some help. I mean, I'm working before daylight a lot of days till dark 30. I've got to have some help. I said, if you don't, I'm gonna move you out and move me somebody in who, you know, I can, you know, I didn't even talk to Chad, Amanda's fiance. His dad was actually pistol whipped not long ago, and he was having in between, you know, whatever. And he said something back. He said, will you move my dad in? He'll work. And I said, well, he's had his issues of his own, and I don't need to trade one, you know, for
Right.
another. I said, at least God is my child, and I ain't screaming him, but, you know. But, I mean, like I said, I can't remember now what year that Scott got out. I know he has not worked since we've lived in this house. I mean, Gary was just like, let him do his thing. He'll be 35. Let's, you know. I said, when I was 35, I had 4 kids. You were in a new practice. I mean, we moved here from Birmingham in 95. The agreement was to say 3 years, and I'm still here. But the law office here did quite well. So he remained here to run this office. It was, yeah, I mean, it's not a lot of help. Yes, he is. Because, like I said, it's a full-time job fixing everything that Gary unfixes. I mean, he can tear, like I always say, he can tear us to a ball. And we had gotten where we just didn't leave him here much alone. Because, I mean, you come in and the tractor would be stuck or the, you know, anything. And, I mean, he had gotten, I mean, like I told his sister, I said, you know, I'm worried he's getting like your mom. And now, I don't know about his practice because I know the managing partner when he was in the hospital. I had talked to the managing partner. He's actually in Birmingham. And it's not if you need anything. And I said, make him go to the doctor. Make him volunteer. Angela, his secretary, that she's been his secretary. Well, she moved over here to Birmingham with us. And, you know, she said, I told him I was going to put an electric shock collar on him, and every time he got a Mountain Dew, it was like a cigarette, little pocket with it. You know? And, I mean, I told him, I said, I don't know how you have practice. I think that's the way he works here.
So you can stay down there and wear whatever and smoke. And so what, you'll give me one second. I'll direct Mr. Ross here. He's one of our deputy coroners. Hello.
How you doing?
You looking for them?
Yes, sir.
You'll follow. Yeah, right through the.
Right down.
Straight down.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yes, sir. So, all right. So you said some verbal abuse, any physical or mental, nothing like that. So
But like I said, it wasn't just me, it was everybody.
Yeah.
He did it too. I mean, he, like I said, he was an attorney. So the way that he put things were very, you know, Amanda years ago gave me a book on some sort of personality disorder, and I read the book and just read it. And, it was the way, I mean, like, I couldn't say to him, you know, Gary, you don't need to leave the gate open. Oh, well, you just think I'm an idiot. No, Gary, I'm saying, please don't leave the gate open because, you know, keep it out. So you just learned to, you know, could you please shut the gate?
Sure.
You know, I know that you forgot to shut the gate, but could you please, because chasing horses is not, you know, I don't do what we did. I mean, it was just, I mean, like Amanda said a while ago, she said, it scares me. And she said, what's happening? And I said, I don't know. I said, you know, I was scared to death that, you know, fire was, I figured he'd burn my house. I mean, that was like yesterday. She said something about, what's Daddy doing? I said, hoping not burning my house down or, you know, something like that.
So how does he usually start his fires? What does he?
He usually starts that one down there with diesel or kerosene or gasoline.
Did you see how he did it this time? Or?
No, because I actually was in the house. I had been, like I said, the kids had been here all weekend, and I knew Ellen Hattie was coming, and I had been painting my study, and I was trying to, you know, just inside, just, I mean, you know, and then when I realized the fire was going, I mean, you know, and I said, Gary, why not? I mean, that was like the other night. I mean, all this down here, we had done the fire pit recently and done all that planning and stuff. And I said, Gary, why are you water trucks? Because I can. Okay. Oh, you know, so he planted them up front. You know, I mean, it was just, he would do very erratic things. Just, he would be just like, why are you doing that? Why? And he would do things and redo them and redo them and redo them. I mean, we just got used to it.
Mhm.
You know,
So what happened this morning when y'all found?
well, Amanda was here, Cameron was here, Addison was here, and Scott was here. And we got to talking, you know, something. I said, Scott, have you seen your daddy? And he said, no. And I said, well, I was wondering if he was in the barn. And he said, no, he's not there. So, but his, what we call his tribal CPAP was gone. His big CPAP was in there, but his tribal CPAP was gone. And he said, did he go anywhere? And I said, well, his car is here. And I said, but that's not unusual for him to leave. And his mother had, I don't really know what happened to her. It was in May 1st of last year. And I noticed that everything was gone. And I called him and I said, where did you go? And, well, Mama, I've gone to check on Mama. Okay, is she okay? Yeah, she's fine. And I don't know what made me think to call or send my sister-in-law a text that lives in Huntsville. And I said, what's happened to Daddy? She said, she's on life support. What do you mean she's on life support? Yeah, we're on our way to see if there's any brain activity. Gary said she was just fine. How long has she been on the ventilator? She said, I don't know, a couple, 3 days.
Wow.
I said, do what? I mean, you know, well, I tried to call Gary back. And I said, well, would you tell me if something happens to her? And he didn't want to tell the kids. He didn't want to tell. I said, Gary, their grandmother is on life support. So we went Mother's Day up there. Like I said, my mother is in a nursing home in the same town. And we all went up there. And cousin of mine went and stuff. And we went by the hospital. By this time, they had taken her off the ventilator. Like I said, she didn't know come here from somewhere. So, I mean, it was just things like that. We just all learned to live with it. I mean, it's like Amanda, we're trying to plan this wedding. She's getting married next May. And she had sent him a text the other day, we're meeting with a photographer next Wednesday. And do you want to go? No.
So, did anybody try to call him or get a hold of him over
Yeah,
this?
we've been trying to call him and it immediately went to voicemail
When did this start?
today.
When you're trying to call him today? But yesterday, nobody went down to the basement to check on him.
No, I mean, like I said, I wasn't here the majority of the day.
Uh.
And by the time I got here last night, I mean, it was get the animals fed at the barn and get I mean, I had 2 little girls here and they were, you know,
Sure.
back and forth to the barn and I don't want them here around the horses, you know, without me being, you know, right there.
Mhm.
And I honestly, I mean, like I said, I crashed and burned, you know, I went to bed and, you know, I said, look, do not leave outside, do not go anywhere. If I call you, and Amanda had told Cameron, you know, said, look, cut that phone off it. You know, y'all not staying on Instagram, Snapchat, everything all night long.
How old are the girls?
I don't know how old Cameron is, but Addison's 11. She'll be 12 in August. And Cameron's almost the same age. So I said, look, I will know if you walk outside this house. Your neighbor stayed upstairs in the bedroom upstairs, right next to them. It's got a queen size bed and 2 twin beds. You know, in there. I said, I promise you, I will know if you walk outside that door.
Mhm.
And so yes, ma'am, I promise you, I won't leave. I won't. You know. So, I mean, you know, like I said, I mean, it was on that. I don't know what time Amanda got here. And, you know, then it was okay. So we went looking. I mean, you know, everywhere. And Scott got on the RTV and went circled, and then Scott and I got on there because we checked the front pasture, you know, up there. Went to the barn, went to the house. He a lot of times will sit in this. There's an electrical room down here in the basement.
Mhm.
And there's a chair in there, and he'll sit and smoke in there. And I told him, I said, Gary, you're going to set my house on fire. I sit in here and smoke. And so he would do that. And
So, y'all just started a search, basically,
yeah,
of the
we just
property
made
on
a search.
and,
Yeah.
and then when y'all actually went to the fire pit, everybody was walking, y'all were still just kind of walking around? Or?
Yeah, Scott had the RTV. I mean, you know, we had been around and then, I mean, we could walk down. Scott's got a trail cam that's like way down the hill down
Mhm.
there. And I had asked him, I said, sir, check that and see if there's any, said he could walk down
Sure.
the hill. And, cause this property that joins us right here, you know, but yeah, there's a barbed wire fence up, but I mean, you know, he said, no, there's nothing on the trail cam. And, so anyway, we were all walking and doing and, you know, looking, and Amanda kept, she said, I've emailed both of his email accounts. He's got a work one and a personal one. And I've emailed those to look, hey, we want to know where you are. And I called the secretary to see if she knew, you know, was he going out of town anywhere? Was he, you know, anything? No, not that I know of. But like again, he's not in office all that much, so, you know. So she said, well, let me know whether you hear from him. And I said, well, you let me know if you hear from him or if anybody, you know, hears from him. So she would. And I even called my daughter that's in Thompson Station and I said, have you heard from your daddy? She said, well, I sent out a group, and she did. She sent out a group text to all of us late yesterday. And normally he will respond back on the group text. And he did not respond back to it. But and that was today before we found, you know, that out. And I even called her. Everything is in Gary's name. Everything is in Gary. Now this house, at one time, when we closed on it, it has my name on it. And then we also own my daughter's house in Thompson Station. And by Tennessee law, my name had to be on the house. But we have a condo in Tuscaloosa, and that's in Gary's name on it. But everything, is solely in his name. But that's so he can control it. I mean, I have a debit card, and I have a credit card of his. Have his name on it. And he has, and then Scott has one with Gary's name on it. you make a transaction, it goes to his phone. But now he used to do my girls that way, what they got out of them. So he does a lot of bankruptcy work.
So he's afraid of running out of money to a point.
To a point, I think it's a control thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's never said anything. I mean, it's been an awesome hit property.
Sure.
And I've got anything that I wanted,
Mhm.
you know, but it was, I would give it to you.
You couldn't go out and buy it on your own. Yeah, but
Yeah, I mean, I could. I mean, you know, like I said, I have a debit card and a credit card, you know, and within reason. I mean, I never abused it. I mean, yes, I do know my house is furnished, you know, immaculate. But it's been almost 39 years of collection, and I've got a good bit of stuff with my grandparents. You know, it is what it is. I mean, you know, you just learn to accept it. And after he'd been in the hospital, I said, Gary, if something happens to you, I can't go buy groceries. He said, well, you'll figure it out. He said, it's not like there's no money in the bank. I said, I do understand that, Gary, but do you know what a struggle it's going to be if something happens to you? I said, you've got kids that are, I mean, Emily, the one that lives in Thompson Station, I mean, he gave her $3,000 this month. I'm like, why? And her husband was arrested, for one step on Jerry's murder. Was arrested the day they brought Olivia home last November the 27th. And was taken with a RICO. I was there. And he was going to be taken back to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, on a fugitive warrant. And he has embezzled his mother he stole from her once she lost her house. And everything. And I said, you know, I don't even know the outcome of, you know, his last, he was on sales tax, failure to pay sales tax, and a forged instrument.
Wow.
And he had to go back for that, but he's been arrested, so, and I begged, I begged, and Gary gave her $30,000.
Wow. So what? I mean, this is kind of a hard question to ask, but what do you think happened? You think he had a medical episode, or I don't know? Did he ever have any thoughts or tendencies or threats to hurt himself, other than the 2 times before you guys were married?
Yeah, he would occasionally, and he had gotten, I think, more and more. Like I said, the group text that would go out when she'd send pictures of Olivia, because she's in daycare, and there'd be pictures through the day. And I know he made a thing not long ago. He said, I haven't got any pictures recently of Olivia. Right. And so she sent one. It's like, oh, now my day is brighter. But now he always looked at everything being happy. You know, my house is not good enough. I'm not. I mean, he finished top of his law school class. I mean, he was beyond book smart, but common sense, zero. And he never, nothing was ever good enough. Kids weren't good enough. He just weren't good enough. So his used to have a whole lot to do with it. And I think that he thought his parents basically, I mean, we put Gary through law school and their undergrad, and his parents did nothing for him. And I think he thought that was buying their love and buying their whatever to give money out. And Amanda, I mean, she's getting married, and she's a child that he's just, I don't know. I think he loved her. You know, I do. But she was kind of always
She didn't get the same treatment as the other one. So I know this has been your entire marriage, 38-year marriage, and he's had these tendencies to do mental issues. for lack of better terms. I know he's not been diagnosed, but anything recently?
Well, no, he has taken Paxil for years.
Okay.
Right after my dad died, which was in January 97. I took him to the ER not long after that. Full-blown panic attack. Thought he was having a heart attack. My dad died from it. Thought he was having a heart attack then. And I said, that's what we're told him to go and see psychiatric help. You know? These Dr. Hoffman, but these are just a regular medical doctor. And I had taken him, it's been over a year ago. He got good for a walk. And they did an MRI, and he had several bulging discs and stuff. He took muscle relaxers and Marital for that. And he would have episodes that he gets where he would just quit. And it wouldn't be anything, it would just be he would turn or, you know. And at that time was about the worst. He's had a couple of episodes since then that he just stayed in bed for several days.
So no big drastic changes in the past week or two where he's gotten real depressed or just anything out of the
No,
ordinary?
I guess that I had confronted, you know, Chris took the beach trip last week. And I said, Gary, come on now, we got to. I mean, come on. I mean, I guess Chris had called me. I said, no, Chris, no, I'm not paying for you another vacation. I don't get to go on vacation. You know? So no, I'm not going to. So Gary had said, you know, he said, well, what if we go with him? I said, no, we're not going. We're going to. He's not going either, you know. And I said, because how else is he going to learn if we keep, you know? He said, well, why can't we even take the grandchildren? You know, we'll go. We'll take the grandchildren. Well, no, Chris and Jenna need to go because Chris won't let the girls go unless, well, then we don't go. I didn't think that was I mean, you know. So from that point in time on, it was very, he should be working about it. And when Chris got here Tuesday, and he, as soon as I walked out there, Chris was crushed. Addison said, mother, did you see Olivia? And no, this is Emily's girl. So then I told him, and I said, well, I don't know. I said, I've got to go and take my mother to the auto later on in the month. So that, you know, while you're all here. And I said, maybe you can go there. Oh, well, if they're not going with you. I said, Chris, they send you most of the time anyway. Because you can't be trusted with your own children. I mean, as soon as they flew in Tuesday morning, the flight got in at 8:30, and Ella, his older daughter, he came out here and dropped her off with a friend that she lives right down the road. And but her mother lives somewhere on down further down the road. And I said, so I'll call Terry because her parents were divorced. I called Terry Broswell and I said, did you know that Ella and Emma are together with Beth? He said, I know. I said, didn't Beth just get out of jail? He said, yeah. I said, well, do you think she's okay? He said, yeah, I think so. She ran an ex-boyfriend and totaled their cars, and you know, and she's been in and out because I think they do a cat fight or whatever.
Mhm.
I said, I don't think Ella needs to kill there. Period. In the story. Well, Chris was going to state hell or high water. So, you know, it's like, and Jerry said, well, I think it'll be okay. I said, if you hear anything, would you call me? I said, check on him very recently, very, you know, so.
So it sounds like you and Chris, your relationship's a little
Oh, yeah, because
rocky because you're trying to put a stop to the handouts and make him grow up and do things on his own.
I mean, he's 38 years old.
But Chris's relationship with Gary was good because Gary was still feeding him money, or
Gary's still getting money.
so he didn't really.
That he did
So I know
not.
you said Chris had threatened you in the past to beat you and all
Right.
that. He never did that with Gary. Did they ever
Not that
exchange
I know
words?
of.
Or?
I mean, Gary was, you know, 6'5" and 300 pounds. You know, he wasn't going to cut his gravy train off.
Gary was 6'5", 300 pounds.
Chris is a lot of art and I like. But I said last summer, I threatened to call the law to get him out here because I knew he was owing something. And I said, you're not leaving here for those 2 months. You can't stop him from taking the bells. I said, well, and yeah, I will, because you're not driving off with my kids. And that's when he just got belligerent. I called Gary, and he came home. And Gary let him take it. And I said, Gary, he said, where did he go? I said, but do you understand what you're doing? I said, Ellen had sent me earlier that summer, sent me a text message, and it was him. I mean, passing neighbors to get this like this, like that, and I'm like, I can feed you the cheapest fucking thing. I mean, and I said, Chris, come on now. You can't do that, So they came and stayed here, and that's the rest of the time. And I said, and I told him, I said, you're not welcome at my house unless we are home. You can't come in here. You've taken credit cards. You've taken, you've got checks. He didn't write them. He would go to Sharon Williams. He runs a painting company. There'd be charges to Sharon Williams. And so yeah, that's mine and Chris's thing.
Did you think Chris would have hurt Gary? You don't think there was an
I
argument?
don't think so. I mean,
Because it seems like it's appearing this probably happened Tuesday evening. Chris got here Tuesday.
well, he and Addison left, and he had Addison with him, so it didn't seem to be a problem because he was going to the beach. They're supposed to leave, I think Saturday, but I don't know that for sure. And he's not finished grading.
So Chris Tuesday evening had Addison with him the whole time.
Had what?
You said Chris had Addison with him.
Now I don't know what they did when he left here.
Okay. Had you spoken to Gary after Chris left?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh yeah,
Chris left, Gary was still.
he was still here.
So he went down and started the fire, and you said it was Tuesday evening, and you don't know exactly what time. It's still daylight though.
I really don't know. It was, I think, on about 6 o'clock,
Okay.
something like that.
So
But he started it, and then he went up to the very front entrance and was messing around up there. And it's scary. Don't leave that fire. Please don't leave the fire. And so he came in, and I don't know what time it was, about dinner. But we never eat around here until 8:30 because he's usually never home until, after that. And I think he ate here. I'm pretty sure he did because I had a big thing of chicken salad and I made chicken salad sandwich and I left it in there. And like I said, I had 2 horses who got out, so I was chasing them. And when I came back in, it was put back in the refrigerator. So I don't know, what he did from that point.
So the last time you talked to him Tuesday was around dinner time.
Yeah.
You'd estimate 8,
Yeah.
8:30.
It was not that late that night, because he had been here all day and stuff. But I told him, I said, you are not going to bed and leaving the fire.
How big was the fire when he lit it?
Massive. It was. He had piled on. We had a bunch of new fencing and stuff that had gone in and post and that kind of stuff. And then when we put the fire pit in earlier this year, there's a mini excavator here, and Scott had pulled up a bunch of big stumps and that kind of stuff. Well, those were on there, and limbs, and we had a tree to fall back here, and it was massive. It was.
And Scott lives here on the property, so there's no issue between you, Scott, or Gary and Scott, anything like that. Get along well.
Yeah.
No reason for Scott to do anything.
Like I said, they're not right off their grave.
Yeah.
Scott's living here,
Free.
free. He works and he sleeps till noon every day. I never seen him before 12. And it is what it is.
Mhm.
And I had finally just talked it up to this is how it's going to be. And, but I had told Gary, I said, look, I've got to have some help. I've got to. And he's like, that's fine. It's all on my pillow. It's all, yeah, because I'm working myself to death. And like I said, Scott is good help when you can get him to do it.
You said Gary's introverted, he doesn't have many friends, I'm taking it, that he hangs out with socially? No. So nobody over here,
He did not like anybody being in here. Period.
so he wouldn't like us all being here.
Oh.
No.
Oh,
So-
God.
Did he have,
He really didn't like kids being here. If the kids come, I know like this last weekend, he basically, Olivia is 7 months old. And he basically come in, hold her for a few minutes. And he'll go sit out in the pasture, or he'll go to the barn, or he'll just stay away.
go do his own thing?
He'll go do his own thing.
Did he have any guns or firearms?
We have a Nelly something or the other. This is the only gun that I know that he has. Scott has several guns.
Does Scott keep his guns over there, or?
Scott keeps his guns over there. Now the shotgun is over here. I guess the Nelly is a shotgun.
Yeah.
It's in a case. And I think that it's in Gary's closet. And then Scott had I think a 22 over here, but Gary had put it in his closet. And as far as I know, it's still in there.
Does Gary drink at all, any alcohol?
Bushmills.
Sorry,
Bushmills.
Bushmills, what is that?
It's a whiskey, bourbon, something like that. But he doesn't drink often because his dad was an alcoholic. But when he drinks, he drinks. I think he drank more than what I ever knew. But like I said, Mountain Dew was his vice. And I always said his brothers and, his two sisters, especially his older sister, has been in and out of rehab for different drugs and stuff. And I said, hey, if they don't have an addictive personality, at least his is Mountain Dew and cigarettes. It doesn't seem to be, everything else. And he was a workaholic. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He was a workaholic. And nothing was ever good enough. He didn't, as far as I know, he had a secretary and a legal assistant. Couldn't keep a legal assistant, didn't seem like. And because everything was very not good enough. Nothing was ever perfect. So.
Right. Can you think of anything else that would be important for us to know? I think clearly, like Sergeant Hans told you, we're going to be here for a little while doing,
Yeah,
You
my
know, going
next door
through-
neighbor died a few weeks ago.
yeah, and Detective Cockendall was the one that came out and investigated that one. So this one's a little different given the circumstances. So, like Sergeant Hans said, we can't give you a time frame. We'll be here. If we think of questions along the way, we'll.
Well,
We'll
I
ask.
know yesterday morning when Scott came to get the debit card, he was going to my dog. And like I said something to him about burn pile still. Because we talked about burn pile still going. That smell of that thing all, just constantly burning. Well, 2 of the units are down here on this end and 2 are in the back part. So it sucks it in, down here. Late, of course, like I said, after we had that fire hit the house, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. And I'm terrified of fire after that. And it was like the more that I said about please don't burn, the more he did it. Here, please don't smoke in my house. And he used that, a lot of times he used that shower for an ashtray. And we, of course, now we've got him one by his chair, right here. I said, Gary, I can't live through another fire. And I told him, I said, you said one in my other house too. I said, you can't keep this up. But his dad, we said the same thing about his dad. You couldn't get the Christmas presents over that before. He would gather up everything and take, go burn it.
Really?
I'm like, what is your all's thing with fire? I finally took my, and put gas logs in my fireplace upstairs because he would load that sucker up with, I'm like, no, you'll catch the chimney on fire. So we finally, this last year, I was not going to put gas in that one because I've got one in the bedroom too that's gas. And guys that were putting gas, get a gas fire.
You afraid he's gonna overpack it and burn it down?
Burn it down. Yeah. I mean, I told him, Gary, fire department, I mean, there, we had fire trucks everywhere, you know.
Mhm.
I said, Gary, they're knocking holes in the walls in the house.
Yeah. Fire
And I did. I mean, I told the fire department when they were here, I said, I mean, he wasn't here, and they said, well, where is he? I said, I don't know, we know that's his phone. So when they got here, they just kind of walked away. I mean, it was just kind of like, let her at him. I mean, you know, and I didn't say a word to him. I mean, my house was on fire. And he came in and started cleaning up his office. I'm like, Gary, I mean, come on now. We got bigger problems than you getting water out of your office.
Mhm.
You know. And of course, it was on a holiday. I think it was a holiday week. I think it was on whatever the end of August. And, you know, she fell on a holiday. And it took a day or two to get everybody out here to start working on the basement. And they did. They sent a team in and cleaned and did. And like, it was still water.
Mm-hmm. Can imagine.
Yeah. And that was, he had severe sleep apnea. And he has CPAP machine, and his like you see how the bed looks after he slept in it. I mean, it's just torn. I mean, I could, you know, with all the doctors he saw this last time he was in the hospital, it was a neurologist and a cardiologist and every doctor. And I mean, I shot straight. Yeah, he, oh, I smoked about a pack a day. You know, and oh, I drink Mountain Dew a day. Like, I gave somebody else medications that he's on.
Yeah, they said they were up there.
I mean, he's on, they recently put him on a new blood pressure medicine. It was also congestive heart failure medicine. It was on, it was, and I Googled it. It was a pretty strong one, and he wouldn't take it all. He never took any of his medications regularly. He would, my blood pressure got really high, so I'll take a handful of them versus, you know, I'm like, here's some thought, why don't you take them regularly? But then the more that anybody would say to him, and I told him, well, Emily, the one that lives in Thompson Station, I don't know what year that was. It was we had moved into this house. She came to me and she said some of the partners have gone to Daddy and talked to him and he's got to get some help. And she said, but please don't tell him that I told you. I don't know why he confided, but he confides in her more, you know. And she begged him to go and seek medical. Because I've got, my dad died of a heart attack. My mother's been in nursing home for years now with bad heart. I've got a cousin that we're all, I don't have any brothers and sisters. I said, Gary, I believed in the cardiologist office for years. And I never had it. And I said, you know that there's that issue in your family? His mother supposedly is vascular dementia, and it's due from, you know, his grandfather. It's all vascular problem. They did tell him that the two arteries in the back of the neck were stopped up. That supplied, I guess, more blood to the brain, and told him to, you know, go to the cardiologist. You know, let's get this thing back.
Some people are just stubborn.
I think that he, you know, it was, you know, I'm gonna push it as long as I can, and you know, I said, Gary, you've got to quit smoking. I know, but I enjoy smoking. Okay. And especially after Olivia was born, because he's always thought, I guess Emily was kind of his favorite, and whatever Emily wanted, Emily gets back. She's living in a $40,000 house in Thompson Station. He bought her a condo in Tuscaloosa, and that's fine. It made sense, you know, to buy a condo. But I told him, I said, okay, we've got Olivia now. and you've got to take your 7 months in, right? So I don't, like I said, it was always the glasses half empty, you know, kind of thing. Do I think he would do something to himself? I mean, I don't. But there was so much about him. He didn't want me being at the hospital when he was there the last time. You need to go ahead and go. And I said, no, because I'm going to talk to these doctors. I won't. It's time to put the cards out on the table. It's time for us to all know. Well, the day that the cardiologist was supposed to come, they did a stress test and all that kind of stuff on him on Tuesday. And his nurse came in and said he did miserably on it. I said, great. And he said, we do not do open heart surgery here. You know, as far as stent, I think they do stents and stuff. He said, so he will be transported out of here. And like I said, I never talked to the cardiologist. I talked to his physician's assistant. Because Amanda and she came and got me, and we went to Fox Hall on the other side of Douglasville to look at a wedding thing. We got back. Over there, they were dismissing him. And so I never talked. But I do know, because in the paperwork, that he was supposed to have gone back to the neurologist and to the cardiologist on that Friday. And he got out on late Wednesday, and he refused to go.
But he doesn't, no heart attacks that y'all know of yet.
No, he had all the EKGs that they did in the hospital came back abnormal. So that's all that I was told was abnormal. And of course, I tried to ask a lot of questions and stuff. And of course, you know, their thing is privacy laws. And I know Dr. Kaufman, his doctor. I had been to him. I had to have eye surgery done a few years ago, and I had gone to him for physical at that time. So I said, well, we'll go back Gary. And he said, no. So I ain't been able to. I said, well, I'll take it. I said, he takes his blood pressure medicine with a Mountain Dew, and he said, and tastes it with cigarettes. And he just kind of laughed. He said, what do you? I said, I don't know. But now my mother, 2007, I think, she had that open heart surgery, and I tried having her in the house for a while. And I actually took her to him to get on home health and all that kind of stuff. And Gary said, oh, I finally brought you somebody that's in worse shape than I am. No, Gary, it's true.
Well,
I mean, I knew he was taking time off. I mean, you know, there's a lot of it that I would think you need to go check on him, but the more you checked on him, the more belligerent, I guess, that he got. More, you know, so I just go and just look, you know, push the slept for the CPAP machine, so it breathed for him, you know, basically, and he slept with the door locked. So he's paranoid about everything.
you said this is a smart house, and you just told me it's paranoid. Are there any video surveillance on the property?
No, not any of that has worked since the fire.
So we might see cameras around, but no, they've all been taken down.
Yeah, I mean, there's cameras still there, but the whole system is.
So I mean, if you know one of my supervisors said, "Oh, there's a camera," I can tell them there was a fire. How did you say 4 years ago was the fire? 2 years ago now. Okay.
Yeah, 2 years is August.
So fire 2 years ago, and that destroyed the system, and y'all never repaired it.
We got Elon,
Mhm.
and we got them back out here, and they've worked on it, and they can't seem to get it, they couldn't seem to get it working. I mean, there's an iPad up in the kitchen that you can control, you know, everything with, and it had been able to get it back working right. It got into all the wiring and everything.
So it's the whole house, not just the video surveillance. It's all the smart features.
It's all
Okay.
smart. Yeah, it used to, there was an electrical engineer who built this house.
Mhm.
She was an architect. You walk in rooms, lights would come on, if anybody moved around and everything, lights would go off.
Wow.
It got into all of that. And I said, I didn't know that it'd take a fire here to get to where, you know, because I couldn't keep a light on in the house. You know, you'd be sitting there at the kitchen table and all of a sudden everything just goes dark.
Really? You have to move around to
You
get
have
it
to move
coming.
around, and it's not, I mean, you get up because there's like little things in each room, like a little, thing up in the corner. With the sensor.
Mhm.
So you just get up and march around. I said, he worked from here, and it was fine for people like that, but it didn't work here. Not when you got dogs. Or kids.
Right.
So I didn't push it to get it fixed because when we did before then, we had cameras up, and he would say, "Well, who came to the house today?" Well, they were here working on such and such. Well, Scott came to the house 4 times today. Okay. So what?
Right. All right. I don't think I have anything else for now. Let's go up there and I guess see what's going on. I don't know what everybody else is doing and where we're needed or what is needed.
What happened?
Our job is just to determine if crime is committed. So they'll be down there collecting evidence and doing everything. We have our crime scene investigators here. Typically, and you just let me know if any of this is too much for you, because I have to talk in my terms to try to make it clear, and some people don't handle it well. Typically, we respond to a death. We have a body, and we can look at the body, and we can say this guy's got this medical history. There's no holes in him. There's no cuts. Most likely, it's medical related. And then if there's any further questions, we can send them down to the GBI crime lab, and they do their autopsy, and they can tell us for sure, yes, it was a heart attack, or yes, it was a stroke, or whatever. We don't have that in this situation. So there's a lot more forensics involved in it, and I don't know how much, that's all their expertise, not mine. So the remains will definitely have to be sent off to be tested, because one thing we definitely have to do is positively identify him and make sure that the remains we found on him. They'll do that through the DNA testing. So, all that, I don't know how long all that takes, because they'll go down to Atlanta, to Panthersville, to the GBI crime lab headquarters down there, and that's where they do all that stuff. So, we'll be out here for several hours just because, and you see there's our crime scene truck arriving on the scene, but we only get one shot to collect everything we need and, do what we need to do. If we leave here and it pours down rain tonight, we can't really come back tomorrow if we miss something. So that's why it takes so long.
I think it rained here yesterday.
And that's fine. That's fine. It rained last night. I mean, it is what it is, but from this point forward, we've got to do what we've got to do.
Well, that burn pile was, have you been down there?
Yeah.
It was as big as that.
Saw
And
and it's still smoking. It's still hot.
oh yeah, it's still hot.
Even after it rained. How much did it rain last night here? Do you know?
I have no idea.
So I know when I woke up this morning, my in ball ground, my car was wet in the driveway and all that. So I know it rained last night. I just didn't know how much.
I have no idea because the sprinkler system went off last night, so we just didn't. I don't know. And like I said, I had 2 little girls here this morning, so. I know that seems odd.
I've been doing this job a while, and it's not as uncommon as you probably think it is. See it. I wouldn't say all the time, but I've ran across it multiple times where, it may not be to the extreme. Sometimes it is different levels, different bedrooms. I know people personally that sleep in different bedrooms, so.
Like I said, I begged him. Please don't talk about it. It's almost like he had a thing.
So something just popped in my head. You were very concerned about him watching the fire and then didn't see him for a few days. Did you go check on the fire yourself, or?
Oh yeah, we've all been down there. Yeah, we have. And then when Amanda and I went back today, it was just smoldering. And I asked Scott, I said, did you throw one of the goats on there or something? Maybe one died, because we have several of them. Did you throw a goat on there or something? Because it was just something that just looked, it was like one big ball of just, and no. I said, did you throw a goat on there or something? And he went over there and looked and, did. He said, no, but that doesn't mean Daddy, didn't. Well, then he really looked. And I will say, he actually took a stick and tucked.
Mhm.
Tell me if I have to go for a code or anything like that. He took off. It's not calling. No.
But even the day before, y'all had been down there checking on the fire, and just
Well, I would just walk out here on, like I said, I wasn't here. I mean, it was late Tuesday before he said it.
and then you
And
weren't
then
here all day
yesterday,
Wednesday.
and then I wasn't here most of the day yesterday.
But you could just walk it on the deck and
I
look,
can walk out, yeah, 'cause
make sure the woods weren't on fire. Just
make sure the woods weren't on fire. It was basically all that I did. Now, this morning, we walked all over that, everywhere. I mean, we just glanced at it. Yep, it's burn pile, still burning. And that was, it's still burning. And, I mean, this door right here goes to the master bedroom. It's right here, so I can walk out that door. Just walk out. I mean, like the deck goes all the way around.
Okay.
And I just walk out and glance over there and go, oh, thank goodness the barn, the woods are not on fire. And I said, we can't burn raised woods down, because actually, from that fence right there, it's another man's property. And it actually comes up to the back of the house, and he lives down on Birmingham. And so we can't set raised woods on fire. But you can tell there's a big tree that's down there by the burn pile. The last time he burned it, he got the tree on fire.
So when y'all went down to the burn pile, you noticed the remains, and you
I just thought it was, and
You
that's
thought it might have been
that's when I said, Scott, did you throw a goat on here?
uh,
And I said, or did we have one to die? Because it was not unusual. If we've got a bunch of babies, and it wouldn't be unusual for, I mean, like I said, Tuesday night, Gary was gathering everything that was not nailed down. And there was a box that where he'd gotten a little jumper thing for Olivia. And he was going, I said, no, do not burn. Well, I noticed yesterday the box was gone. So, and then when we came in yesterday, the goats were out, the pigs were out, everything was out. So I called Scott and said, if you've been here, we'll let everything out. Just thinking he could maybe come in for a minute and then left. And he said, no, it's great. They just let them out, no matter how long, because they'll get up here and eat everything. So I know at some point in time he left them out yesterday. I mean, I'm assuming that didn't mean that he did. I mean, they could have gotten out. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I should have gone down and checked on him yesterday, but like I said, when I was blowing off everything, the fan was going in that bathroom.
Mhm.
And I just thought, well, he's up now.
all right. My sergeant has sent me a message saying that I am needed, that we can take a break for a little while. So let's go up here and we'll see if we can get you some water and see what's going on. Okay. You have any questions?
I'm going to
Yes, it's understandable. None of us want anything more than to him come walking over that hill. Then we have to figure out who that is down there, but at least it wouldn't be.
Well, so I keep saying his phone.
Was he, did he always have his phone on him, or did he leave it places?
He would leave it. I mean, no, he didn't care for him all the time.
So it's possible phones in the basement, they just died. The battery has run out. Because they only last a couple of days. Okay. We know when we.
I know Scott and I went up to Cherokee Ranch to eat Tuesday.
Mhm.
And he was sitting, I don't know if you've ever been in. He was sitting in the first booth. He didn't go in. He was just sitting there and waiting for Scott and I went in. But he was sitting in a booth that didn't have like table on the other side. There's a wall. And there's a table and a booth sign. And he got up and Scott and I've been up there. I mean, we go up there. If I can go up there with him, I like him. And I would ask Maxine, who works up there, you know, does he ever talk to anybody when he comes in here, or does he just like, have his phone on his iPad? Or anybody, I mean, like, it's like, well, I mean, Scott's usually in there, and, you know, he'll sit in there and keep his phone with his iPad.
All right, let me walk you back up here. And then we'll, I'll see if I can get some more information and see what's going on, okay? What kind of cigarettes did he smoke? Do you know the brand? And nobody else here smokes? Scott, does he smoke the same kind? Or don't know. Oh, okay.
Hey, this year, started fighting back when I started smoking that day. Do I know he smokes? Yes.
Gotcha.
He knows how I feel about it.
Right.
So,
Well, my sergeant's down here. I'm gonna go walk and find him. It looks like, I don't know if that's.
I'm not grabbing water out of.
I'll let him know. Thank you.
And then there's two cases of water.
Okay. I'll be right back, okay?
You know where they all are?
I see there's somebody talking to that gentleman there. I believe it's your daughter.
All right, let's break for 10 minutes.
An argument that I think has some merit.
All right, we'll be in recess.
Been paying close attention
10 minutes.
to the testimony in this case. And I want to point a couple things out. First of all, we know that the court has essentially has assumed the role and is assigned the role of becoming a gatekeeper in this matter. We know from the testimony that's been presented in this matter that not only did law enforcement, but also the Office of the State Attorney had knowledge of these parties prior to the event having occurred. And despite that, the state has proceeded with this prosecution based upon criminal information as opposed to having taken it to the grand jury. That kind of places the court in a special position to evaluate the nature of the evidence that's been presented. I want to focus on the second-degree murder allegation. And one thing that occurred to me while watching the evidence as it was presented, watching the videos, particularly of the interrogation, was part of the dialogue between Ms. Boone as well as Detective Scott Lowen at the end of the interrogation. And I'm going to paraphrase. I apologize. I should have written this down verbatim. I did not. But she's advised that she is being placed under arrest. Something to that effect. And her response is, "Why are you doing this?" The detective's response to Ms. Boone is, "Because George is dead."
I'm sorry.
Because George is dead. That's not enough. It's not enough to support a second-degree murder, prosecution, conviction, or should it even be enough to allow this matter to go to the jury? Now, there are three elements of the second-degree murder information. The first is that the victim is dead, that Mr. Torres is dead. We stipulated to his identity. There has been no argument to the fact or the idea that he died in this incident. However, the state also has to show that it was caused by a criminal act and that the act was imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind. Now, the fact that it was imminently dangerous, I think, is belied by the fact that Jorge Torres voluntarily entered the suitcase, albeit under the influence of alcohol. But the perception of dangerousness that's attributable to the victim, apparently he did not perceive it to be a dangerous or an imminently dangerous situation in having entered the suitcase, possibly because of the influence of alcohol on his capacity to make decisions, should necessarily be attributed to the defendant as well. But I also want to focus on the depravity issue, which the state must prove, and pursuant to the jury instruction in this matter, depravity is equivocated, is made the equivalent of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And that's not enough. Not only does the state have to show depravity, but it has to show, because it's in the conjunctive, that the act demonstrates an indifference to human life. The state has presented testimony and argument in this matter, not argument, but testimony that in fact George Torres was suffering. Suffering does not equal hatred. It does not equal ill will. And even if they were to establish negligence, that's not homicidal. We know that suffering is something that the courts have been very, very cognizant of and very sensitive to. We know it from the field of capital punishment and incarceration. The idea that somebody suffers is not in and of itself homicidal, nor should it support the idea that there was indifference to the life of George Torres by Sarah Boone. Was she angry? I think there's clear evidence that she was angry. But that's not hatred. And that's the element that has to be proven here. And I don't think that there is prima facie case that in fact that she demonstrated hatred so much as she demonstrated anger. Doesn't establish a prima facie case of second-degree murder. It's for those reasons, Your Honor, that I think that this matter should be, the motion for JOA as to second-degree murder should be granted, and this matter should be allowed to proceed solely on a manslaughter charge because, in fact, they have not established prima facie elements as required by law. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Response.
Yes, thank you. Standard at this time is just a prima facie case, whether any trier of fact in taking all the facts in the light most favorable to the state and the inferences drawn from them establish the elements of the crime. There are three elements to this crime. George Torres is dead has been established by a prima facie case. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sarah Boone that has been established. There was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. It's not Miss Boone's subjective statements on February 25th. I had no idea you could die from being zipped into a suitcase for 13, 15 minutes before she goes to bed. 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. We heard what she said. The 2-minute video starting at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds should be linked in Merriam-Webster's digital dictionary for the definition of depraved mind. Fuck you. I don't care, laughing, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Sarah, that's my name, don't wear it out. Judge, there's no question that a prima facie case has been laid. In addition to the 2-minute video and then the 22-second video 11 minutes later, we also have the defendant's inconsistent statements that she has made in regards to these events. And therefore, we have that factual issue for the jury to decide. She made statements on the 911 call and to law enforcement, both on the 24th and 25th, that I have no idea what happened. I just went to sleep. Everything was good. And then when confronted with her video on the 25th, we see that there are two distinctly different sets of statements that were made. So this is sufficient at this stage in time for a jury question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additional argument, Mr. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you both for your arguments. The court, in viewing the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that the state has presented competent but rebuttal evidence to establish each of the elements of the charge contained in the information to the required level of a prima facie showing. As such, the defense's motion for a judgment of acquittal is denied. Defense, do you intend on putting on a case?
Yes.
Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
In a normal criminal trial, my position has always been to put on the defendant last. Call whatever witnesses, put on the photographs, and then the client would be the last person to testify. Because of the nature of this charge and our defense, self-defense and that of spouse, we understand that we have to put on her first, Sarah first, to court to then consider whether or not we've established enough evidence for self-defense instruction. So she's going to have to be going first as the witness. I'm going to need a few moments with her based on everything that's going on and based on that denial of that motion for judgment of acquittal. To just go through it again, because I know you're going to ask to colloquy about all that. So I'm going to need a few moments with her. I don't know if it's 10 minutes maybe for the 4 lawyers, to meet with her. I don't know if we can do it here or maybe back there, but just a short meeting.
Sure, I'll give you that opportunity. But before you do that, ma'am, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your attorneys in this case. Mr. Owens has identified for the court his normal practice of calling a defendant last in a criminal case. In this case, he has advised that he wants to call you first. Without going into any discussions of any strategy that you've had with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy that Mr. Owens and your team will be utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
And are you in agreement with that strategy?
Yes.
All right. Counselor, you can have that opportunity to speak to her. The court will remain here. I don't know if they can, Officer Jones, can we let them back to have that conversation? Okay. All right. You can go back and have that conversation. The court will remain here. We'll be in a short recess for approximately 10 minutes. Thank you.
Her voice is just like this. She's just so soft spoken. There's just no way she could be a heinous murderer. I don't know. I wonder if these lawyers chain her up. I wonder if these lawyers, these defense attorneys, explain to their client that if they do get on the stand to defend themselves, their ability to get an appeal is really limited. Do you think they tell them? I am too, Renee. Always interested in why somebody does what they do. I don't think the way they think, so I want to understand it. I do too. I would like to know why they have green carpet in that courtroom. Like, I really want to know. courtroom 3B that the defense for Charlie Adelson kept trying to shove us into, or Donna Adelson, same difference. It was 3B was red. Like, why would you have red when it agitates people so much? Why do they have green carpet in there? Was there a deal? Like, did someone go to like motion for acquittal? State prove their case. Done. 95.5. Who says that? There's a poll of 5% say the defense is right. 3G is the place. But why do you have green carpet? What's that skirt with showing leg upside all about? It's her last time to wear street clothes. You told your daughter, who's an attorney, she better not go into criminal law. Well, I think it's fascinating to do it, but doesn't pay much in the beginning. Somebody's using Prince's non-Prince, formerly known as Prince symbol. I don't know if you can do that. 5% sleeping under rocks. 5 people just want to be so contrary. 5%. That's it. You have, how many people are they watching? Does it say? 6,700 watching and 5%. So that's 300. Think she's innocent. Mentor lawyer advised her to wear a cocktail dress. Green camouflages part and dog poo-poo. I think all of us true crime junkies should have been faced. Could you imagine? I didn't even know when I graduated high school that a job like that existed. I had no idea, but I think I would have been very good at it. If I say so myself. If you don't know me, if you're new, I have some skills in finding people, but that's about it. But remember, Patty, I'm a retired warden. I told all criminals lie. Not only that, everyone lies. I mean, everyone in the end lies about something. I mean, whether it's the number of Cheetos you eat or the number of Diet Cokes you drink. I did not. I only get one of these a day. Somebody asked, where's my camera? It comes in a Circle K cup because it's 78 cents, but 79. But I get one of these a day. Sometimes two, but rarely. I really have to be in a good mood to go get the second one because going there is a life risk. The Circle K that's near my office, there have been several shootings there, so it's definitely a life risk to go. Oh, Prince never copyrighted his love symbol. It was a protest. Oh, well, that's fair. Thank you for that. Since we all know about copyright now, people do lie like a rug. How do I find people with only their first names? It's the words they use. So in this case with Society Page, he was on an interview with me and he said that, I'm going to remove this from the stage. So he said that he lived in Bloomington and he was a photographer. So that's how I found him. There's not many. It's Bloomington, Indiana. It's not that big. He also told me he worked there. I mean, people just tell their story. It's just like, I'll just tell you, fancy fiction. How I found her. She told a story on a podcast or YouTube channel that she knew Elizabeth Emanuel, who was one of Wendy's friends or acquaintance, who was planning or hosting this Stop the Bar party that was supposed to occur the night after Dan Markel was shot in his garage. And she mentioned that her father had died a couple years prior or around that time, and that Emmanuel worked for Beavis Funeral Home as a funeral director, and that was her dad's funeral director, and that's how I found her. So people's words tell the story. The other thing they do is obituaries. Obituaries are powerful little pieces of information. So this is, I mean, you have to listen to what people say, just like anything else. So this is Kay Evans Walker. While this was playing, I was looking. That is Melody's mother. So she died in 2021. And it says she was a member of the Church of Christ. She was the owner of an Ace Hardware in Muscle Shoals. So she was a successful woman. She was preceded in death by her husband. And then middle names are always important when you're looking for someone, and parents. And then Kay is survived by her daughter, Melody Walker Farris, and then Christopher Wayne. So whenever you see a middle name, especially in the South, it often leads to another inherited name previous in the tree. So that's what I look for. It's a great question, though. But yeah, people talk, and the more they talk, the easier it is to find out if what they're saying is accurate, or what they're saying is not true, or what they're saying is how to find them. I mean, it's easy to find somebody when they point out that their dad died, used this funeral home in this year, and it was Elizabeth who was the funeral director. I mean, it takes time, not much, but it can take time, and you just keep going through, and then you validate it. So that's how I do it. She was from Alabama. Pat, attorneys are research freaks. I would make a good attorney. Well, I barely got an associate's degree, so no. But I do help people. So a lady came to me. I don't know that the woman she was looking for ever responded, but she did come to me, and she said, she's like, could you help me find my nursing school classmate? I've always wanted to talk to her again. So I did some research to make sure she was on the up and up before I go look for someone and give this lady her personal information. And it took a lot because she was married several times. So there were several last names. And then there was validation. So you have to go back. Once you think you found the person, it's important to validate who it is. And it's just like, I'm still questioning fancy fiction saying that that plastic surgeon is Donna's brother. He could very well be. But to me, there's no receipts involved in that. I found that that plastic surgeon was born in New Rochelle, New York, and lived a very lush life. I mean, lush. New Rochelle is not cheap, and didn't go to the same high school. Like, there's just not the high school, but just didn't grow up in that area. Wasn't born where Donna Adelson was born. I could be off completely, but there are validations that take place, and I just haven't seen anything other than she says that's it. Now, if he came out and said, I'm Donna's brother, but when she does things like that, she's like, I respect him and I respect his privacy, so don't ask him anything. And I'm like, this guy was born in New Rochelle. Like, he could be the brother, but then there was a move. Like, there was a move to a different location. So why the move? Like, I asked all those questions. So I'm still questioning the guy who's coming out and saying it's Donna's brother. You gotta validate. Like, I don't know. I just don't see it. I could be absolutely wrong, and he'd call me and he's like, lady, I am the brother. And I'll be like, okay, I'm taking you for your word, but people lie all the time. They lie all the time. He resembles her, but it's not enough to me, because when I look at the person I believed was the brother, and I look at his children, and they all look like Robert. So I'm not sure. Debbie said, New Rochelle is right over from the Whitestone Bridge. Flushing is less than 20 minutes away. Patty is swift with the research. I mean, sometimes it takes longer than others. To find the society page took a bit, because I was told Roderick in an email, and I was like, then I looked up Roderick and who he was talking about. Of course, it was a murderer in a movie, and that wasn't it. So then I went, you just got to keep digging deeper. He does trans searches and I don't know that I would want like an 80-year-old guy or however he is old cutting off my nuts. I don't have any nuts, but if I did, I don't know that I would trust that dude in the surgery room. It's just my personal opinion. Haven't had experience with him as a doctor, but I think you should age out in the surgical center. I think you should. Oh, people tell me all the time who to research or not. I mean, they're like, you shouldn't. I'm like, if you've coming, remember that whole "don't come at me, bro." If you come at me, I'm gonna look you up. I want to know, even if I don't share it with everybody, I just want to know who I'm dealing with. That's all. I don't think he fits the details, but I could be wrong. I'm still looking. So Jared said that Wendy is 100% in Austin. Is he talking to her? I mean, he might have gotten it from the Markels. I don't know. Yeah, you have to type the names in the chat on an iPhone. iPhone doesn't like Google very much. I mean, think about it. Always, always know who you're preaching to. Yeah, when people come out of nowhere and they're like, trust me, Patty, I'm like, I'm not. Sorry. I'm not trusting you. I don't know you. I don't know why you're telling me to trust you. And you're not asking me to trust you. You're telling me to trust you. And I'm like, I'm just, You're fine, Gladys, Gladys, Gladys. Patty, these people drew first blood. They forced you to publicly drag her. I'm not fond of publicly dragging someone, but you dragged me first, right? Like, you can't, let me check these trials. You can't, like, that's what they think. They're like, she's not going to respond. Hold on, I'm trying to close this page. She's not going to respond. She's not going to go at me, bro. They're still on a break on the other one. I am going to go. You can't expect someone to call them out and be so cruel to people and expect no one to respond. But when you create this silo, that's the word. Thank you, Lord. A silo of information, that information only comes from one location, and you're not allowed to share outside information or dissenting information or have a conversation that's back and forth, then that's what you get. I mean, it has really been, I don't know of another trial community that's like that, or a crime community that's like that. I know Crystal Rogers community isn't like that. If you went on a Crystal Rogers forum, they're not going to shut you down because you ask a question or put you in a detention. It just doesn't happen. It's just, I don't know how it's gotten this way, that the control of the information was only 2 or 3 people when it's public information. And anyone outside of those 2 or 3 people were deemed like we're Scientologists. That's what it reminds me of. No offense to Scientologists. I think this is worse. But you're just not one of the people that would be included. And who are you? Who are you to question us? I was listening to Greg Hughes investigate last night help my trial, and he's just superb. But he also whines about being
after you were done speaking with Miss Farris, did you continue to interview individuals on scene?
I did.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the interview we just heard. Throughout the interview, did Miss Farris ever pause to compose herself?
She did not.
Did she ask you a question, any questions throughout the interview?
Not really.
Did you ask her about their financial situation?
I did not.
Did you have to redirect her to your original question?
I did.
And at one point you said the time, early on in that interview, it was about 2:35 p.m., I believe is the time that you stated.
Mm-hmm.
And that interview was about an hour and 20 minutes.
That's correct.
And at that point in time, nobody knew that there was a projectile found anywhere in the property or in the remains themselves, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, you tried to end the interview. What happened when you tried to end the interview to go about your other duties?
Ms. Farris continued to talk.
So that was between 2 and 3:30 on the 5th.
Correct.
And the 911 call was around 1 p.m., a little after 1 p.m.
Correct.
So after you interviewed Miss Farris, who did you speak with next?
I believe I spoke with Amanda next.
And then who did you speak with?
Emily.
At one time before you spoke with Melody Farris again, did the anthropologist arrive on scene?
Yes.
And at that time, was the projectile found in the remains?
Yes. After they arrived on scene and she began her excavation, I guess you would call it. So
Do you know if you had knowledge at the time of the projectile found in the basement?
I did not.
You did not have knowledge, or you didn't know if you had knowledge?
I don't believe I had knowledge of the projectile in the basement. I believe the projectile on the bones was found first.
And so at that time, after, well, tell the jury a little bit about when the projectile was found in the bones and what your next step was after that.
I wasn't down near the burn pile when the projectile was found. I believe I don't remember if I was called or texted or how I was notified, but I was notified of it, and obviously that changed the path of the investigation. We knew now that we had likely a homicide.
What was that? Around what time was that on the 5th?
It was in the evening. I know in the interview that I did, you could hear me say the crime scene van was pulling up. So our crime scene unit got on scene first. They went down and did their assessment and then realized they needed more expertise. So they called the forensic anthropologist. It took her a couple hours to get there because I believe she was teaching at Kennesaw when she got the call. So she had finished what she was doing and coming. And it wasn't long after they found the bullet that I interviewed Miss Farris again. I believe that interview started after 9:30.
Okay. And where were you when you spoke with Miss Farris again?
I approached Miss Farris at the scene. We were all still there and told her I needed to speak to her again. I asked her if she, by this time it was dark. We'd been outside. It was hot, all day. It was getting dark. There were a lot more people on scene. So I didn't think there would be a good private, quiet area outside due to all the activity. The stuff going on there. So I asked her if she would go with me, follow me to the Free Home Precinct, which was just a few miles away.
What county is the Free Home Precinct in?
Free Home Precinct is in Cherokee County. It's it's the office that those deputies that work in the area of the county work out of.
Describe where in the Free Home Precinct you went and spoke with Miss Farris.
So the Free Home Precinct is a big building, but all of our precincts are attached to fire departments. When you walk into the main door of the precinct, you have what we call the day room. It's an area with counters, with computers and things for the deputies to do their work. On the outside walls, there's offices for supervisors. We can go into a hallway where there's a bathroom for the area, and then there's what's called a community room. In the community room, members of the community can rent it. I don't even think it costs money. I think you can just reserve it and go use it, birthday parties or whatever. So I went in this room, and all the tables and chairs have been put up. I think I pulled a single table out and a few chairs. Pretty large room, probably 20 by 20 or so. And I set the table up kind of in the middle so we'd have a private, quiet place to talk.
Who was with you when you spoke with Melody, if anyone? Who was with you when you spoke with her the second time?
I interviewed her alone. There were other deputies there at the precinct. I know other family members came with her to the precinct and they sat in that day room area or outside interviews.
And I know
We're
we
back on the
discussed
record.
this a
Case
little
number
bit yesterday,
2020 CF
that she arrived
2603,
with
State of
other
Florida
family
versus Sarah Boone.
members. Did you drive
State
first?
appearances for the record.
She rode
Dave
with
Petro on behalf of the state.
That's correct.
William J.
and
State.
Defense?
did you also ask Mr. Scott Farris to come to the Free Home Precinct?
I did.
And at that point, when you began your interviews with Melody and Scott, at this time, had you received any sort of digital evidence?
I don't believe so.
Had you received were you able to confirm or any information that Ms. Farris had given you at this point?
No.
Were you able to confirm any information that?
Do you want to watch Sarah Boone or this cop?
Fair to say you were a little bit limited in your knowledge at this point when you were continuing to speak with the family.
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, the state moves to tender Hayes 2.
No objection.
All right. And it's 11:16, so we'll probably stop it in about 35 minutes or so.
I just want to talk to you again to try to see if you can clarify some things for us that just, talking to different people, that they think different things are important. And we have information that there was probably about a month and a half ago that there was another firearm found in your house, seen in your house. And you said that all there should be is the shotgun. Are you aware of any other guns in the house?
Yeah, there's a shotgun and there's a 22 that was at the house.
Like a 22 rifle,
Yes.
but no other guns?
No.
Was your husband an avid shooter? Did he like to go shooting?
Yeah, he did.
Where would he go? What would he do? Do you know?
He just do skeet shooting, dove hunting.
So he's more of a shotgunner, bird shooting type guy,
Yeah.
not a pistol or.
Yeah, I mean, there's, my dad had some pistols.
Mhm.
But now Scott has them, and I don't know what's left of them. I don't know. Scott took them, he was in the military, and Scott took them, and took them to Columbia, where he was. And supposedly the house got broken into, but now I do know that there was a pistol over the barn for a while, and I haven't seen it in a long time. Scott took it and put it away.
Do you remember what kind of pistol, what it looked like, or don't have any
I
idea?
don't know anything about guns.
Is there anything else you can think of that you've thought of in the time that you've been out there that you overheard in conversation or anything like that? They've been sifting through the remains and the ashes, and they have found a projectile in some bones. Does not appear to be self-inflicted.
Okay. So, I mean, do we know what kind or what?
Well, they have the projectile, so we're, like I've told some of your family, we're on the scene. We have very limited resources scientifically to do the tests and the measurements and the things that we need to do. So we don't know what caliber
Right.
at this time,
I mean,
but it's
like
going to be
I said,
easily determined.
Oh, I know there was a 22 at the house. It was at one point in time propped up in the garage out there in the corner by the garbage can. But then Gary had it after that, and I thought he put it in his closet when the girls, knowing that, kids were coming.
But it wasn't a pistol.
No. But like I said, Scott's got several.
So Scott is the one that told us about a month and a half ago that he saw the pistol in the basement. The AT&T guy was there to do some repairs or to do something. He was trying to find the remote,
Oh, okay.
found the pistol. That pistol's not there anymore. Where-
I didn't know anything
where it was.
about one.
Didn't know anything about a pistol. So you were the last one to see Gary alive on Tuesday night.
Right.
Did you hear any gunshot?
No, but there was a ton of, like fireworks and firecrackers and all kinds of stuff going off. And, Scott he left and, and I don't know where he was. I don't.
You don't know where Scott was?
No.
When he left?
Tuesday. I honestly can't remember whether that's when I don't know. He was at the lake, I think, but I don't know that either. I mean, he leaves and we don't know. And he's played golf 3 days this week.
Okay, where Scott was have to do with,
Well, I was trying to think as to, his coming and going and that kind of stuff as to, whether he would have seen, I don't know whether he saw him when he came in Tuesday night.
well, he said he didn't because he called you at 11:30 because he saw the fire burning.
Yeah, but he was coming in the driveway at that time.
Okay. And at that point, you didn't know where Gary was?
Well, I thought he was in the basement. I'd been out chasing the horses. And so I just came in, locked up the house. I talked to him as he was driving in the driveway because I was taking the RTV at the barn and parking it in the. I mean, I don't know whether Gary had any other handguns or not. I don't know. And I don't know how many that Scott has.
So given the history of, just talking to everybody, it doesn't seem like he was depressed and suicidal. He's never had any violent tendencies.
No.
The location of where the wound was received on the body from the evidence that we can tell is not a typical self-inflicted place to shoot yourself.
Where was it?
It was in his rib cage. That's the one that we have found so far.
Right. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to think.
So he has no enemies or friends according to anybody,
He's a lawyer.
right? A corporate real estate lawyer, so
Yeah, he's a corporate real estate lawyer.
there's nothing missing from the property that anybody's reported.
No.
You weren't harmed, you were in the house.
Yeah.
It was just you and him there, Scott possibly out in the barn.
Right. No, but I don't know anything, but I mean, like I said, the basement was Gary's domain.
Mm.
We rarely even went down there. I mean, I'd go through and collect dishes and, that kind of stuff. I occasionally go down there and check on him, and no, I don't know.
So you don't know how he received at least one gunshot wound.
No, I do not. No.
Any feuds with the boys lately?
He and Scott would get into it pretty heavily. I mean, they'd come to blows just over things because Gary was so anal about everything. Scott's hot. He is. He's hot tempered. There is no doubt. He's very hot tempered. But, Chris, we've had our rounds with him of stealing money. Now, are you the one that I talked to earlier?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you and I talked on the back deck there.
But, other than that, we've had, like I said, we've had rounds for stealing money. To the point of Chris is just, we didn't know what to do with him.
Mm-hmm. So let me go back over, we went over your activities those days, and we didn't really pin any times down. And I know you may not be able to remember exact times, but we kind of need to pin down pretty much where everybody was at all times from, the last time Gary was seen alive until today at noon.
Right.
So Tuesday is when you spent the day.
Yeah, I was at the house getting ready for the girls to come, Ellen and Eddie to come. Chris and Addison came, but I have no idea what time that was. Maybe 5:30, 6 o'clock.
It was in the evening?
Yeah.
This is on Tuesday, correct?
It was on Tuesday.
Chris brought Addison over.
Chris brought Addison over because he had taken Ella over to a friend's house that she had made.
Right, after that?
Oh. I went in and was sitting on the sofa in the study with the dog. And then he said something about one of the horses was out.
Who did?
Gary did. And we discussed about dinner, you know, was I cooking, was I not cooking, was I, you know, whatever. And after that, I went out and chased 2 horses for, you know, a while. I mean, one of them had gotten off the property. And I honestly don't know, because I know, and I don't know what time Scott came in that night. But I talked to him, I don't know. And he discussed, he said, well, he said, I see the fire's going. I said, yeah, and I told him he had to watch it.
And about what time did you say he started the fire?
It was sometime, it was after Chris was there, I think, but I don't know that for sure.
So Chris got there between 5:30 and 6. About how long did he stay?
30, 45 minutes, I guess. But I don't know how long he had been there when I saw that he was there, because he didn't come into the house, I saw him out the driveway. And then we went over to the barn. And because Addison wanted to see all the animals and stuff. And then he left. And Addison was wanting to stay, and Chris wouldn't let her stay.
So Addison was wanting to stay the night.
Yeah.
Chris wouldn't let her.
And Chris wouldn't let her.
So. Sorry, my phone is. So between 5:30 and 6, Chris gets there with Addison,
Mhm.
and y'all spoke in the driveway. Or did he ever come in?
I don't think he ever came in.
Don't think he ever came in. He was there 30 to 40 minutes, and y'all just spoke in the driveway about what were y'all talking about?
Well, Gary and Chris were talking in the driveway, and then when I walked out, it was like it stopped. Just no discussion of anything, it ended.
Mhm.
And of course, I was talking to Addison, because she had just flown in from Maine, and so she and I walked to the barn, and Chris went in his truck, and Gary came up on RTP.
Came up to the barn from the
To
house?
the barn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then what happened?
Addison and I walked down to the pond and said, "Are you baby ducks?" And Chris followed us down there, and she wanted to know if was go see Olivia while they were here. And I said, well, I don't know. I said, she was just here this last weekend. I don't know. And Chris said, oh, well, I don't know whether you'll get to see her or not. I mean, because Chris was just avid that, I don't know, he was acting weird, or weirder than what he usually does. And I said, well, just call me if you want anything. Or she can't talk. No. I mean, it was just, and I said, well, where is Ella? And Chris said, well, it's none of your business. Well, yeah, it is. And so Addie said, well, she's staying with Emma. And I said, well, where's she staying at? And she said, well, they're with Beth, or Emma's mom. And I said, Beth? And she said, yeah. And I said, oh, she's fresh out of the jail. She cannot go there and stay. And I said something to Chris about, you do not need to leave her over there. And he just brushed it off as, well, you don't know what you're talking about. I said, yeah, I do know.
Okay.
She's been in and out of jail several times here lately over, dispute with an ex-boyfriend, and she doesn't need to be over there. And she's been over there up until today.
Mm-hmm. So y'all got a dispute over that, and that's when he decided he wasn't even gonna let Addison stay with you? Or was there ever a?
There wasn't really a dispute. I mean, it was just, he knew that I was upset with him because he had charged a condo at the beach.
So he and Addison left.
And that's the month.
So this would put us at about 6:30-ish.
Like I said, I have no idea. I mean, along in that time frame,
6:30 to 7. You and Gary did what from the barn? Because Chris left from the barn, right?
I walked back over to the house.
You walked back up.
Yeah, I walked back up because I had the dogs with me.
How did Gary get there?
RTV.
He rolled RTV back.
Yeah, he never walks. And, he came in, like I said, we discussed dinner. And after that, I never saw him again. But that's not unusual either.
When did you discover that he went outside to start a fire? You said it was after Chris had left.
Yeah, it's after Chris had left.
How did you discover it?
Well, I had walked outside just to shake a rug and some stuff out there, and I was like, all right, he's got the fire started.
Okay.
And so I told him that night when we were discussing dinner and stuff, I said, you cannot go off and leave that fire. You cannot do it.
So he started the fire before you guys discussed dinner then?
It was long about the same, I mean, I don't know. I mean, when we were in and out discussing all that, I mean, I'll remember dead by this time. But yeah, I mean, at some point in time when we were discussing the dinner and that kind of stuff, I said, why did you start that fire? And, well, what difference does it make? Well, because it's dry, it's 4th of July, it's, you know, I can give you 100 reasons. You set my house on fire once before. And, I just told him, I said, Gary, you've got to watch that fire. But even that night when I was out chasing horses and stuff, I mean, it was blazing like, you know.
Okay. So you guys discussed dinner, had the discussion about the fire. You told him he needed to watch it, and then he walked off, or
Yeah, he just went down the basement.
went down to the basement, and then what did you do?
I stayed in on the sofa with he said something, he said, oh, by the way, you know, the horse is out. So I got up to go see and got Rebel in, the older horse. The donkey was not out. So I went back in and then realized then that I went back out to check on him again. And because I had to go put Luke and Leroy up, the 2 dogs in the barn. And I realized that the other 2 horses were out. So I had to leave the property
To go get the horse.
to go get the horse.
So then you finish all that up. You still not seen Gary in all this time?
No.
And you go back to the house after you finish?
Yeah.
Okay, then what'd you do?
Went inside, you know, took a shower, got dressed, went in there and stayed with the dogs in the study, which is on the back side. Like if you go into my house, it's on the back side of it.
Mhm.
And just, I mean, stayed in there with the dogs. And then, I mean, I kept going back out and checking the horses, but I just went out the front door and walked down the driveway, you know, and back there. And then when Scott came in, I mean, I called Scott and said, how much longer are you gonna be till you get home? Well, I'm almost there. Well, then, we talked later on, I mean, you know, and I'm thinking, why is this taking him so long? I mean, you know, to get home. And finally, I said, look, I need some help getting, you know, locking up all, you know, everything. How much longer are you gonna be? I'm almost there. I mean, you know, he got just very angry, very. I said, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what time that was.
Shoot a test. They're looking for you.
They're looking for me?
Yeah, they needed you and Trent back.
I don't have any that say they need me back.
Hmm?
I don't have any that said they
He
need
sent
me.
me a text that said that they needed you back, Trent back and you back. I'll call them and verify it real quick and let them know what you're doing and see if you still want you back right now.
Yeah, is that Lee?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. So it's pretty late. Was it pretty late by this point?
Yeah.
Okay, and so you had a phone conversation with Scott?
Yeah.
And what did that entail?
I mean, it was just, well, you'll be home. You know, look, I've got, Either the horses are upset, the dogs are upset, you know, Luke and Leroy are having a meltdown at the barn. I mean, just typical, I mean, what we do, you know, 9 days out of 10 with each other. Scott, when you be home, I'll be right there. And, you know, 2 hours later, he may show up.
So when he got home finally, did he let you know he was there? Or
I saw him go in the driveway.
did you call him or he called you?
He called, yeah, that was when he said, you know, we discussed about he said, I see he's got the fire going. I said, oh, yeah. And, you know, he said, which gate did they get out of and how'd they get out? I don't know, Scott. They're just out. You know, I put them back in, locked the gates up.
So, and by this point, it's pretty late. You have a guesstimate of what the time was?
I mean, I would probably say 10:30. But I don't know that for sure.
Right. And did you go to bed soon after that, or what did you?
Oh, yeah. Like, you know, immediately. Because, I mean, like I said, the two dogs were having just, you know, meltdowns. I just pulled him in bed with me and
Time did you wake up the next morning?
Scott came to the house at about 6:30. He called me, he said, I'm coming over to the house to get the debit card. So I got up, gave him the debit card. And he went and got cash, or I assumed he went and got cash. And then he came back.
And then what did you do?
And then I actually went and crawled back up in bed, fixed something to eat, crawled back up in bed and lay there for, you know, a while. And went to the barn to go feed the baby goat and feed Luke and Leroy and, you know, that kind of stuff. And,
Do you have any idea what time you went out to feed the goats?
no idea.
So you got up at 6:30. You think it was an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours after you?
Maybe 2 hours. I don't know that for sure. I mean, I got up and got started and I talked to Amanda at some point in time. And, because I was supposed to stay home. And she said, well, let's go Lake Lanier, you know. And she said, Cameron, and she said, I said, well, I don't think Addie's gonna come because I don't think Chris is gonna let her. And she said, yeah, Chris has been pulling the phone up. And, you know, Cameron's been texting, you know, Addie and, you know, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I left. And like I said, we didn't get back until,
What time did you leave to go to the lake? You remember?
no idea.
Afternoon, before noon?
It was probably before when I left. Like I said, I thought he was up because I had the blower going and blew off the driveway and, you know, up the upper deck, and then you go down below and blew all that off. And because the fan in that bathroom was blowing and you could smell smoke coming out, you know, at that time.
So when you left at around noon-ish to go to Lake Lanier Islands,
Right.
or Lake Lanier, you didn't see or hear anything from Gary?
But that's not unusual either. I mean, especially on his day off, I mean, it's nothing for him to sleep till very late. Especially when he was having those spells, you know, as we call them. I mean, he'd sleep till, you know, sometimes all afternoon. But it was not, I mean, and like I said, it's nothing unusual for him to sleep very, very late. And to go down to his office and go to, you know, stay in there for hours and hours doing documents. And I mean, I noticed that the door was open very much to his office, still didn't think, and I just reached and closed it. You know, blew everything off, went with the blower up, and I was gone. I mean, you know. I mean, I just assumed, you know, I thought he's up, you know, didn't think anything about it.
Where did you go when you left the house? Where was the first place you went? Which Target did you go to, you remember?
One in Marketplace in Cumming.
Then you went from there to the lake. And what time did you leave there, do you remember?
It was by the time we got out of there. I mean, it was probably, because I had Cameron, it was probably 6-ish when we left there. And Amanda, and we called her and told her that I said, I'm home, we don't know. I have no idea. And like I said, I came in, I was busy with girls and getting, them situated and settled, and Chris came to the house and brought Addison.
But you were there when he brought Addison.
Yes.
So if you left the lake at 6-ish, how long does it take you to get there, from there to home?
A good hour or more.
So we're looking at home at about 7. And you took the girls in, we took the one girl in that you had already.
Right.
And started getting ready just for the evening, and Chris showed up with Addison
With Addison.
and dropped Addison off.
Mhm.
Okay, and then what'd y'all do from there?
Well, we went over to the barn and I fed and just kind of took care of everybody over there. And then I actually had gone to the barn to feed, and I saw Chris pull in with Addison. So I just went back to the house. And, we discussed about, Addie had actually a salad from Wendy's. And I said something to Chris and he just blew me off. And I said, look, I need to know what the plan is. What are you gonna do tomorrow? What are you gonna do? And he said, oh, well, what does it matter? Well, I need to know. I've got, the girls here.
Mhm.
And, he said, well, it just doesn't matter. Well, okay. And so he just left. So then with them, it was, okay, we've got to get you all, what bed are y'all gonna sleep in tonight? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna, And I told them, I said, please do not leave this house. Do not leave. And they wanted to go back over to the barn and stuff, and I said, well, it's fine, remember, stay out of the pasture, stay out of everywhere. And so anyway, we went back to the barn, did around, and finally, I guess it was about 8:30, 8 o'clock or so. I told him, I said, look, y'all got to get a shower and get settled in for the night. I said, I have been too hot today, up there. And I was in bed about 8:30. And I told him, I said, look, remember, I know, so I typically sleep with my bedroom door shut just to keep the dogs in. And I had left it open, put the dog gate up. I said, remember, I can hear you if you leave. And they promised to settle in, wouldn't be on their phones, wouldn't be,
You said Addison's how old?
11, should be 12 in August.
And what was the other one's name?
Cameron,
Cameron. And she's how old?
I think 11, 10.
And both of these girls are whose daughters?
Chris, my oldest son, Addison is his, Cameron is Chad, the one that's out here.
Oh, okay. So she is your soon-to-be step-granddaughter. Okay. So you're in bed by 8:30, and you sleep all night, or?
Yeah, I'd wake up every once in a while, just, okay, have I heard them? Have I, and I remember hearing them in the kitchen at some point in time, but it's like, okay, they're in the kitchen, they're, and
But at no time, no, you didn't get up and go down, or?
No.
All right, so about what time did you get out of bed the next morning? Which would be this morning, right?
I got up and checked on them, probably about 8:30. And they were both upstairs asleep, and I went upstairs and turned out all the lights that were, they have all the lights on upstairs, and I went up and turned,
You're good, Danny. You're good to stay.
went upstairs and turned out all the lights. And, lowered the air conditioner, because it was hot up there, and I, lowered it down. And I don't know what time that they got up. I mean, I basically got up, fixed me something to eat, and I thought, I'm just gonna curl back up in the bed for a while and just, chill. And I talked to Amanda, and she was on her way over. And, she said actually at that time, she said, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna get ready and then, come over. And Addie and Cameron were wanting to, they said, well, where's Big Daddy? I said, well, he should be down there in the basement. Do you not see him? And they said, no. And I said, well, you can look at the barn. I said, we'll go look at the barn and see if he's over, Well, then Amanda got there, and then Scott came over not long after she'd been there. We were just sitting out on the front porch talking. And we discussed, I said, your daddy over at the barn? And he said, no. And I said, are you sure? Because he's not here. Well, then that's kind of when we started looking. And Amanda called his cell phone, went immediately to voicemail. And I went out to his car, found his wallet in the console of his car. So I stashed him there with all his cigarettes. And, we started, just looking for him. I called his secretary. I even called Emily and Franklin to see if she had talked to him. And, she said, because Amanda suggested, she said, he left town. And I said, well, his travel CPAP machine is gone. And I said, so he very well could have left. And not, because he never told anybody. I said, but his car's here, so that didn't make any sense. And I said, do you know when they were planning on going to the beach? Because Gary had just said he was going to go with Chris this time. He wasn't taking another trip on our dime and not go with him. And he had wanted both of us to go. And I said, no, because that's just feeding into his thing of taking money if we go. And he said, well, what if, we take the girls and go down there? And I said, well, no, that's fine. But Chris is not going to let those girls go without him, So, we just left it, Gary said, yeah, you're probably right. He's not going to let him go.
So you guys couldn't find him this morning, and you started searching?
So we started searching, yeah. Scott and I got on the RTV, went everywhere. Amanda and we just walked down the hill, and walked right by that fire pit, by that burn pile, and we walked right straight down that hill. And I said, look, the property ends right here, where the fence is. So we didn't even walk all the way down there. We get to see that there wasn't anything. We've been back up. Scott and I had been, like I said, in the RTV, we pulled down, on the dam down there and backed up, and we've been everywhere, just to see if he walked off or if he, whatever. And Scott and him rode up on the road to check at the top of the top pasture, up there. And then we all went back, and then Scott was, as we discussed about, a goat being put on the burn pile or anything like that.
Is that something y'all done before? Or?
Yeah, Scott, we have a baby goat or something like that to die, Scott would just put it in the burn pile and burn everything.
When's the last time y'all had to do that?
What?
Burn a baby goat or something?
Oh, I have no idea. No idea.
When was the last time that burn pile had been burned at all?
I don't know. It's been several months. Because I just wouldn't let him burn it. As I said, everything, you and Scott both take everything and put it on that burn pile. Everything. And it had just gotten so big and so whatever, and I said, it is just dry. You know, it's too dry. And, you know, like I said, and all of a sudden it's fine.
So that pretty much narrows down your time frame and where you were and what you were doing and who you were with. So that was
Yeah.
what I was.
And Scott called me after he got through playing golf. And he said, so he got through playing golf, and I said, what are you gonna do? And he said, well, I'm gonna go on up to the lake, but I won't be there long. And like I said, then it was, you know, late when he got home. And I'd actually tried to call him a couple of times and he didn't answer. I was, okay, thought you were gonna be home at a reasonable hour, you know? And he wasn't.
Mhm.
But that's not unusual either.
Right. All right. Do you have any more? How do you want to tell them about the projectile of the bullet? You want me to tell them? You want to tell them?
Does Scott know?
You're the first one.
I don't know. I guess we'll bring them all in and tell them together.
One other piece of business, I am your cell phone is in the search warrant, so I'm gonna need to take your phone and we'll forensically analyze it just to look for evidence, inside of it. Do you have it? Is it in your pocket?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and, if you wanna cut that off or, is it password protected?
It is.
Will you give me the password or do you wanna turn the password protection off?
No, I'm just giving you the password. I mean, do you have a search warrant for this?
They have it. I don't know who has a copy of it, but it is in the search warrant for all electronic devices.
I mean, do I need to get an attorney?
That's up to you. It's one of your rights.
Well, I know Eric Durlacher, he called this afternoon and he's like, well, you know, y'all be careful. Don't do anything that, I mean, you know.
Mm.
I mean, has Scott implied that I would have done something?
No.
I mean, I would have never, ever hurt you. Never.
The unfortunate thing is somebody did, and we
Sure.
don't know who did, and it's our job to determine that. So we have to go through our common standard procedures. I mean, you're the spouse. We have to do everything in our power to rule you out or to rule you in, you know?
Right.
So, in today's day and age with technology, cell phones are one of the biggest pieces of evidence. So it's common procedure. They're included. We take them, we analyze them. We can get it back to you pretty quickly.
I stopped it at 37:38.
All right, break for lunch. We're gonna deal with something during the lunch break, so I'm gonna give you all till 1:30. All right, y'all be excused. 1:30.
evidence. I'm going to bring based on the agreement of the parties, I'm going to bring our jury panel in at this time, release them for lunch, give them a similar instruction to the instructions they've been provided earlier, and we will commence promptly at 1 o'clock this afternoon. State, any disagreement with the battle plan so far?
Yes, sir.
Same question, Mr. Robbins. All right, let's go ahead and stand by, bring it back in our panel.
Right now, we just have the exit sign. Dude, nice, evil queen. Getting those kids to run those errands. Good for you. A 12-pack of Diet Dr. Pepper. I used to love Dr. Pepper, and then I got pregnant for the second time. I didn't get pregnant. Like, I didn't just, like, get it. But you know what I mean. And that's how I knew I was pregnant, was Dr. Pepper. The taste completely changed, and I haven't had one since. I'm surprised they didn't either, that no one even asked her. Like, no one went. Martha said she was watching court TV, but she could have been watching anybody. Who knows? Going to get ready for showtime. Hiding that Delphi thing is just so bizarre. I was listening to Greg Hughes last night, and he said, and Laura Lee too, that they have to wait in line to get in, hours to get one of 27 seats, and that they can't really take a break, and that if they go to lunch, they could lose their seat. I mean, that's some like insanity. That judge. It's just weird to me. It is out of control. We're like you've never had a trial in your life. It just doesn't make any sense. One hearing aired, and then it's just someone's going to get sick. But what Greg Hughes had a great tip for anyone who's in that courtroom is hire a stenographer, like a real like shorthand expert, like the old fashioned shorthand like I do. And they won't miss a word because some of these notes, these pool reporters are coming out with are so rudimentary and not really getting to the heart of the matter. No camera, no audio recordings, no publicizing the evidence. I don't know how that gives him a fair trial. No scrutiny at all. You can't see me. Well, that's because I'm doing something you don't want to see right now. Just kidding. I'll be back on in a second. I have helped you put Tallahassee on your bucket list. Oh. I'm hiding behind the exit sign. I'll be back on in just a minute. Fancy Fiction was the one who posted that detective at Isom. No, she was not right. There's two different Craig Isoms. Both are retired now and one passed away. I wonder if Rusty could go talk to Martha Jane or would take the chance. He better not talk to Martha Jane. It's the Odin conspiracy theory. Okay, thank you, Soul. Narrative testimony means the defendant will be telling their own story without their lawyers directing them with questions. This is usually a big fail. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that that's the smartest thing in the playbook. Isom lives. I could be absolutely incorrect about the plastic surgeon. You don't see him walking on over to Surviving the Survivor, do you? I don't know. Fancy Fiction accused June of saying happy birthday to Charlie on the way out. She went after her pretty hard. And even if she did, whose business is it of Fancy? That's what I don't understand. Tell me how this isn't Scientological. I don't even know that's a word. But it's like, and it doesn't even make sense to me. The woman is in love with Charlie Adelson. No one wanted to go to the entire state of Indiana. I grew up in Chicago and everybody always used to talk about Indiana and the devil worshippers. Well, my family's from Louisville, Kentucky. And when you go back in the day, they all went over to Indiana to get married because you could get married under 16 there. Did anyone else watch the Telus narrative testimony? No. I think it is outrageous. And did anyone see that there's a RICO case involved? Let me show you some stuff about the YouTubers and RICO case YouTubers. It is, what is it? Sebastian Rogers family. Okay, so here it is. I'll show my face now. So there's a case that was filed in Tennessee, and I think it's filed in Pennsylvania. Like there's some, I just have a runny nose, so I didn't want to constantly be wiping my nose on camera. But Sumner County, Tennessee. Let me get this. The mother of missing Middle Tennessee teenager says she's being stalked by YouTubers covering the case. Sebastian Rogers disappeared 5 months ago from his family home in Hendersonville. Interest in the case has been nationwide, but now Sebastian's mother, Katie Proudfoot, indicates it's gone too far. She got a temporary order of protection against a YouTuber by the name of Bullhorn Betty. So since Sebastian was first reported missing on February 26th, his mother Katie and stepfather Chris have largely remained out of the media. But despite maintaining their privacy, Katie said she's being stalked and harassed. The petition for an order of protection was filed last week in Sumner County with the sheriff's office. According to that document, Katie said Andra Griffin, known as Bullhorn Betty, is inciting the public and her own social media followers, sound familiar, to aid in her stalking the Proudfoot family. Katie said Griffin had also accused the family of harboring their son. Katie is quoted in saying in part, "She threatens us and posts live while driving by our home." She also called the YouTuber dangerous. She's dangerous and is threatening my and my family's safety and telling her followers to help and do the same. It is from her that is absolutely a falsehood. They can go and look at all of our lives. My lives never come down off my channel. Driving on public property or public roads with a camera hanging out, there's nothing unlawful about it. So it's going to be a very huge free speech issue, really. That happened over a month ago. It's only the time I've been in the Hendersonville area. Griffin told News Nation affiliate WKRN she had not received the temporary protection order, but said she was innocent of these accusations. It appears for her to get an ex parte order from everything I'm reading, she would have to say I'm an imminent threat to her life and I'm in Florida. I've never laid eyes on this woman in the flesh. I've never reached out to her by phone, email, or text message. I have never even responded to any of her Facebook posts. I haven't talked to this lady. Griffin expressed these accusations are just a distraction. I don't like the drama on the channel, and the more I resist it and keep it focused on Sebastian, the more the distractions keep coming. It's all about Sebastian Rogers, Sebastian Wayne, Drake Roberts. It's not about Seth Rogers, Katie Proudfoot, or blah, blah, blah. It's about Sebastian Rogers and can we bring him home? A court hearing is coming up. But I think they had the court hearing, and I think they're bringing in more people. That's what I believe. So I think YouTubers, even myself, I mean, I'm one now, right? I tell law enforcement that. But I think we got to be careful about witnesses and saying things about the witnesses. They're witnesses. They're human. They love people. They don't love people. They dress a certain way. They have a purse. They don't have a purse. They're soft-spoken. They're not soft-spoken. I mean, it's constant about, I mean, June and Chinda is a great example of a couple of YouTubers taking it upon themselves to try to shame them for being in love with someone. I don't know. I've been in love with people I probably shouldn't, I guarantee you I shouldn't have been in love with. And it is just, I don't know. I just think of it, she's someone's daughter, you know. I have children. It's just, thank you, Gladys. Very nice. I like, you like the way I talk. I'm not annoying. Oh, thank you very much. Betty is a desperate hag and stupid beyond belief. Her nasal tone is full of nag and farts do smell of beef. I've never listened to her. YouTubers creating a circus is never useful. The Delphi case, rumor had it there was a scuffle amongst YouTubers outside. Maybe I had a dream about that. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you're not letting people get a drink. You're not letting people go to the bathroom. She really doesn't want people in the courtroom. And I mean, that's what I see. Like, if you are going to I call it, to me, there's a really old movie called Boxing Helena. And basically, this guy was terrorizing this woman and keeping her held captive. And he kept chopping every appendage off so that she would fit in a box and he could carry her around. And that means, in my metaphor, is that if people limit everything you say and do, that you can't go get a drink, they're trying to prohibit people from being in the courtroom. And I'm surprised the media hasn't sued. The mother was the last one to see him alive. I think she did something, but that is just your opinion. What you're entitled to an opinion. You are. I think there's a big freedom of speech thing. I don't think, and now they want to make it a RICO case. How does that work? How about we go look for Sebastian Rogers? It's no different than Lori Page, who's been missing here since June of last year, and nothing is going on, except law enforcement patting themselves on the back about what a great job they've done. Oh, Turtle Boy, true. He's jealous that I'm not familiar with the Sebastian Rogers case, but we saw in the Karen Reed case how two YouTuber was behaving and got charged, right? Didn't they get charged with it? They got charged. Bullhorn Betty is really stalking her. I mean, I think it's a fine line. You brought that RICO case up yesterday. I think, do you have that, Jebby, do you have a link for that RICO case? I know there was something in, hey, Villanelle's Boots. I know there was something in Reddit for it, but it was going to be some sort of, oh, here's Bullhorn Betty. I'm not going to share her because I'm not giving her life, but let me see. 52 social media creators face major legal battle. But whatever it is, I mean, it's going to cost these YouTubers a lot of money that they probably don't have, right? It's going to be expensive. I see it on Collier Landry's page, but I don't see an actual article. Oh, it's a notify me. I'll do it. Let's talk about it. This guy, let's talk about it as we deep dive on the most talked about legal cases in social media. The RICO lawsuit involved 52 social media creators. These creators, including familiar names like Barbecue Lady, Granny's Watching, and Burnt Toast, are accused of defamation, harassment, and organizing a campaign that could land them in legal trouble. We'll explore RICO, how it applies to this case, and break down key points of an 83-page legal complaint. Remember, these are just accusations and nothing has been proven. I just think, I mean, I don't know. I think there's going to be a whole lot of, depends on where they file this case, where they, I mean, if they filed it in Florida, probably be thrown out just because we have more freedom of speech here than they do in some of the others. But my guess is it would end up in the Supreme Court. I think that would, because you are allowed to, I don't know what disclosures they have on their YouTube channel. You are allowed to suppose, you are allowed to have supposition. You're allowed to do all that. So I don't know. Some content creators are out of control. Disinformation is a RICO case. That's what they're saying. Oh, here you go. Hi, Roberta. First line, Turtle Boy is a rapist and witness harasser. The way he treats the John O'Keefe family was disgusting and made money off of it. To see Carl back, cop, killer Karen Reed, and the witness harassment she created. Yeah. I mean, Turtle Boy had to go to court. YouTubers need to mind their stuff. I just think you got to be really careful. Even when, we'll go back to Don Adelson's brother. I was talking about a dead guy. Like, I'm not suppositing on a live guy until I know for sure. I'm not going to do that. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not bringing these people, and I mean these people, bring in all sorts of fodder off of living people. These people are alive. They have jobs. Like, I'm just like, that is true, Renee. You can watch who you like and subscribe to who you like. That's true. Am I eating lunch today? Not on camera. I'll be eating on camera. I think I have a dinner tonight, so I control I have to look it up. I think I have a Tallahassee quarterback thing tonight, but I don't remember. I'm not good with keeping up my. Oh, 10:29. No, I don't have a dinner tonight, so I could eat lunch. But if I have a dinner, like if I have a formal dinner thing, then I don't. I won't eat lunch. I gotta keep it off. I'm sitting far too long, and I just can't. Do I ever eat? Look at me. Look at me. Yes, I do. Yeah, I eat. I had breakfast. I had a protein shake. I had breakfast. Yeah, I eat. You are allowed to your opinion, de-speculate, but I definitely think you need to voice it at the beginning and put it on a page in writing. Yeah. I mean, everybody does. It's not like, I have it on mine, but everything is my opinion, obviously. I'm the only one sitting here. I think when it gets bad is when looks are deceiving and some people could smell food. Oh yeah, that's me. I'm at a comfortable weight, but I obviously wish I was at 80 pounds thinner, but I'm in a comfortable weight. Turtle shit is truly skin crawling. I've never listened to them. Like all these people, I just choose not to have, I just never listened to them. Your weight loss hack is sauerkraut? Do tell. He's not going to get time. He's not getting time. Nobody gets time. Who actually gets time? The guy in Young Thug trial got 5 years of his probation revoked. But who really gets time here? Does anyone really get it? Roberta's songs are phenomenal. How is your weight loss hack sauerkraut? Is that because of the sorry, it's a contractor at my house. I have to get another quote. Probiotics, is that the reason? Thank you for saying that word because I couldn't think about it. The Phil Spector of true crime. Aiden Kearney, what's a name? Just eat that every day for a snack. I love sauerkraut. There used to be a German restaurant here that was down Appalachian Parkway towards my house. And they had German food. And when we would go in, they would give me extra sauerkraut to take home. So good. You're off to swim laps at the local Y. We don't even have a Y. I would not cringe at that. What I would cringe is at a community pool. A Y, I think I would do okay. Is it indoor? I've thought about going to we have open pools that they heat, open public pools, and I thought about doing water aerobics. Who are you? You're never doing that, Patty. You lost 34 pounds by cutting out dairy, bread, and reducing sugar. Good for you. That's amazing. It's so hard to lose weight. And you are entitled to your opinion, Evil Queen. That's the beauty of this chat. I think she did. I think they overcharged her. I think if they had charged her differently, like second-degree murder, I just think it's too hard to prove. But if they had charged her appropriately, I think she would have been convicted. I just happened along some guy named Talking Live about it. The RICO case. Yeah, he's been on, I think Katie Kool-Lady, the former, should we call her the former? The former Katie Kool-Lady interviewed Collier Landry a couple times, I believe. Whole diet, 2 cookbooks, easy, great recipes. I've been cooking more now. Mainly so my dog can have leftover stuff. I just said that out loud. God. I literally, is that not funny? Oh, formerly known as Katie Kool-Lady. But I started cooking more, Debbie, so that we have leftovers for Roscoe. It's the only reason. The Reed insanity has already died down, I think. Black Swan learns her sentence today. I think another murderer. Ooh, that'll do it to you every time. That smells fantastic. I think I could still smell C. diff like a mile away. I think I could. Eric is on a roll today. He's very, very, very funny. Just gonna leave this up here. I'm gonna leave it up. So funny. Well, let me thank you. I have new members. Thank you very much, Lisa. Welcome, welcome. And Debbie Martin. Thank you, Debbie. Very kind of you. She has stuck with me like you very much, Debbie. She really has stuck with me. She really has helped me through the last several weeks. And it means a lot because it has been tough for no reason. I mean, just out of nowhere, tough. So, huge fan of the Wall of Sound and the Ronettes. His Christmas record is the greatest ever made. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so much talent, but so much evilness. Dude, Sarah Boone. So are they going to put on another witness besides Sarah Boone, or is it going to be like a Charlie Adelson thing? We're going to take 2 weeks. And then all we have is Charlie and like one other guy. I'm going to send this guy my email. But anyway, were you guys surprised how I said I 5 people? So if you're on YouTube for like more than an hour and you tell 2 glimmers of yourself, it's a whole cybersecurity thing. And people can find you. They can find where you live. They can find what you do. Obviously, 99% of us have everything in public records unless we're Canadian or from New York. The state of New York doesn't make it easy. But other states, the majority do. They make it not so bad to find you. So for YouTubers who are trying to remain anonymous, stop talking. Because eventually, it just takes time. You will be found. Oh, wow. I see. I can't watch. Evil Queen, thank you for joining us, but I don't do young children cases well. I'm a mom and a grandma, and I just can't handle them very well. I've been with you a long time, but recently changed my name because I chat a lot on the channel, which show my actual name. Well, thank you for joining us. But yeah, it would show your actual name. Patty, have you ever dived into OSINT for tracking people? It's a world of geeks and it's great. Yes, because I had to do it for school. Well, only in the case of school. So, only in the case of cybersecurity, I haven't sat down and like said and looked into it and thought, would somebody like a YouTuber who I know what other people have shared with me in their working experience, that if someone is going to edit a video and include you and there's a lot of effort put into it, it's a higher score of threat. But I haven't done it for myself. Your witness protection program. There's a lot of channels. I would love to know who you are. I mean, I would, just because I just want the challenge of finding people. That's why when people call me and they're like, Patty, could you help me find this classmate from 1972? And I do. And I find that amazing. Yes, it's open source. Martha James sounds like a true Southern Belle class act. Yeah, she didn't want her. She moved the gun to under the bed, she says. It's hilarious. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And so the former Katie Cool Lady somehow inserted herself into that trial, Scott Peterson. And she and her partner, Jordy, whose real name is Jenna McCallie, had taken a picture of a concrete bag, partially open, like law enforcement missed it, and sent it off to the prosecution. And then there was a stipulation with Mark Garagos and the prosecution. It was a whole hullabaloo. And her claim to fame was that she was her friend Jenna or Katie Kool Lady was gonna be on the witness stand, but that never happened because they stipulated it. But the guy next door had actually put a new driveway in and something else. So. You had to take a short nap. The prosecution did not rest. They brought the jury back in on Sarah Boone, told them to go get their lunch, and they're going to bring her back later. Abramson is not supporting the release. Yeah, she said the judge, but I wonder why. I wonder if she's scared. I do not know her day job. I do not know her day job. I don't know. I think social media is her job. My guess is, and it's just a guess, is that she handles social media for other people, which is why she has so many names in social media. And that's how she makes money, which is money making. I mean, you could make a lot of money on it. That's why she's so good at the collage put together. People search engines. It looks intimidating first, but it's easy. Yeah, these collage put togetherers that handle social media for other companies can be amazing. I mean, they can do a bang up job. The Betty Broderick trial was great. I just remember what's her face who played her in the movie, which I can't remember her name now, but that's what. KCL wants to be relevant like Scott Peterson case. Well, I mean, fame is fetching. That's what they say. Oh, I know they are. Like, I know they are watching. I know they watch. And there's nothing you can do about it, and I don't care. Meredith Baxter. And then she was Meredith Baxter Burney. And then she discovered she's not Meredith Baxter Burney. Elizabeth Montgomery was on Bewitched with our friend Gladys Kravitz. Meredith Baxter. Her sentencing was postponed because she may get a new trial. I hope not. I don't think you should be able to kill somebody and get a new trial. So you can, it's just me. If people send me something in an email without a subject line, I'm not answering it. Just so FYI. If you don't hear back from me and there's nothing in the subject line, it goes to spam. I was just checking my spam folder. Do not expect a response. FYI. Just thought you should know. I really try to respond to everyone, but I can't respond to those. I'm not opening them. You know what I'm saying? You got to check that about Leslie Abramson. There's a really smart, small interview with her. She's leaving a gas station looking her finest, poor thing. People are just so obnoxious. So she's leaving the gas station, getting like pumping gas into her little Prius. She's like in her 80s. And asked her, and she said, the judge and the courts have spoken. That's what I was just saying, Roberta. The press release, only the courts can release them, she says, but doesn't advocate that, and they should be released. She doesn't advocate that they should be released. Every woman's nightmare. Oh, it's not mine. If my husband can find someone younger and improved that's willing to take care of him in his old age, have at it. I mean, I love him, but I'm not up for those kind of fights. But he's not my first husband either. It's not like, I mean, I love him, but we've had these talks. Like, you want to go find someone younger who's going to take care of you because he's older than me. I'm like, dude, it's like Belichick and his 23-year-old girlfriend. Golly, come on. I mean, if you can get her to take care of you, it's like, go for it. It's like, have fun. I know. She looked awful. But she's still talking to people. I mean, she could have turned around and said, don't talk to me. The only thing that lasts forever is Samsonite and herpes. That's funny. I'm like, I mean, really, Chris? My husband's name's Chris. Like, really? I actually call him Christopher. We all like that evil queen. We all like I was trying to watch that 48 Hours episode that CBS, that Alex Morris, who was Donna Adelson's second attorney before. Oh, let's go look at that docket. Let's see if they filled in anything. Because I know she was, oh, here's the other thing. I know she was interviewing attorneys, as she has to. I mean, there's only one way to get an attorney, and that's to interview them. But people were coming out saying, I think I know who that attorney is. It's not written, but I'm pretty sure I know. I'm like, why don't you wait till the docket's full instead of, I just don't understand. No docket line for Donna's new attorney. Like, nobody knows anything for real until it's in the docket. I think we look, oh, thank you, Jill. I think we learned that yesterday when reading the motion from Charlie's appeal. Like, really? Did everyone thought it was a done deal? It would go back to, we would get a new trial. The state didn't even, I mean, I heard Tim Jansen say, well, the state didn't even respond, so it must be a big deal. Forgetting the fact that it wasn't placed on the docket and they have days to respond. I mean, it was just such a fast moving thing. I think he just misspoke, and there you go. You volunteered to represent Donna. Oh, yeah. Oh, Anita, I'm so sorry. That's hard. But Melody's the same way. Melody's the same way. Blaming her children for what has happened here is unbelievable. What kind of shorthand do I know? I was thinking about trying it for my work meetings. I forget that style. Hold on. I learned it in Greg. Greg shorthand is what I know. Greg shorthand. She should pull a boot and represent herself. My 77-year-old cousin said she's talking to a 49-year-old man. I asked her if she had hired a PI yet. Yeah, keep your money, sir. You took shorthand years ago in college. I took it in high school. And then I have, believe it or not, nursing shorthand. You know, there's certain things that you type in nursing or we don't type, sorry, that we would handwrite. And I still do it. Like instead of you type out history, you type out typing. For me, it's typing. But HX is history. TX is treatment. You know, cancer is CA, those kind of things. So I mix nursing shorthand and Greg shorthand, and that's what I use. It is like another language. See, like, thanks, that's one. But TX is treatment, HX is history, CA is cancer. I like it, and it shortens the process, and it's something I can actually read. Watching poor Gray Hughes trying to read these pool notes and decipher printing, it's like, just a mess. Yeah, it's just an abbreviation, but it's a skill set not everyone has, so I like that. It's like I type really, really fast. I think, it's not typing. I actually have a keyboard in the other office here that it's a keyboard that is like a typewriter, and I like using that one too. But it sounds even louder than my current one. I use a mechanical keyboard where I can clean the keys individually. And you can go super fast. I really enjoy it. You still remember a few of the symbols? I actually use part of my notebooks that I keep. This is an older one, but I use a steno notebook because it does, because you can flip and the binder's not on the side. If I were going to Donna's court case, I would take a steno pad if Donna was at trial. Thank you for becoming a new member. That's very nice of you. My mom was a clerk for a judge in my hometown of Georgia in her 20s, and she learned short there. It looked Japanese to me. Scrolling. It just moves so fast, especially when you have a good pen. So I'm like a pen snob. Is anyone else a pen snob? I'm very pen focused, and so the pen has to flow. You can make up your own shorthand, and I think most people do. You love steno pads too. I really do. It's nice. I'm still friends. It's odd, right? I'm still friends with my high school teacher who is a nun, and she taught us shorthand and it's typing, and it's because of her. Yep, RX is prescription, BID, TID. Yeah, I still do all that. You learned all the Latin in a half hour. Nice. Yeah, I didn't learn anything in a half hour. You're a pen snob too, I am. It's all about the flow. It can be a cheap pen. It can be an expensive pen, but I only will write with a medium pen. I don't like the fine print at all. You used to be a big pen snob. My son, James, who's been on before talking about when he was in corrections, he has He gives me pens like one a year. It's nice. He gives me a nice pen. Your fiance is a pen snob. Does he have good pens for his business? I know Rebecca's fiance. For his business, does he use good pens? We do. Like our pens that we hand out are nice. So I figured if they're nicer, people will keep them. I like a gel pen. You use a fountain pen. Nice. That is nice. I have never used a fountain pen. I would like to, but I don't use them. Gar pens are nice. I get a thrill out of sharpeners. So Parker pens as smooth as a baby's bottom. You need thin pens since your letters run together. You need the thin, fine print. You collect them. You mean like a calling card or just because you like a good pen? See, I gotta write that one down. This is my show notebook. Someone sent me, I won't say the name, but someone was kind enough to send me notebooks. I'm just not there yet. I'm not at those notebook shows. See, this is a nice pen. In Germany in the 60s, we all learned to write with a fountain pen. I still have mine. That's amazing. It's not my favorite pen I have, but I have others. There are some pens that I just had to give up one that was a gift. Not a gift, but oh, that's a nice pen. We order them from Amsterdam is the name of the company. You order unique and business pens. I know that's exactly what I was going to say. Yesterday was hot mic fancy toilets, Toto toilets, and today is pens. You've not been inside a store for 7 years? Oh my God, that's crazy. You learn to write cursive with a fountain pen? I watched those Instagram reels of that girl. So I'm sure there's more than one, but she does like that professional writing, like with a guide. So she'll do like gift writing, and she has like it's like a metal ruler, but it has a guide inside that you print. I still can't do it well. My hands are wrecked with arthritis. My penmanship is abysmal now. I could tell. I was going through my dad's paperwork. You know, he's been gone for a long years now. And I'm going through it. It's like, what do I want to keep? What do I not want to keep? And you could see as he aged, he had such beautiful penmanship until like towards the end. And then it's like crooked. You taught yourself calligraphy. That's the challenge. Good for you. What does my pen look like now? My favorite pen is one of our own. Hold on, let me get it. So it's just it's like that soft, it's not metallic, it's a soft touch. And then it has the stylus if I need it. And it just writes well, clicks well, it writes well. And it's a medium point and it's black. We do keep some blue pens because I'm a real estate agent and I'm a notary. Some documents that I notarize require blue ink. So I do keep blue pens available. But it's just an Amsterdam pen and it's nice. It's just that soft texture on the outside that I enjoy because I have arthritis and it doesn't hurt my hand. This one isn't, this is not as soft. It's soft, but not as soft as one. And this is one that they send you, like Amsterdam will send it out and just like, here's a pen, order more pens. Oh my God, I got my order from Temu today, my nice soft slippers and a bread basket. Oh, good for you. Good for you. Calligraphy is amazing. Bravo to anyone with the talent. I know it takes a lot of, it's a practice thing. Your son installed a bidet. Yours. Oh, I went to Catholic school, so that's where I learned cursive. And my handwriting is abysmal. Abysmal. Like I can't, let me see. I just don't have the hand control. So I remember last time for primaries, I went to vote. And so they want your driver's license or something with your signature in Florida. You have to have something with a signature on it. And so when you sign the little like stylus thingy, the little pad, your signature, your current signature has to match your driver's license, is what she tells me. And she's like, it doesn't match. I'm like, what doesn't match? And she's like, your signature doesn't match. I said, ma'am, I was like 45 years old then. I'm like, it's not gonna match. So I had to like take my time and do it with little tiny letters to make everything match. So funny. Clicker pens, no tops. I don't like a top on a pen. Have you ever seen that Jerry Seinfeld talking where he had the pen with the caps and he, the old like clear pens with the blue cap or the black cap, and he will finish a pen. He is not about not finishing a pen. He has to finish it. And he finds such a great sense of accomplishment when he finishes a pen. Early voting started yesterday here in Florida. I'm going to go vote tomorrow after the radio. Speaking of which, I have to cancel something after. So yeah, I have to cancel photography tomorrow. So I'm going to vote tomorrow after radio. I've never early voted, not once, but I am tomorrow. I can relate to having to finish a pen, but I do it with ice cream. Your mother gifted you with engraved notes and envelopes to write my thank you notes. That's nice. That is nice. Jose Baez kept clicking his pen when the state was talking to the court. It was so disrespectful. That's a strategy I just can't get behind. I can't. Oh, a calligraphy marker helps. Oh, that's true. I do new product reviews for several companies as a profession, and I get more items than I can handle. Good for you. Despite the arthritis, I still paint, so that's great. That is great. My aunt paints, and her hands are so, she'll be 70, I think, this year, or just turned 70. And her hands are so arthritic. And she's like, they would hurt whether I painted or not. That's her attitude about it, which I think is a great attitude. Temu cracks me up. I was telling Scott yesterday, my business partner, that I ordered, those fake Boston ferns from Temu? They're supposed to order, but it's supposed to look so lush. Well, you have to read the measurements. So I ordered them and they were like this big. You have to read the measurements on Temu. You don't know what you're going to get. Oh, a graffiti artist. Good for you. As long as he paints where he's supposed to. They don't do engraved printing anymore. Machine too expensive and no one can run it. I have a printer here locally that I get stuff like that done. You still write in nursing shorthand. That's funny. It's a thing. I mean, it's like, you're not a nurse. Well, here's my handwriting. I'm something. Yeah, she did. She left. I don't know if she left. Like, I don't believe these people are actually leaving. Let me see if they're actually leaving. I just don't believe they're actually leaving. I mean, they can come back. No one asked them to leave. No one asked them not to be a part of their, like, subscribe to them. No one asked any of that. It's such a like, you can't find a word behind me that says that. You just can't. Nope, not there. Nope. But Katie Kool-Aid, I mean, the former Katie Kool-Aid, she did have, she has other channels. She has a couple other channels. So don't think that other people can't be around, because of course they will be. And that's her right. I mean, it's a right to do so. I'm all about freedom. All about it. I think those are amazing. Those chalkboard signs are amazing. I can't do that. Shorthand is a skill very few do. Yeah, when all else goes in the world, I'll be able to shorthand my way through life. But I thought that was a brilliant tip for Gary Hughes, it's Gary Hughes Investigates, who's the first crime channel I ever watched. And he said that because of the way this courthouse is run, which is very, very dystopian, let's put it that way. You can't take a bathroom break, you can't get a drink, you can't do anything, because this judge clearly does not want people in her courtroom. She's lives in fear, and I don't understand that mentality, but that's her choice. And he said that the media should hire a true shorthander who then could get every word and then transcribe it, give up a seat or rotate it out. And I thought that was brilliant. That's how the conversation came up about shorthand. You know, he apologized yesterday. He must have, before I turned him on, he apologized, and he said, I was really hard on people, and I'm very, very sorry. So I don't know what happened before, because I didn't rewind, but he did apologize. Same here, Patty. My hands hurt whether I paint or not, so I choose to paint. Good for you. See, I don't know who Kitty's talking about. I think he blocked anyone who commented on the situation, or is a member of Patty Roberta. Bye, Eric. Thanks for your giggle. Have a good one. Kitties, I don't know who you mean. Oh, no, his channel's gone altogether. His channel's gone. Oh, you were blocked by him on Patreon. Here's the thing. If you pay somebody and they block you, I don't know if that's reportable or if Patreon will pay attention, but I would think, oh, thank you for that, Murder. I would think anyone, I mean, if I blocked you and you were paying me, which I've asked people to not pay me on Patreon because I can't support, I put our radio shows on there, but I can't just time-wise support a paid membership on Patreon. I just can't. So I was honest about it. So I've asked for that to not do memberships. I don't know. I've looked for ways to turn it off, but no. But I would report if someone's going to take my money and then block me. Absolutely. Oh, his Patreon was removed. Yeah, yeah. I am reading out the screen. I am reading out the comments. Thanks, Ryan. It is a good reminder. I was a $7 subscriber, then I changed it right before he blocked. I saw that. I just don't understand. I just don't. I don't understand it. Thank you for supporting me. Patricia just looked at Japanese stationery. I think I'm going to try this. Impressive. Now I have to go look at Japanese stationery. Oh, it looks beautiful. I don't think you get anything. I mean, some people like, I don't know. Roberta has a Patreon. What do you give? What do you for your paid memberships on Patreon? What do you offer them? I mean, there's private events kind of things. I don't know. Like I was listening to Lawyer Lee last night, and or maybe it was the night before, because they're running the trial every weekend. Is member event, so they have member event that they do, or they talk about different things that they don't talk about during their regular shows. $30 paper, Jebby says. I used to do medical illustrations sometimes. I have some amazing paper. You don't want to mess up a piece of $30 paper. Well, that's why I wouldn't have it. Japan, Murder by Meister says, Japan, I find best for pencils. Unikuro Toga mechanical pencil is the one I go to for. I have to screenshot this because it is easier. Because I won't have it. Original exclusive content. I may be doing live events, but I used to do them just Zoom kind of thing, but no one showed up, so I stopped. Who is TSP? He was the former Society Pages. I felt like he was very talented, and I would compliment the Society Page, and I think that my complimenting him just pissed him off more. Kitty likes mechanical pencils. That's what my husband uses. He uses a mechanical pencil. Well, I wanted to look it up. Like, I don't know where to. The Muji store stationery. Is that what you guys mean? High quality Japanese stationery supplies. Oh, I like some of this stuff. Is anyone else like me when they go to like Office Depot or something? I just roam. Patty, can I help you? Not that calling me Patty, but they'll be like, can I help you, ma'am? And I'm like, no, I just want to roam. I like roaming through old drugstores and I like roaming through office supply. On the fly. That's right. On the fly. Neither are back on. I'm waiting for the vote. I work in ink usually. Nice. Arches is good paper. Oh, thank you. I didn't know what you meant. Roberta Glass, True Crime Report. I recall on early Zoom, Kitty says, where it was just you, me, and a guest. Awkward. I couldn't believe no one else showed up. You love shopping on Etsy? Well, here's what I found. Not going to be for everything, but Etsy is a lot of Temu and Shine. So if you see something that's not handmade, look on Temu and Shine, and it will be like a third of the price. So be careful, because I did that. I think I left it in my truck, but my watch band, I wanted an elastic watch band for my Apple Watch that wasn't silicone, that wasn't that metal. I just wanted something different. And I looked on Etsy and they were like $20. And I looked on Temu and it was like $2. So I can still smell the scent of a big red pencil. Oh my gosh, that is a blast. Oh, thank you, Roberta. You're very kind. Roberta said, Patty's the best. I'm very kind. Debbie says all rice paper and French paper with the small bump starts with the C. That was in art school. I wonder what that is. Office Depot is for me, is like Toys R Us. I'm always looking for a different kind of keyboard. I'm always looking for a better mouse. I'm always looking for better lighting or better. I just am always looking for it. It's that kind of thing that just, it changes and updates so quickly. Oh, you don't have to worry about me. I got friends in that courthouse, but thank you, Claudia. She said she's concerned about me going to Donna's jury selection alone. You don't have to worry about it. This is my town. This is good. I'll be good. I know the janitors and the maintenance guys at the courthouse and most of the bailiffs. I'm okay. But thank you very much. Play the song. Play my song, you say? Play my song. Let me get to it. Let me get my song. Roberta made me. Somebody sent me a message and said, Patty, you really should cut that in half. I was like, okay.
Now it's done as it clink. Patty's gonna talk about it all. Case moves when you smug and the whole kitchen sink. Gonna turn on you too. Get down and dirty in the chat. Patty's the realest woman in true crime. She will tell it like it is. True even. She'll crush you with a few words. I'm telling you, the lady is a whiz. She don't need no hype. She don't tell no lies. So smash that like, hey, not subscribe. Patty's in the Playhouse, man, it's a whole vibe. Patty, what's up in your Playhouse? Hey, Patty, what's up in your Playhouse? Hey, girl, you going downtown? No, girl, running home. Running home to my schedule upside down. Patty's in her playhouse, dollars and clink. Patty's gonna talk about it all. Katie's boobs when you smug and the whole kitchen sink. Go and turn on YouTube. Get down and dirty in the chat. Patty's the realest woman in true crime. She will tell it like it is. you with a few words. I'm telling you, the lady is a witch.
Fudge. Sorry, let me go back because I'm a moron. Damn it. Okay, I'll read it again. Sorry about that. Edit. The appellate, so this is the motion for leave. This is the motion for leave. The state for leave to file a short reply to the state's response to appellate motion. You could read it along there too. The appellant, Charlie Adelson, by and through undersigned counsel, moves the court for leave to file a short reply to the state's response to appellate motion to relinquish jurisdiction to the trial court. No further response by either party are permitted. However, without an order of the court entered on the court's own motion or motion of a party, the reply which is being simultaneously filed with this motion is 5 pages, and undersigned counsel respectfully submit that consideration of the reply will be helpful to the court's resolution of the issue in this case, whether to relinquish jurisdiction to the trial court so that the trial court can determine whether appellant Adelson's trial was infected by defense counsel's conflict of interest. Certificate of counsel is Meg's, that's Willie Meg's daughter, by the way, Pate. has been consulted, and Ms. Pate indicated that the state takes no position, so they don't care if they file a response to her response, is how I'm hearing it, but I'm just me. So then here's the state's response, because I muted myself when the song was playing because of echo. So here we go again. Charlie Adelson v. State Appellee. The appellant, Charles Adelson, by and through undersigned counsel, submits this reply to the state's response to appellant's motion to relinquish jurisdiction to the trial court, hereinafter response. Simply put, it is better to address the issue now because the conflict claim was just considered by the court, meaning it's fresh, I guess. The Honorable Stephen Everett in Donna Adelson's case, otherwise, the conflict issue will continue to cloud appellant Adelson's case for many years or years to come. Notably, there is no harm to the state if the issue is considered now, and it is certainly in the interest of both justice and judicial economy for the issue to be considered now. The procedure articulated in the Florida Supreme Court in State versus Menezes allows relinquishment in particular cases when it is better that an issue be resolved sooner rather than later. The conflict issue in the instant case clearly fits into this category. As explained in the motion to relinquish jurisdiction to the trial court, the court recently followed procedures set forth in Menezes in Ferguson v. State, as demonstrated by the court's December 2020 order in that case. And Ferguson, while Mr. Ferguson's case was pending on direct appeal, Mr. Ferguson filed a motion to relinquish to the trial court so that the trial court can consider its Giglio-Brady claim. And this court granted Mr. Ferguson's motion to relinquish. Therefore, Mr. Ferguson filed a motion in the trial court raising the Giglio-Brady claim, and the trial court set the matter for an evidentiary hearing. Following the evidentiary hearing, the trial court granted relief on Giglio-Brady claim A-3 to the fourth power, which made the direct appeal moot because the trial court vacated Mr. Ferguson's conviction. In this response, the state asserts that the issue in Menezes was a Brady violation, and the state argues that a Brady claim is somehow procedurally distinguishable from the conflict issue in the Kinston case. Response at 4, contrary to the state's assertion, the claims raised in Menezes and Ferguson are procedurally indistinguishable from the claim raised in this instant case. The claims in all three cases concern the denial of a fundamental constitutional right, the right of due process in Menezes and Ferguson, and the Sixth Amendment right to conflict-free counsel in the instant case. In its response, the state raises several factual assertions, and then the state makes legal arguments based on these factual assertions. I thought that's what you were supposed to do. However, these factual assertions and legal arguments are properly considered by the trial court following an evidentiary hearing. Accordingly, Appellant Adelson requests the court to temporarily relinquish jurisdiction to the trial court so that the trial court can resolve his conflict of interest claim. It is most efficient to address this issue now because undersigned counsel have a good faith basis to believe that Appellant Adelson is currently serving a life sentence after being unconstitutionally convicted without the benefit of conflict-free counsel, which is akin to having no counsel at all. Contrary to the state's assertion in its response, the conflict issue is certainly not frivolous, especially in light of Judge Everett's recent conflict order in Donna Adelson's case. As explained by the United States Supreme Court in Brady, society wins not only when the guilty are convicted, but when the criminal trials are fair. Certificate of service goes forward. Upperman, Niles, Upperman, law firm. And here we have it. Thank you for that. Sorry about that whole, I'm reading to myself again. It's just so crazy. Oh, I'm muted. Thank you so much for letting me know. I had to mute the music, and then I saw the case, and then I got in a hurry, so thank you. How many podcasts back do I need to go find out what happened? Any Sunday chat will do. I think, let's look. I think the biggest one was The one where I was like, it's either my best video or my last video. So a Sunday chat, I don't know, it was like 3 hours long. It would be, what date was this? It's called Old Wendy Photos in the Newspaper. Old Wendy Photos in the Newspaper. GM Marty, that's what I would go to. Please unmute. I'm sick of her Attorney Moore's prior bad acts he wants in. I'm sick of all of it. I know. Thank you. Thank you, Anita. See, I have such support even when I screw up. And that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of even what Scott and I do on the radio. It's so funny because people will come in and they'll be a guest. Like I have a guest tomorrow and he's running for judge. And his name is Robert Churchill. And so I prepped them for the radio show. And oftentimes I have not spoken to him in years, but he could ask, Patty, do you edit? No, we don't edit. You don't edit. No, we don't edit. Why don't you edit? Because we don't edit. Well, could you edit? No, we can't edit. So we just go on that like it's a whole roller coaster of why don't you edit? Because it's funnier not to edit. It's called Patty's Playhouse. It's not called PBS or National Geographic. Like I'm not editing. So it's funnier when you don't edit. And of course, people will hear a blank and they're like, this woman's insane. But there you have it. That's why we don't edit. Sweet Justice says, going back to Gary Farris, who we're still waiting on. Gary was more valuable to the kids alive. He was. He was. All that money coming in and out. Yeah, you can't lay out in the sun anymore. Oh, thank you, Doris. And so did, I got a call and that's what it was like. Unmute. Thank you very much. I don't know that that's the case. I mean, it was a practice run. It's hilarious. Hi, Moon. I haven't seen you in a while. Happy afternoon. Yeah, your earbuds. That's what it was, Pepper. Your earbuds. It's not my fault. You have nothing but time, 12 hours tonight at work. I'll call it research. Hey, Jim, how are you? Can you hear me now? You can hear me now, right? You still can't hear me? Okay. Thank you. I think you're behind. Hit refresh. Hit refresh. It's my fault, but hit refresh. Oh, cool, Mary. Thank you. Refresh from a good hot shower. Bless your heart. Speaking of which, I need to get my head shaved. Not my whole head, but partial. I have to set that appointment. I wish we could shorthand. I guess there is shorthand on text, but it's not the same. It's not the same. I'm surprised they haven't come back yet. It's one. Well, I think he said 1:30. You can hear me on the phone, but not on TV. I'm just gonna get rid of all those comments in my thing saying unmute yourself. See what I'm saying? Like you just make mistakes and you just got to keep rolling with it. It's learn from it. Oh, I'm glad audio is great. So when you share with StreamYard on YouTube or you share just straight from YouTube, can't control the volume. Like YouTube has to control their volume. You're limited. I've researched it to the nines about how to increase court TV and law and crimes volume, and you just can't. I mean, if you watched any of that horrid Sarah Boone opening statements, it was horrid, absolutely horrid, and it just didn't get any better. It was so. Sarah Boone isn't back yet either from their lunch. I just am keeping it open. Keeping it open for everybody. Just so you guys know, I have my phone muted so it doesn't ring when I'm on. So that's why I don't hear you. But thank you for sending me a text. I do appreciate it. I have it on Do Not Disturb. Here she comes. Who? Here's who comes. Who's coming? Oh, she is. Ooh, hold on. I'm getting there.
Paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah. You remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be.
Sustained.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay. After you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years.
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
Right. And y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet George Torres?
Yes.
All right. Could you tell the jury how you met George Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right. Now, is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No one. It has been sold.
Okay. So you met George Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was it was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met. And then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian,
Yes.
and then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Water Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So you did have consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
For the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic. Make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. And so I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple.
Okay.
At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me yes a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
I'm gonna have to hide my. What is she smiling at? That face is what we would call unchable, because I don't know how to say it and get knocked off of YouTube. Ah, unpayable. Her voice does not match her face. Who's she smiling at? Poonam and Yidam.
Objection's overruled for now.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning, what y'all did that morning, what you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point, he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs, February. So you would have gotten up, y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes,
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3 o'clock.
Okay. So you would have been responsible to pick him up and he would be spending the night with you that night.
Yes,
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean.
yes,
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes,
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes,
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
yes,
All right. So at some point, y'all finished your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
All right. Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine?
Yes,
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
yes,
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes,
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
my car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways, or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know at sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, there was a AutoZone convenience store with, in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish, and how did you took your car?
Yes.
Did George have a vehicle?
We did not.
Okay. And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card?
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Or did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I had 2.
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Tess is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume, as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
All right. Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I could sometimes I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks, and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming. We both were looking for a job and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes. I believe it was after it was right before I believe that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay. Now, where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania.
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And where does his son live?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
Okay. So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. The first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe if he did, it was just for a moment.
All right, now whose phone were y'all using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes,
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
yes,
Videotapes,
yes,
text messages,
yes.
phone call?
Yes, he and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well?
Yes,
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
yes,
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did y'all also call his brother?
yeah.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John,
And how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm gonna list them if that's okay.
Okay,
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes,
Are they close by?
as far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes,
They live here as well?
yes,
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
yes,
Okay. So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
Okay. And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be, get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? Do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing. And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
right,
And you saw the Publix video of that.
yes.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
It was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him?
Yeah.
Okay. So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but.
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George, and I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Did you, every piece was finished or was it?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right, after the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
Okay. And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home, and then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and, paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Okay. Now with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dog?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
Okay. And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. So you would would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head down on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
Okay. So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what, I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you're gonna put inside.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there.
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height, and
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I just I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right. So what happened then?
From there, it was just we were laughing about it, and it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, in order for, well, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
So he had got in there to hide and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it, but you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up? Did
yes.
you? And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
We just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes,
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
I missed something?
Well, the suitcase had, from me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around, and it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the jest in it, for him to understand that right now I feel safe, and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have.
Yes.
But you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember a videotape?
I do not.
So from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Why did you say all that?
Sign there. That's just you turning the phone over to me. I'll give you a copy.
I mean, did we get a copy of the search warrant?
Will be left at the house. There should be multiple search warrants, so you'll get copies of each one. He's out, and they're working on another one.
I was gonna say, but did we not get them like ahead of time? Or-
So this one is included in I'll see if he's got a copy of it with him. This will not be searched without the search warrant signed.
Okay.
So search warrant is signed to take it. I don't know if they included in that search warrant the actual search of the phone. Because you can write a search warrant to take things, but then to actually go into this phone forcefully, we'll have to write another search warrant, or if they included it all in one. It's done different ways by different people, so I don't know. I haven't read it. I was just given instructions that the search warrant was in place and that I needed to collect this when I talked to you here. Okay? Is there anything you want to disclose at this point in the investigation? Because at this point, it's a homicide investigation, and we're going to be at your house all night, and we're going to be really going through everything, so. Nothing. Do you have any idea of anyone who would want to harm your husband?
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well, I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and
I don't know what kind of guns that Scott had of my dad's.
we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead, tell the jury.
And it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase, trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it. and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase,
Yes,
and you went to the suitcase
yes,
and shook it.
yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes,
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes,
Was he trying to get out?
forcefully, yes,
Was he angry at you?
yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes,
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
it was leaning up against the dining room table, right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes,
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
he very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split second reaction that I had, I happened to see that and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes,
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes,
And you said you poked him with it?
yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it, yes,
you grabbed it with both hands here,
yes,
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
You made those injuries.
I did,
We've seen the photographs.
yes,
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
yes,
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
yes. Finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, "Sarah."
yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No.
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
Yes.
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
No. At all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he's Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Miss Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
But he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what the threat you heard was he's
going to
say the word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
One more.
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we approach your bench?
Yes.
Only a minimum of 22 and a half years. And I mean that only. It should be like 150 years. And then they should take her out and put her, like clone her and make her go back to prison again. This is why no one would take her case. This is why no one would take her case. The only benefit James Owens has is he's from Western Panhandle by Pensacola. But if he was smart, he would never put on his website that he ever defended this disgusting excrement.
All right, members of the jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
What is there to discuss?
I mean, like if y'all had been there today and I've had a conversation with you, oh, I know exactly what.
Go listening to phone calls.
There's one.
And I'm gonna
specific
go
event,
back.
I guess it happened.
Go back to where they broke for lunch. Because we missed it.
But it may take, I mean, literally, I've seen phones plugged up to the device and it take, I don't
Be
know if
back
you've
up
got,
to the second. We missed
I don't know.
Here we go.
All right, you can proceed.
Thank you, Judge. We're going to continue the Hayes 2 at 3738 where we left off prior to the lunch break.
If you're willing to give me the password, that would make it easier and would make the process quicker. If you don't, we do have some technology that can get around it, but it may take, I mean, literally, I've seen phones plugged up to the device and it take, I don't know if you've got
I
it.
was gonna say, I mean, there's nothing on it.
I don't know if you,
You know.
yeah.
Um, I was trying to say if there's anything I need, email I need to tell before I hand this thing over.
What is your password?
1003. Can I let his sister know?
She hasn't been notified?
She has, but that I've got to hand over this phone, and she's not gonna be able to get up with me tonight.
You want to write down some phone numbers out of there and you can call from someone else's phone would be the easiest. I got an iPhone. Do you know what model this is?
5 maybe.
What's the address out there? again? Yours.
2155.
2155 for sale.
Yeah.
Is that a Milton address or a?
I need more staying. I need a cousin of mine's telephone number there too.
Just let me know when you find it and I'll give you the VIN back.
Stick her house number.
You'll sign there. That's just you turning the phone over to me. I'll give you a copy.
I mean, did we get a copy of this search warrant?
There will be left at the house. There should be multiple search warrants, so you'll get copies of each one. He's in there working on another one.
I was gonna say, but did we not get them like ahead of time? Or
So this one is included in I'll see if he's got a copy of it with him. This will not be searched without the search warrant signed.
Okay.
So search warrant is signed to take it. I don't know if they included in that search warrant the actual search of the phone. Because you can write a search warrant to take things, but then to actually go into this phone forcefully, we'll have to write another search warrant. Or if they included it all in one, it's done different ways by different people. So I don't know. I haven't read it. I was just given instructions that the search warrant was in place and that I needed to collect this when I talked to you here. Okay. Is there anything you want to disclose at this point in the investigation? Because at this point, it's a homicide investigation and we're going to be at your house all night and we're going to be really going through everything. So.
I mean, there's nothing.
Nothing.
No.
Okay.
I
Do you
mean,
have any idea of anyone who would want to harm your husband?
No. I mean, like I said, Chris has threatened me, but I don't know if he has threatened Gary or not. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, he and Scott would get into it a lot, but, and like I said, Scott is very hot-headed. And even Amanda you know, attest to that. I mean, she really got after him today, but hey, look, you can't, you know. And, you can't just blow up. You can't, you know, we're gonna have to stick together on this. This is awful. This is a life-changing event for here. This is, you know, I'd like to think that Scott would have never done anything.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, I mean, he spent time in Iraq and, I mean, like I said, I mean, he pretty much totes guns. I mean, he gets one on the RTV a lot. But Scott will come and get that. I mean, we can have the RTV. I mean, he got very upset because Addison and Cameron wanted it today. And, I mean, he was just flipping out. But he does, I mean, like I said, he hasn't worked since he got back from Iraq, except for a very short time, and he was fired from that job. And, I mean, you know, you're just allowed him to not work, and just stay there.
Mhm.
I mean, it's pretty much, I mean, you know, I told him, I said, I mean, this man's got there all the time. I don't hardly leave and go anywhere. I don't do anything. I just stay there and work. I mean, you know, Scott and I will go up Cherokee and eat 2 or 3 times a week. And, you know, other than that, I don't go anywhere. I mean, Jackie, that was down there earlier, she lives at the top of the hill, you know, just, and, you know, I'll see her on occasion and stuff. Like I said, I don't know what kind of guns that Scott had of my dad's.
I'm sorry, I'm listening.
Oh, oh,
You said you didn't know about all the
no, I
guns.
don't know what all,
because-
no, I don't know what all Scott's got.
But if he had any, it'd be in his little apartment.
There's some in the tack room. Well, actually, in the feed room is where they are. They're hanging. And the last time that I saw that handgun was up above the cabinet. In the cabinet up there above, there's like a refrigerator kind of thing here, and it was up above it.
Do you remember what it looks like?
No, because I don't know anything about guns.
Do you remember color, the grip, any part of it?
No, but I mean, I know that he and I had a discussion about it. And I said, first of all, why have you got a gun? You know?
Yeah.
But, I mean, like I said, I mean, he keeps them, you know, loaded. Now, there's a BB gun and I think it's actually up in the laundry room. And then there's a pellet gun that's in my closet. And like I said, there was I think it was a 22 that was in Gary's closet.
And that was downstairs. You said it was like a 22 rifle.
Yeah.
And that would be near the vanilla shotgun?
No, I think the shotgun, Scott took it and put it in the basement
The basement of.
of my house.
So is that not where Gary's bedroom is?
Yes.
Okay.
But he kept a closet upstairs with his clothes in it, in the master. And it was in there, propped up in there. And I took it and moved it over in the corner, back behind his clothes.
Mhm.
But, like I said, that's been some time ago. Then I moved it. But it was loaded. But Gary used to sleep a good bit with a loaded gun. But I think it was that 22 that he kept a lot. Now, I know at one time Gary had all my dad's handguns, but then I think Scott took them all from him. And I never did really know why that, you know, because I'm like, well, they were my dad's. And then, like I said, he told me that they were stolen.
Who told you that?
Scott did.
Why did he say that? Oh, you mean stolen in a break-in?
Yes.
Not like the guns were hot, stolen
No,
guns. I
no,
got
no,
you.
no, no.
He's claiming when he took them to Columbia. You said Columbia,
No.
South Carolina?
No, Columbus, Georgia.
Columbus. I thought you said Columbia. Okay.
Um,
Columbus, Georgia, where he was
Columbus,
stationed.
Georgia, when he was there, because when he came back from Iraq, he stayed in Columbus for a while. So he got out of the military. And, because I asked him about him, and he said, well, that they had had a break-in, and they had been stolen.
Did he file a report? Do you
I
know?
have no idea.
What year would that have been?
I don't know that either, because I don't know what year he got out. He did not go in until, my mother had open heart surgery in 2007. And he went in, I don't know if it's the next year or the next. And honestly, I don't know that he was in there for 3 years. He got out early. He was not able to re-enlist, and I never did really understand why he got out earlier. I mean, he said that it was Obama had cutbacks and that kind of stuff.
Right.
And he got out. Now, I know that when we went down, he was in basic training, and we went down, and he was supposed to have gotten out for an afternoon and like a night or something like that.
Mhm.
And they did not release him to leave the base. And we just stayed on base with him. He said that he had gotten in trouble for saying that he was going to drive back to Atlanta and that kind of stuff. And I guess that was overheard by one of his sergeants. And they had kept him and did not allow him to leave. And so we just stayed the afternoon and, drove back. And then he left for Iraq. I flew out, and he was actually in El Paso, Texas. And I flew out there to see him off here. He wouldn't go. And I flew out there to see him off. And then he came back. But honestly, I don't know what year that was that he got out.
Okay. Does he have any PTSD or anything from?
He's always been very hot-headed ever since he was a little boy. I mean, to the point that, he weighed 9'1" when he was born, and he was just a handful. And, he'd get mad if he dropped the hat. He came in he did come in last night. After he got back in last night, I was in bed, and he came in because I called him after we got home, and I said, I said, all goats were out. Did you let them out? And pigs and everything, was out. And he said, no. And I said, okay. And I said, I'm just telling you, they're out. Well, he came over to the house, and he was so belligerent. And
About them being out?
Well, just about. You had gathered the eggs today, and, basically just chewing me, a new one.
Yeah.
And I said, what difference does it make if the eggs were gathered today? It doesn't matter. It was, well, you need to do this tomorrow, you need to do that tomorrow, because I've got plans. And that was when he came over to the house. I said, where are you going? And he said he was gonna go with Ted, a friend of his, over to the PGA store and do something. And I said, really? You're gonna be gone again today? And that's what, we
Set him off.
Yeah, set him off.
Hold on, Sarge. My supervisor's calling. Let me step out for just 1 second. Yes, sir.
apologize. There. You need any water or anything?
Yeah, you got some?
I have to go in there and get some out of that, unless you won't sink. Well, that's my cup. I'll get you a fresh one. I'll be right back. I'm gonna bring us some. So like I told you earlier, there were some, we've spoken to everybody. We've spoken to everybody multiple times, separately, together, everything else. But everybody's got a little bit different story and outlook on the family, the marriage, and everything. So I understand that at some point there was an allegation of an affair,
But, I mean, that's been our entire marriage.
your entire marriage?
Yeah.
He has always accused you?
Always
or-
accused me.
Why is that?
His dad did the same thing to his mother.
Mhm.
You know, if I talk to anybody, oh, wait, thank you.
Well, man.
Oh, you know. He did. I mean, that would, like I said, I think I finally just got, to where I just stay home all the time. Because if you went anywhere, if you did anything, if you talked to anybody, like if y'all had been there today and I'd had a conversation with you, oh, well, I know exactly what you're.
Okay, so there's one specific event, I guess it happened many, many years ago that everybody keeps referencing back to. I don't know if you know a specific one, or if there was one that was a founded allegation, if you ever actually did, or.
Well, it was with my sister-in-law's boyfriend
Mhm.
at the time, and, I was having to go up and stay with my mom a lot. She was in the hospital. She spent quite some time in the hospital. And, Gary was so sure, and he was very helpful, everything. Me and him and his sister rode horses a lot, all the time. And, finally I just got, I won't talk to him anymore. I won't, whatever. I mean, Sherry and I are still, very close,
Mhm.
She was like, look, I'm sorry, that he's felt this way, that he's done this way, he said, but no, it was never, and once that I got to where that I wasn't, like I said, I brought my mother home. It didn't work out for us to have her in our home, and she wanted to go back to North Alabama. So from that point in time on, I pretty much took somebody with me every time. I didn't go alone. It was just, he sold my mother's house. I mean, I had trouble with him coming in, and he would go in and break in my mother's house and just tear everything up and, that kind of stuff.
So there has been some violence in the past, because earlier we spoke and you said it was all
Well,
verbal.
I wasn't there.
Right.
When he
Well, I
did.
mean, that's pretty violent to go in. That's, retaliation or retaliatory to go in and.
Yeah, I know, he
Trash.
busted down my mother's back door,
Mhm.
kicked it in, tore the door off the hinges and that kind of stuff. And I did, I called the cops, because not knowing at the time what had happened. And, then he fessed up that, he had done it, but that's been 10 years ago.
Mhm.
I mean, that he did that. But it was nothing for, that was, I'd come in, me and the girls would be out too long, doing something, and he would come in and he would, snatch all the clothes out of the closets and throw them down on the floor and just,
Mhm.
So I ended that by going in his closet and, I come in and everything would be torn up, and I just went in and yanked all the stuff out of it, and he never did it again. I mean, that's been 10 years ago.
And he's a pretty big guy, so I mean,
He is a big guy.
if he wanted to hurt you,
Oh, he could. I mean, you know, if he wanted to, he could have.
But he's never laid a hand on you.
No, he's never laid a hand on me. Now, he would threaten a lot, but never.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did he ever scare you?
Yeah.
So it almost seems like you lived on edge all the time.
All the time,
Fear.
fear.
Never knew what was coming next
No,
from him.
but he could walk down to the basement and come back up 30 minutes later, you know, or whatever, and it was like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. I
Mhm.
mean, he could be, everything was good, sunshine and roses and whatever, and then it was, I mean, if you heard Gary, he would say that we lived in a pigsty. I mean, he was just, but like I said, he did not do it, it wasn't just me, it's everybody that he was very critical of, very.
So is this phone, you said everything was in his name? Or the phones are in his name and everything?
Oh, that one is not, that one's a straight talk phone. Mine and my mother's is a straight talk phone.
Okay. So do you have any other cell phone?
No.
Talking to some other people, multiple people have said that they have seen you with another phone in a different case.
I've never had, I did not have another phone.
Have you recently?
No.
Within the past 6 months?
No. Now, I had a friend of mine's cell phone for a while, because she gave it to me, she said, look, because Gary, at that point in time, my phone was with AT&T, and he could shut it down, turn it off, do, you know, whatever. But he also would, shut off the debit card.
Mhm.
You know, I'd go to the grocery store and it would work here, but then if you went another place, it wouldn't work. He had access to his phone to shut it down and turn it back on. But that was his control thing, you know. Every day it was, you know, you went here, you went there, you went whatever, what did you buy, what did you do? But then I could go, you know, Scott and I would go to Lowe's and spend $300 and he wouldn't say a word about, you know, that. But if you went to Kroger and spent $38, then
That was an issue.
that was an issue. So there was no rhyme or reason.
So what about the phone from your friend?
I gave that back to her some time ago.
Why'd she give it to you?
She said, just take it, and in case that he shuts your phone off, then that way you don't have, that you can have access to a phone, you know? And I said, well, I'll just end that. I will, you know, go to get a straight talk phone that he can, you know, not shut it on and off.
So what was your friend's name that gave you this phone?
Sherry
Sherry, do you know her last name?
Cooper.
Is her number in your phone?
Yes.
Where, does she live locally?
Well, she's actually in Ohio and Minnesota. Her son is does acting. And so she's traveling with him and has been for several months now.
So she used to live local. How were you friends with her?
She used to live right down the corner from us. If you went straight down the road and went down on the cul-de-sac, she lived down on the cul-de-sac.
How long ago was it that she gave you this phone?
It was toward the end of last year. I know, well, no. It was longer ago than that. I don't remember when it was. Because she got worried about him, you know.
Worried about, what about him?
She said, you know, that she said, I'm just scared that he's gonna cut you off and you're not having access to anything. She said, he does it to you, he does it to the kids. I mean, you know, Scott has nothing in his name either. I mean, you know.
So she was just afraid that he would cut you off and you wouldn't be able to call for
And I
help.
wouldn't be able to call for help, wouldn't be able to call anybody, wouldn't be able to call.
Was she in fear that he might hurt you?
I think she had seen him I mean, and of course me just saying, no, I can't go because he's being Gary, And she's like, look, I was at the grocery store and I called her one day and I said, well, he's cut the debit card off again. And she said, well, do you need me to come and pay for it? And I said, no, I've got cash. I had enough to get out of the grocery store. And he called Amanda that day because I had actually been with Sherry somewhere. And she and I had gone, I think, up to Apalachicola, up to whatever, Dahlonega, up in that area, hiking. And, she said, I talked to Amanda, told her where I was, that kind of stuff. And she's like, Daddy, I talked to her, she's with Sherry. You knew that. Well, I don't know that that's really where she,
So he never forgave you for,
he was never trusting of me, even before we got married.
Okay.
My parents owned a business and he didn't let me work in there. He never allowed me to work outside the home. Because I mentioned after Amanda got grown and I kind of got my mother settled and, that kind of stuff. I said, Gary, I enjoyed working when I'd go home and work for my parents. No, it makes me look bad for you to do that.
do you remember, just one more quick question about that phone. Do you remember what color it was or what kind of case it was in or what it was like?
It was a straight talk phone.
Just another straight talk phone that,
It was just another straight talk because she actually had two phones. She was going through a divorce at the time.
so why does she have two phones? Same type thing?
She was going through a divorce.
So she'd keep one like straight talk and then one regular or?
I think they were both straight talk that she had. And I knew, I had gone, she talked me into going and actually talking to her attorney about because nothing was in my name. And, she said, I'm worried that she was going through a divorce this time. And she said, I'm worried that, if something happened to him or anything, you're going to be left with nothing. Nothing. And I said, well, I guess I'll worry about that. She said, look, go and talk to him and just tell him, see what you can do, see what, whatever. And she went with me. And, he basically said, well, you can file and get a legal separation. But other than that, he said, I can't tell you anything that you're going to have to do. Well, Gary found out about it, that I had gone and talked to an attorney. Of course, he was just belligerent, How dare you tell somebody else about our problems? He had actually filed for divorce back 10 years ago.
Mm.
And his thing of it was that, I won't leave you, but I will make it hard enough on you that you will pack and leave. And I said, I'm not packing and leaving. It's not happening. I said, you go and you do what you want to all the time. And I'm here. And you've met her, that where, I've got a child here with me all the time. But it just worked out better, As long as I stayed home, I didn't go anywhere, I didn't do anything, he was fine with it. Like I said, he lived his full separate life and, he come and go as he pleased, he, stay out late, he, disappear off. I said, you have a whole nother set of rules.
Mhm.
But, like I said, I took a vow, we were gonna stick it out through thin and, thick and thin. And even in our other house, we had two sets of staircases. He used one, I used the other one. I stayed in one end of the house, he stayed in the other end of the house.
Wow. So, you've 38 years of marriage? You said?
39 in September.
39 in September, and you've said the entire marriage has pretty much been one version of this or another, and it's gotten, the last 10 years has gotten worse, I'm assuming.
Actually, when my daddy died, it was in 97. And he told me then, he said, I mean, I literally, he come in on Tuesday after we buried him on Sunday. He said, huh, you don't have anybody to watch your back for you anymore, do you? And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, you don't have anybody to watch your back. So it pretty well, after that point in time, I think he knew that Daddy was gone and he wasn't gonna, you know, that was it.
Mm.
And, I mean, you know, you get along with him great for a while, and then he just disappears off. He just kind of, you know, like I said, he's very much of a loner. He has no friends except for at the firm. And, he, you know, he'll go on skeet shoots and dove shoots and that kind of stuff occasionally. We used to go to the bankruptcy seminar down at the beach all the time, and he never wanted to go to those anymore. He, you know, we go to things that the firm had, and then he got to where he didn't want to go to those, you know, the extracurricular, you know, kind of stuff. Although this year, he would say, well, I've got a clerk event to go to. I said, well, that's different. And,
But he didn't take you with him?
no, but I don't know necessarily that any of the spouses, I mean, it's a very large firm.
Mhm.
So I don't know that any of the spouses went or anything. We used to have what was called the after party in Birmingham at their office there, and he got to really go to those anymore. But there was an episode back a few years ago, it was that he got very drunk at the party, had to be carried out. And after that, he didn't want to go back anymore,
He didn't like looking that way in front of his
I guess.
colleagues, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you said he's a man that likes control, and he lost control of himself in front of other people, and
Right.
because from my understanding, he doesn't drink often.
No. But when he does, he does.
So you've kind of laid out a life of you know, him keeping you down and bullying you, basically.
Yeah, but he did that to everybody.
Yeah. But you were like the one that he was supposed to love and build up, and you were in the house with him every day. And
Yeah, but,
so, you know, the kids could get away because they've got their own lives now. They've left. They, you know.
yeah, except for Scott.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, basically they do. I mean, like I said, you know, Chris has taken money. He broke in. I mean, he came in and took checks and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I mean, I know Ella, when she was here, she came here and spent 2 weeks. They've allowed her to drop out of school. She goes to whatever, abbreviated school up in Maine. And the other grandmother couldn't keep her. And so she came and she said something about, well, I found one of Big Daddy's credit cards. It's on top of the refrigerator. Okay. I said, well, why don't you bring it? No, because he'll get mad. And like I said, I mean, she sent, when they were here last summer, she sent recordings of him. I mean, and they were absolutely, they said, we're scared of him. I mean, he would just get, you know, belligerent
Mhm.
with them. And they come and stay at the house with us, you know. So, I mean, yeah, Gary, Scott, and Chris all have very high strung,
Mhm.
for lack of a better word. But, you know, like, you know, I think in Amanda, she was kind of the one, I guess she and I are a lot alike. And so he just kind of basically kind of pushed her, you know, away. And she said, you know, why do they all hate us? I said, well, you're the only one who didn't steal from her. I mean, Emily, the one that came in from Franklin today, he given her $3,000 this month. And he did tell me that. I mean, you know, and then, I mean, I saw the thing where they, you know, he given it, where he put it in her checking account.
When you said you're already on her house.
Yeah, me and him and her are on her house.
So.
And, I mean, like I said, her husband's been in and out of jail for stealing.
That's so sad because he seems like a great guy. Seems like a nice guy.
He's a con
You know,
artist.
everybody's got their inner demons. So, like I said before, you've kind of laid out a life of him bullying you, and I know you said he did it to everybody else, but you're in the house with him 24/7. You're there. He's kind of keeping you beaten down, and you can only take that for so
No,
for so
I mean, it
long.
wasn't, I mean, like I said, I live in a very nice house.
Mhm.
I have everything that I could possibly want. You know, the fur coat, everything. I mean, you know, I guess my biggest fear has been him, and I told him as he became more and more and more health problems, that I said, Gary, if something were to happen to you, what am I gonna do? I said, I'm begging you to change this, because if something happens to you, I am majorly screwed. And I'm majorly screwed. I said, because nothing is in my name. And I know he had canceled life insurance policy back a while back, you know? And I said, I know where nothing is, you know, nothing. And when we bought the house, and I mean, when Emily bought that house, they tried to keep it from me. And by Tennessee law, I had to be there for them to close on that house. And it was my stipulation that my name was put on that house, or I'm not gonna sign for him to, you know, do the loan.
Right.
And, Gary was very much in agreement for that, but it was between a rock and a hard place. I mean, we were down to the closing date of it,
Did that make him mad
that
you did that?
it didn't seem to, because, I mean, like I said, we were between a rock and a hard place, because she wasn't gonna get the house. And then we were talking about, they were supposed to have already closed on the house, and I guess this came up about everything that was on Chris's, they couldn't do the house with Chris's name on it. Chris couldn't be on the mortgage, Chris couldn't be on the insurance, because he has a felony against him. And not to mention the fact that he is in hock. I mean, he's paying over $500,000 in restitution for bad checks, for embezzlement, and all that.
Wow.
So, I mean, like I said, he was taken to jail on the day that they brought Libby home from the hospital. And I wound up staying 2 weeks up there, because he had to go back to court up there, because they got him on a fugitive warrant in Franklin. And then we're going to extradite him to Tuscaloosa. And I never knew what happened with that. I mean, she was, you know, I'm not gonna tell, you know. So, I mean, I thought it's just easier just to let it go. She's not gonna tell me the truth anyway. So, just let it go.
So I'm really hoping you can fill in some blanks.
Okay.
I laid out, you know, we found evidence that your husband was shot.
Right.
That happened on your property.
Right.
Possibly inside the house. And he's found burning in a fire in your backyard.
Right.
And the body is made of about 75–80% water.
Right.
So there is evidence that the fire was tended to, that he just didn't fall in it and got in that condition. There's some experts on scene that have been to house fires and found people inside blazing hot house fires that weren't deteriorated as bad as him. So an outside brush fire that's only going to burn hot for a few hours is not going to do that much damage.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I was gone all afternoon yesterday. So I'd like to think that Scott wouldn't have come back But like I said, I went home and I didn't go down there. You know, I mean, I just go and look off the porch and see it. And that was it.
Mhm.
You know, didn't think anything about it. I mean, because he's done it several times. You know, it was just like, the woods are on fire. You know, just hoping that they weren't. I know one time it got in the ground and it burned for a long time after it had gotten into the ground.
Mhm.
But like I said, I mean, today all three of us were all over, you know, that walking around and doing and that kind of stuff. And, I mean, we had even pitched wood and stuff back into it. You know, today, it was like, there's a piece over here burning and there's a piece of, you know, and, I mean, all three of us, you know. picked up
But you
wood
were
and pitched.
concerned about the fire because you didn't want it burning because it was so dry.
Right.
And you never saw him tending to it.
Yeah, I mean, he was down there, but he'd go and, I mean,
That you didn't see him after he started
no,
the fire.
but no,
on
I mean, I
Tuesday night.
told him to, you know, watch it and
Mhm.
stuff now. But he was always bad about starting it and would just leave.
Right.
I know he started one, there's a big, like, electrical box that sits, you know, in back, that's probably a couple of years ago or more. He started a fire up there. And, Scott called me and he said, Daddy started a fire up here by the electrical box. I said, put it out, it's all I know to do. I mean, he was just, you know, and then like I said, then he started one in the house.
Mhm.
And after.
Right, and that's what you explained to me this morning and today, that you've been so concerned with him starting a fire. But again, you were concerned with him starting a fire. You never saw him tending to it at all after
No.
Tuesday night. You were leaving and going to the lake and stuff with it burning, and you were throwing more wood on it.
Well, Amanda and Scott and I did that today.
Okay,
We just
this morning.
pitched it back up on, we just pitched it back in there. Because there was, like I said, it was laying all around the outside edges, you know, of it. And we all, you know, picked it up, pitched it back in there. I mean, even Scott, I said, Scott, are you sure that's not, oh no, that's human. I said, Scott, it doesn't look human to me. I think it, you know, and he picked up the skull part of it. He said, no, can't you? And I said, just, you know, he was adamant that it was human.
Mhm.
And then he just took off and I said, where are you going? What are you, you know, he's just like, whoa, whoa. And he got very upset with me. And I'm like, look, explain to me what this is. I don't even know what, you know. And I said, Scott, if you really think that that's what that is, we're calling 911. I'll do it. I said, you know. And he's like, no, I will call 911 and I will talk to them and I will, you know.
So your statement is you didn't do anything to harm
No.
Gary?
No.
And you don't know who did?
I did not know.
And you never saw anyone down there tending to that fire?
No.
Whether it be Gary or someone else?
No.
To keep it burning?
I mean, like I said, it basically kind of looked like, it was still, smoking really bad, you know, but I knew that it wasn't blazing, it wasn't doing anything. Like today, when y'all were down there, I'm like, oh, it smells smoke again. And they said, yeah, it's because they're probably turning it
Mhm.
or something. But there was a lot of dirt that had been through the time, you know, pushing it, you know, with it. And I do know that the tractor, Scott said something about, he's got the tractor up there. And I never saw the tractor sitting up there at the house. But it wasn't unusual for Gary to bring the tractor up either, to push it up, you know, with the tractor.
When was the tractor up at the house?
Scott said that it was up there, Wednesday morning. I think that's when he said.
So this morning?
Yeah.
Wednesday would have been before.
Yes. Because he said something about he's got the tractor up there. But I never saw the tractor.
And apparently he's very anal about the tractor and having it parked under the shed.
Scott is.
Gary is?
Scott is.
What about Gary?
He wasn't as, he would leave it, well, he would leave it out a good bit. I mean, he had, and I don't know whether it's stuck now to where that he is. Scott was fussing because he had parked it not underneath the shed, but he pulled it down to the where we keep like shavings and dump, everything in. And Scott was like, well, he left the tractor out. I said, where did he leave it? And he said, it's down there, and he's gotten it into the manure pile, and compost and that kind of stuff. I said, did he get it stuck? Well, no. I said, well, then, so what's the big deal about it? And I do know that it's been a while back, but Gary did take it down there and he got it stuck and we had to pull it out. And Scott had to hook his truck up to it and pull it out.
Mhm.
But Scott didn't like for the RTV to be up at the house. He would, if I'd get it and bring it up to the house, then he'd just leave, he couldn't get it. I'm like, where are you taking it to? Back over to the barn. It needs to be at the barn. But Scott will refer to our place as ours. And I'll say, do you have a rat in your pocket? Because it's not ours.
What's your explanation for what happened?
I don't know. I don't know. There's so much of it. Like I said, Gary and I just didn't really see each other that much. Like I said, the only thing that I knew that yesterday morning was that there was a smell of cigarette smoke or smoke coming out of that, because it was just my thought of smoking in that bathroom again, when I passed by it. But now, when we were looking for him today, that fan was off in that bathroom. Because but every one of us went through that, went through every room. But he was bad about smoking in that electrical room. If you go down the hall into the back, there's no windows and stuff. And he'd go in there and sit and smoke, thinking he was hiding from everybody. But like I said, but the fan was not on today.
You think one of your boys went down there?
Well, yeah, because we were all down there.
So you think today it got turned off?
Yeah. But I don't know that for sure either. But it was off today.
Well, I can tell you that fire's not been hot enough to do what it did to that body since Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Because you said yesterday it was just kind of smoldering and smoking and.
It was just kind of smoldering and smoking and, that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
When I left, that's what it was doing.
What about the wallet? His wallet being found inside the car in the garage. I heard that was an uncommon place for it to be.
Yeah. He all the time stuck his wallet in that console.
So it wasn't either in his pocket or on his dresser?
He would occasionally, like when he came in from work, he would a lot of times throw it up on the dresser. But on the weekends or his time off or anything like that, he would either leave it in the console or he would leave it on the bottom part of there's a thing at the bottom of his seat. And he put it in there.
And you said it earlier, and I know your son has said it, Scott, that he didn't go walk anywhere. He had that RTV with him.
He pretty much.
So it's been expressed to me that if he were down there with a fire, the RTV would be right there with him.
Not necessarily, because see, his office was right there.
Okay.
Because I had the RTV out on the property with the horses
When you're trying to round them up?
when I was trying to round them up. Because I had taken it up to the front gate to go shut the front gate to try to keep one of them corralled up. Because I had the RTV, but he'd been on it earlier that day.
So we have a team of experienced and very professional investigators out on your property, and we're gonna be there now, especially that we're investigating a homicide, is gonna be, it could be days. And our job, our mission, our passion in life, most of us, is to solve crimes like these. They don't happen in Cherokee County that often. And we're gonna dig and turn every stone and find all the evidence that we can find and try to determine who did this. In the end of it, I don't want you to be wrapped up in it. I'm not saying as the person who did it, but as a person who knew something and was trying to protect someone. People have the right to self-defense. Gary was a big guy. He had a temper. You're small. Your daughters are small. If Scott walked in on Gary and you arguing and thought you needed help and wanted to protect you, that's fine, but we need to know it. We need to work past it.
Well, and I don't know what night that was. Gary come in and had this whole collection of plates in the home theater, because that's where he'd go mainly, you know, to watch TV. And then I walked in and there was Mountain Dew on the floor and there was, I mean, you know, everything. And I'm just like, oh. And when I came out, I whirled the plate, but Gary was at the barn, you know, and it broke all over, you know. And I just talked on the RTV and took off and went inside and I went to bed. I was just like, I'm done with both of you all. I'm going to bed. And Scott and Gary were out. Scott walked across the barn, like the dam, went up to the barn, and I heard him and Gary into it. But I guess he had, you know, said, look, you've really done it now. I mean, you know, but like I said, Gary went in there when I whirled it, you know. It's just like, really? I mean, you know, of course, then I was mad at myself for, you know, I said, and I'm the one who got cut by, you know, when I did it. And, but, you know.
But I'm, you know, let's talk about Tuesday night. You were home, your son came home, he saw the fire burning, you were upset about it. Did he come over and there was an argument with him and Gary?
I don't know.
Did you hear any gunshots that night?
No, but like I said, I mean, there's no gunshots, but like I said, there was tons of fireworks going off. So, I mean, neighbors were shooting and
Up until midnight?
it was late. Because I kept thinking, really, y'all, there's horses around here. I mean, my neighbors have horses. And, I mean, they went late.
But you don't know how late?
No, I have no idea. But I know, I mean, you know, Scott was as upset that he'd started the fire as I was. I said, look, I told him he has to watch it. And I told Scott when he, you know, I said, look, if you've been drinking, you don't need to be driving. No, I'm fine. No, you know, whatever. And he, you know.
So you're not protecting either of your sons
No.
that you know of?
No.
And we're not going to find any evidence to prove otherwise?
No.
Can you shed any light on any of this?
No. I mean, I would like to, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like I said, Scott is very hot-tempered. I mean, and he and Gary, I have seen them get into the point that I was just like, okay, y'all, just take it down a notch. I mean, you know.
I'd really like to believe that if Scott shot Gary on your property or inside your house, and then the body was disposed of in your fire pit, that you would probably know about it or find some evidence of it yourself. Or help clean up or.
Yeah. No, like I said, I wasn't there.
You were there.
Well, I mean, I was, but I left. I mean, you know, and I just saw it smoldering. Didn't think anything, you know, okay, it's not blazing, it's not whatever, we're good, we're, you know. Didn't think, you know, that I kept thinking last night, why did Scott come in here and get so angry last night? But that's not all that unusual either, for him to just blow up,
Mhm.
you know. And then like today, he was very upset. I mean, he and Amanda kind of had words. And so I said, what is this about? She's like, he's just being Scott.
So you're saying he's been acting out of character over the past couple of days? Have you noticed a change in him?
No, I mean, not any worse than what he ever is. I know he got upset about the beach trip that they were gonna go on, because I said something to him about that. And, oh, really? I said, look, Scott, you live the life of Riley here. I mean, you can't say about anything, you know? And I just kind of dismissed it as that, because there's enough turmoil between my children anyway, that, I'm just like, look, let's just. And then when Chris showed up today, I mean, he was just, and I thought, well, it's because the girls are here, and here we go again, you know? And like I said, Chris was not, I told Chris, you cannot be at my house without me and your daddy here, or me and Scott. I mean, there's got to be more than just, you do not come to this house unless, you know, don't come here unless, you know, one of us is here. I know his ex-brother-in-law died in a skiing accident, and I came home and he was there. And I mean, he had just, I mean, he'd gone upstairs and gone through a closet and had torn it up looking for pictures. I said, Chris, they're not gonna be up there. Why are you doing that? And I said, but I'm looking for, I said, Chris, I told you not to come in this house until I was here.
So you think we need to look more into Chris?
They're still my children at the end of the day.
Which is why I offered to you, you know, the whole, I'm a father. I have a 6-year-old son. But we all have to know what's right and what's wrong. And we have a system in place to handle those situations. And I mean, I couldn't imagine it, but if my son messed up bad enough, you have to.
Well, I know back several years ago, I don't know how many years ago that's been, Chris was actually, he'd gone to Athens. That was when he was in college, so you know how many years ago that's been. And he got pulled over coming back from Athens, and they took him to jail. And I said, I told you, if you ever got a DUI, you get to stay there. And I did. I left him.
Mhm.
We went over, he was in Gwinnett County. And we went over there, and I told that deputy that night, I said, would you think badly of me if I left him here? And he said, we'd think worse of you if you bailed him out. So Gary and I had gone that night, and we walked out and left him. But Gary went back the next day and bailed him out. And then Chris was he and Jenna, his now wife, that's probably been 10 years ago. They were in a bad wreck, and she was actually airlifted to a hospital, and he was at North Fulton. And it was a drunk driving incident. And he had been there at the hospital, well, overnight before I found out about it. And a friend of his called me and told me about it. And he wound up having to have hip surgery from it and that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
But like I said, that's probably been 10 years ago, maybe close to it, that he did that. And I mean, like I said, last summer was when Ellen and Eddie told me that they had found cocaine at his apartment. And I just attributed to his drinking, and I mean, he just drinks in excess.
But I understand what you're getting at with the DUI and leaving him in jail, but we're escalating a little bit here with
Well, yeah.
with what's happened. So
there's a point of protecting them, and I mean, you protect people to a certain point, but you start implicating yourself as well if something has happened. So that's not what we're after. So my sergeant's calling me again. No problem. Yes, sir.
That's fine. Go stand up and stretch while, please.
Parted ways from there, and then I came.
Anybody need a break?
Starting at 2:01:05.
I apologize. We've got different supervisors in different places, and they all want the story and what we are doing so far. So they had a couple follow-up questions, if you don't mind. We spoke of what you did on the 3rd and the 4th. So on the 3rd, 5:30 to 6, Chris brought Addison. What'd you do earlier that day? Were you at home all day?
Mm-hmm.
Never left before Chris came over?
I honestly can't, I honestly do not remember. I mean, I honestly tell you, I don't, I don't think I did.
But you did, so you didn't go to any event or anything
No,
big? You would have been
No.
home most of the day, and then Chris
no,
brought.
because all my kids have been home over the weekend.
Mhm.
And all of them. Me and Gary and Chad and Amanda and Chris and Emily. and Olivia all went to J. Christopher's and ate, and then they left. Everybody kind of parted ways, and Scott left.
Mhm.
Everybody kind of parted ways from there, and then I came home and started cleaning and doing and getting everything, you know, and then Tuesday I spent trying to get everything ready because Ella and Addie were coming that day. And I kind of waited, you know, thinking, well, they, you know, because they usually, their typical other thing, they'll land and then, you know, come on out to the house.
Mhm.
And, I mean, it had just been just getting stuff ready, you know?
So then on the 4th, Scott came for the debit card at 6:30 in the morning. You ate some food, laid back in bed, got up at about 8:30, went to feed the goats. You were invited by Amanda to Lake Lanier. You left the house a little bit before noon to go there.
Yeah, I think that it was around noon, something like that. Like I said, I went,
You went to the Target Marketplace in Cumming.
mhm.
How long do you think you stayed there?
Long enough to run in and buy a chair, because she said, you're gonna have to bring a chair, there's no chairs. So I wasn't even planning on stopping there.
So from the time you left your house around noon, it probably took you, let's say an hour and 15 minutes since you had to stop at Target to get to the lake.
Yeah, well,
So-
probably longer than that, because there was a lot of traffic getting in. And then once that I got there, I had to stand in line a good 45 minutes or longer.
Okay.
And in line to get in.
You left there at about 6.
Yeah, I think that was because I had talked to Chris and about getting Addison. I said, are you gonna bring her to the house? Are you gonna bring her here? What are you gonna do? And he said, well, I'll let you know. And we had discussed about, you know, kind of, we'd all leave together at the same time, that kind of stuff. Because I think, and I remember Chad saying something about, well, it took us longer to get out of there than what we thought. And I think that it was around 6 that we left there. But I
Okay.
don't know that for sure.
Home around 7.
Well,
When
Amanda
you-
made the comment, she said, well, it took y'all an awful long time to get home, you know, and in and that kind of stuff. And I said, well, I hadn't really thought about
Who
it.
made that comment?
Amanda.
So was Amanda there at the house or she was
No,
just calling?
Yeah.
When you drove to the lake, you were by yourself?
Yeah.
When you drove home, you had
Cameron.
Cameron with you. Cameron's 11. When you got there, Chris brought Addison over.
Chris brought Addison over.
Y'all went to the barn to feed. The girls went with you, or you went out there by yourself?
Well, I had gone to the barn by myself because Cameron was getting her stuff in. So I went to the barn.
Mhm.
But then Chris pulled in pretty much immediately after I got to the barn. So I went back to the house, you know, to get her, you know. And because I was gonna talk to him and see kind of what the game plan was, what, you know, that kind of stuff.
And then
And then I
you
went back to the barn.
got the girls in the shower. You got into bed about 8:30 and they stayed up a little while longer.
Yeah.
When you went to the lake, do you remember which route you took?
I went down whatever road that is that go out and go, not across Buford Dam, I went the other way.
I don't have a clue.
Oh. Well, you can either go in this end of Marketplace Boulevard or that end of Marketplace Boulevard. So I went on this end, like where Steak and Shake and all that kind of stuff is.
So when you left your house, you went down.
I went out well, I just followed, you know, the GPS. Kind of went down the back way, hit Marketplace Boulevard. And then went right on Marketplace Boulevard and then went that other direction.
Did you use GPS on your phone or
No, because I didn't know how to, I mean, I used it on the vehicle.
in the car that's there?
Yeah. But then coming back, I just hit return to home, you know, and it brought me back across Buford Dam. I said, well, that's a whole lot quicker than going the other way.
Mhm. All right, and you're still maintaining you don't know.
I don't know.
We don't have any enemies.
No.
Nobody wanted to hurt him.
Not that I know of.
Was there any reason to target your property and him?
I wouldn't think so. No.
Are you currently in an affair with anyone?
No.
Is anyone pursuing you?
No.
There's no jealous boyfriends?
No.
The last affair you had was 10 years ago with?
And it was, I mean, it was not a sexual affair. I mean, if that's what you want to call it. I mean, it was simply,
More of an emotional?
I mean, we were all just friends. I
Mhm.
mean, like his sister was there too. And Gary got very upset about that, I mean, you know. But no, there was never any, you know, nothing like that.
You have any questions?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna bring Scott in here.
Okay.
I'm gonna disclose to him about the projectile we found. If,
Okay.
when you walk by, if you would mind not telling him, you know, obviously, if you wanna tell Amanda and Chad, is that her fiance out there? While y'all are out there sitting, that's fine. But I would like to speak with your son and tell him and get his reaction and see what information he can offer me.
Can you tell me what the text is that came across on my phone?
Jackie said she is going to bed. Are you gonna be okay tonight? I'm worried about you.
She's the one that lives on my road.
Okay. All right, yep, that is all I believe I have for you at this time. Where do you plan on going this evening?
I don't, I've got my dogs, so I don't.
You have the dogs with you?
Yeah, they're out there in the car.
In the car, running, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Jackie said I was welcome to come in there. Amanda wanted me to go with her, but I can't, there's nowhere to put the dogs. I mean, if neither one of us, I mean, Scott's got a dog that's upstairs in the barn.
So I'm just trying to figure out how I can get a hold of you tomorrow, because I'm gonna have your phone.
You can get with Amanda on hers.
She'll be with Amanda.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I mean, depends on what I'm gonna do with the dog stuff. I mean, we can't take it, I don't know, because Jackie had said we were welcome to come and stay at my house.
Okay. Was there anybody else that you left out that was at the house, your house in these past few days, other than the family? Any workers or friends, or, I know you said he didn't have any friends.
No, I mean, I was trying to say, I don't think that we had anybody there working at the house. No. I mean, not that I know of. Some of Scott's friends have been there. But I don't remember when that was that they were there. Ted was there, a friend of his was there, came for a very short time,
A friend of
Scott,
Scott.
on Saturday. And he didn't stay long. He was supposed to have stayed there for dinner, and his mom was actually gonna come for dinner too. And Scott, there was an incident with a snake that supposedly Scott and Chris scared him with a snake. And he got mad and left. And his mom didn't come either for dinner that night. But like I said, I mean, everybody was at the house this weekend, Chris and Jenna and, Ella and Eddie were not in town yet. And Amanda and Chris and Olivia, Chad, I mean, all the kids were there.
I think so. There's
I was
2
cleaning my
minutes
screen. I
left.
was like, I need to clean that screen.
Amanda and Chris and Olivia, Chad, I mean, all the kids were there.
All right, anything else or any other names or? All right, I'll walk you out and we'll bring Scott in.
I guess I need to get Jackie's number too.
Clearly, I don't know how to open it. There you go.
Jackie. Nine six.
Mm-hmm. We'll cut it off real quick. So what I'm trying to do is get to the, where's the menu where you do all the Wi-Fi and all that? There it is. I just want to hit that button right there. Just hold that down. Yep. All right, I'll walk you out here. All right.
We'll break for till 3:30. If you want to take a group outside for a smoke break so they can stretch their legs, even if they're not smoking, that'd be fine.
Patricia says, Melody, whatever you feel about Gary giving his children handouts pales in comparison to what your sons think about all you have done. Damn. Isn't it incredible that they didn't have body cams when this happened? They didn't have any, and they really didn't have recording devices in Cherokee County, Georgia. I know we're going to have to listen to John Luke tomorrow, try to keep her off for Thursday, I guess. Scott's here. For what? Scott's here to get lights. He's not in his jumpsuit today. No, but Scott, you're missing one hell of a trial, dude. Martha Jane is going to testify. Martha Jane's going to testify against Melody on Thursday, and woo. It is unbelievable. Oh, that's right. My bad. I forgot we did that. Hold on. That's why we did it, right? I don't know. Did something happen? I sent you business cards to look at. We've learned something from the interrogation in these two families, the Adelsons and the Farrises. And that is, if a person volunteers the name of someone they say they love, they are your prime suspect. Well, I just made sure the mic was connected, so.
So at the end of this interview, what did you do when you left this room?
When we left, I believe I went back to the house, the scene. Actually, no, I spoke with Scott Farris directly after this. Then I would have left.
Then you left after speaking with Scott Farris. How long did you speak with Scott Farris for? Do you remember how long that interview was?
I don't recall.
Over an hour?
Sounds right.
And then after you spoke with Scott, you went back to the scene.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to then interview Mrs. Melody Farris again?
I did.
And do you remember what time that was or when that was?
It was the next morning, so it would have been on the 6th. It was sometime after 9 a.m.
Do you remember how that interview was set up? Did you contact her? Did she contact you? Do you remember how that came to be?
I believe she had reached out sometime that morning to someone. I don't remember to who. And I was told she wanted to speak. She had thought of some more things, and we had more questions for her. So I got in touch with her and we set it up.
So after you interviewed Scott, after the second interview with Melody, you talked to Scott, and then you went back to the scene and continued the investigation on site.
Correct.
At the crime scene.
Correct. And I believe I went home and got a few hours sleep.
Okay.
Came back in.
And then the next morning, you picked up with another interview of Melody Farris.
Correct.
Okay. And who was, if anyone, was in that interview with you?
At some point, Detective Kuykendall came in with me.
Where was that interview?
Is that the Free Home Precinct again in the same room, in the community room
And that's located in Cherokee County.
in Cherokee County?
In the same room, you said?
Yes.
Okay. You and Detective Kuykendall, and at any point in that interview, was Melody under arrest?
No.
Did you brandish your firearm?
No.
Did you threaten any injury to her?
I did not.
Did you promise her anything?
I did not.
At this time, state will move to tender phase 3.
No objection.
All right, submitted.
Publish phase 3.
I know they said that you had more things you wanted to tell me. or
Yeah,
stuff
I
that you
mean,
had-
went down last night, I slept for a minute, you know, so you lay there and think.
Right.
And then Amanda called me first thing this morning. First of all, of course, I've talked to a couple of the attorneys at various law firms.
Mhm.
And they're actually having someone call Amanda that would kind of advise us to how to handle things.
Mhm.
One of them being that Emily, the one that drove in from Playhouse yesterday, was immediately wanting to get her hands on the finance. Which we found very odd, given the fact that her husband has been in quite a bit of trouble with embezzlement and writing back checks and all that kind of stuff. I do know that Gary gave him, or transferred funds, $2,100 on one draft, and then $900 on the other draft, within days of each other, or within hours, I think, kind of with each other.
And you told me about that, this $3,000 that he's given her
Yes,
this week.
just in the last, several days. I don't have an exact time frame on it. And she found it very odd that they would get their hands on money this quickly. And she's like, no. And so I called Eric, who is one of the partners at the firm here. And I have not been able to get it with Lisa Dustin, the managing partners in Birmingham. And to basically stop him from getting in Gary's office or getting hold of anything. Also, the other thing of it is Chris, the oldest one that was there. Of course, he's the one that's been taking money for quite some time. And he was not wanting anybody, a third party, to get involved with funds. He doesn't want anybody else tampering with it. He doesn't want anybody else, getting in it, which I found very odd. Because I told him yesterday, he got to the house, as he said, to pick up my daughter, because a man called him and asked him to talk to daddy, see daddy, whatever. And his response was, I'm coming to pick up my daughter. Okay, so if you're listening to me, I'm coming to pick up my daughter. She's like, look, it's a simple question, settle down. So when he got there, of course, we all innocent look for him. We need to know how we talk to dad, see him, whatever. He would never give me a correct answer. Never. And then before we ever discovered anything, he was going to go ask some movies. I'm going to go to shit. I said, before what? There's nothing. We're just looking for your daddy. I said, his travel, what we call travel CPAP was gone. And at that time, we hadn't found his wallet. And, well, I'm leaving here. I'm taking my daughter. And I'm like, no, you're not leaving. So then, even after you all got there, whatever, I mean, he was busted the gut, wanting to leave. I said, no, you're not leaving. You are not leaving. I'm sorry, but you're in this for a long time. Well, then he did, and he left. And I tried to get up with his wife to see where he went to, but she didn't answer her phone. But then he called, then she did call me back. And she said, oh, he's here, he's got in the shower, we're fixing dinner. I was like, what? Why, and Amanda said, Amanda, very odd that he did not say what he said. He did not seem to be, easy. It was just like, nothing had really happened. And I don't know, maybe it is just like me all night long. I'm not saying he did it, I'm not saying he whatever. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Tommy, whatever his name is this morning.
Captain Pena?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only Tommy out there, Tommy Pena.
He and I walked over to the barn. Scott was already over there at the barn with another detective over there, and I walked over. Simple questions, like, as a baby goes, it has to be bottled, as he was moving the horse's water. He jumped on me like a duck on a cheese. And Tommy said, whoa, you do not disrespect your mother like that. I'm sorry, you could not do that to me. So we turned around and just walked out. So I said, thank you for doing it. He said, I said, well, he has major anger issues. And that's how he, I said, that's nothing compared to what he does. And Amanda and I had talked to, she said, do you think Mr. Scott is capable of doing this? Or she seems to think maybe that, she said, or Chris Payne, look what all he's doing so far. Could he have arranged it? Could he have anything? I said, Amanda, I can't imagine. I mean, I don't think this is fair. I don't know. I said, I can't walk in there and tell them that I suspect one of my children, but yet I can't have one either. I don't know. I don't know what's good.
It's all logical thoughts.
I mean, everything went through my head from the time we left here. I mean, it's like, okay. I mean, and Jackie and I sat there and talked last night, and I said, Brendan, I just need to say it out loud, just to hear it. Am I thinking you're bad, logically, am I thinking whatever? I said, even Scott, when we had been everywhere out there, looking for his cell phone, or looking for his wallet, or looking for anything that would, and looking for cigarette butts where he's throwing them down, anything that would clue us in to, did he walk off, did he fall, did he whatever, did he, anything. And then Scott he walked out and he actually picked up the phone. He turned it face up. And I said, what is, I could tell what it was. And I said, did you all throw a go-go here or something? And no, this is human. I've seen 100 of these over in Iraq. And then he just ran from me. And I'm like, stop, Scott. What? And I immediately started screaming for Amanda. And she was off, I don't know where she was off, looking. And then I finally called her, but she didn't answer. And I said, and Scott walked away from us when he called 911. And then when the first people that got there, Scott went to the street and met them. As opposed to just letting them come down. I said, Scott, they've been here twice. They came when I got kicked, and they came when your daddy fell off the horse. They know where to come. They come straight down here. He refused. He stopped him straight and talked to him. And Amanda's standing there having, meltdown. Why is he not letting them come? Well, see, she had not, I don't think she went back and saw anything. But I don't know what she saw or what she did, I don't know. It all just, I don't know.
What has she said this morning?
Well, she called me about the family wanting immediate access to take over the fund. She's like, Emily's wanting immediate access to the fund. She wanted to go down to the law firm and get everything wrapped up, and she has control.
Where are they this morning?
A hotel somewhere. Which one they went to? I never told her.
They haven't contacted you? Any of the family?
I think Amanda has talked to her. Well, I think she did this morning when Emily was looking to get immediate access to the phone. I think we need to go down to Dad's office and get in there immediately. She knows his way, he keeps everything. So I called Harry Dorley, which is one of the, partners, and doesn't stop her.
Can you give me his Eric what?
They're like,
How do you spell that?
Lacher, I think.
You said it's a pretty big law firm, right? Is he one of the top? Okay, so he'd be someone who's in charge of the office that could,
Yeah, or he could get you to the person.
anybody else there that you need to contact with?
No, just a secretary. That was yesterday, but I talked to Eric today.
You gave me the name of the law firm. Burr and Foreman. And that's down in, you said Atlantic Station? So he maintains an office there, and you think that's where he keeps all his financial paperwork and everything, as opposed to the office in the house?
Very little paperwork ever comes to the house. He does everything online.
What's Emily's husband's name?
Chris. Christopher. Todd, T-O-D-D. Payne. He gave my name.
Do you happen to know his date of birth? It's okay.
I know he's born in 78. I think he was born in here, he turned 40 this year.
Mhm.
I want to say it's July the 27th, but I don't know that.
I can find out. What's Amanda's husband's name?
She's not here.
I'm sorry, fiance.
Chad, C-H-A-D. Bruce.
B-R-U-C-E. Do you happen to know his date of birth or anything else about him? Amanda's out there, she'll be able to give it to me. Was there anything else?
I should have written them down last night. There's things that we thought about. Getting into this morning, it's just like, it's, what are we gonna do? This is, well, I had always my fear, is if something happened to Gary, that Chris and Scott and Emily would immediately start, especially Chris would start drawing blanks.
So you said Emily, did Emily contact the law firm yet, or she just told Amanda?
She told Amanda, so I don't know if she's contacted her. And like I said, Emily's house is in her name.
What about Chris? Have y'all heard anything from
Not Chris.
him this morning?
Oh, yeah. And Amanda talked to him on the way here, but I didn't hear, that was, I think that was the conversation she had with him, that would be, Eric was gonna handle it. So she told him, she said, look, we're on our way down to the precinct now.
Is he talking about coming today, or? And you had mentioned that he didn't show any emotion really Is that him? Is that just him? Or
He flips out of everything. Everything is a big ordeal. The only thing I found odd was that he wanted to leave.
and he left and came back.
He came back after Emily got there. But then he and Emily, Miss Payne, all walked out.
And Chris wasn't there very long when he came back, was he?
My Chris,
Did you find that strange that he was there and he left?
he's very uncomfortable being around me ever since the incident last summer. Like I said, I forbid him from being in my house without me being there. Worst thing of it is we have 47 doors in my house. I mean, you know, he can get in. There's no, he's got the thing to keep at, you know, get in. So as much as I try to keep him, I know he floats in and out because there's been times that I come in and they're like, this has been here. But, I mean, I know there's a safe in Gary's closet in the master bedroom. And Gary had checks and I don't know what all was in there. And all of a sudden one day we just couldn't get it open anymore. And we've never been able to get it open. We really hadn't tried. I mean, Gary's just, well, so I have no idea. And that's been not long after we lived in there. But Gary would keep checks in there because he knew that Chris would come in and take them. So then he just bypassed that by somehow or other getting the routing numbers and the checking account numbers and that kind of stuff. He just has everything just downloaded. And then there's charges to share Williams and to, you know, I mean, he's got a $300 something cable bill every month. He's got, you know, over $300 cell phone bill. Now, I don't know if that's just his or it's him and his two girls. And then his airline tickets out to Kenya. There's his honeymoon. He got Gary to pay for Jenna's ring. I promise I'll pay you back. We never saw the rings. I mean, it's just, and I kept, you know, every time I was around him, I'm like, look, you've got to stop taking money. I'm begging you to stop taking money. You know, you've got to. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I know, Chris. Your daddy tells me what you're taking.
But Gary never did anything to.
He would blow him out an email or text message, you know, stop stealing money from me, you know. But then Gary's very non-confrontational. I mean, yeah, he'll blow into a room and blast out something, but then he goes, I mean, you know, he's just, like I said, he didn't like people, he didn't like to talk to people, he didn't like to, you know. And of course, Chris made sure that when he's around, I mean, I said, look, come out and help work to pay back some of this money. Oh, I've got this, I've got that, I've got to do, you know, and they'll never show up. Or, oh yeah, I'll be there, and never show up. I mean, it's like Gary, Tuesday, Chris told somebody yesterday that I overheard him that his daddy had been trying to get up with him that day. And he said, and I know he did, he showed up with Addison. He finally did come, and like I said, I didn't realize he was there. And I finally looked out, and when I walked out, they stopped talking. And it was just, that was it.
And that was Tuesday afternoon, right?
That was Tuesday. So I figured, I mean, don't know, but he was on him about the beach trip that he had booked. Because Gary talked to me about, you know, us going with them. And I said, Gary, if we go, it's condoning him taking that money for him booking a beach trip, another beach trip. I mean, he did one 2 summers ago. We had a daughter getting married. He probably put $30,000. That's the last thing I need to do, pay for him a beach trip. He's like, well, it's daylight and $1 short now. What am I going to do? Yeah, Chris's ex-wife, she took a credit card when they were married of mine and racked up thousands on it. And at that time, I had a card in my name, and I went to, it was Wells Fargo or South Trust then. And they basically wouldn't let me do anything about it because she was my daughter-in-law. But they were, at that time, she had come to live with me. That was in September of 2007. And he stayed in Maine to sell their condo and that kind of stuff. And she came, my mother got sick. Had to have unexpected open heart surgery. I was in North Alabama. I had left a card for Amanda to use. She took it from Amanda and racked up just thousands of dollars on it within a couple of weeks' time.
The lieutenant has asked me to step out real quick. You can feel free to continue talking.
So then I want to step off Jerry's break.
And ma'am, I know we haven't gotten, we've talked very briefly a couple of times. And just so you know, I am sincerely sorry for you and your family's loss.
I don't even know what to think. I mean, this is just, this is beyond comprehension. I mean, did he play with fire all the time? Yes. I could write my head around that. You know, I could. This I can't. I cannot wrap my head around this.
It's, because he did definitely make fires.
Oh, yeah.
He made big fires and he didn't tend to do them terribly well.
No. And then, like I said, he set my house on fire.
How long, I'd heard that. How long ago was that?
It was the end of August 2 years ago. It was right after Emily got married in July.
Okay. Did he just have it too close to the house?
It was in his office.
How was he burning it in his office?
The whole house system went on, and I was upstairs, and all the lights started flashing. So like, everything buzzing and doing it. Of course, I immediately started looking, for it. And I called Scott. He was at the barn. I mean, I was minutes from leaving with a friend, and I called him. Scott saw it coming out of his office door. So he took the RTV and circled the house, and he pulled in to get his office door. We immediately started pulling hoses. I dialed 911. We got, fire department came, we got the garbage can out, thought we had it. I mean, it was in a garbage can.
Thought it was contained, thought you got, yeah.
Contained, Well, then all of a sudden, everything started going off again. It got into we didn't realize that it got into the wall and started going up the wall and down the rafters, in between the two floors. And of course, Scott, was putting water on it, and then the fire department got there and they started knocking, they went upstairs and started knocking holes in the walls to get it down below. But it got, I guess the really expensive thing was it got into the whole house smart system thing. Of course, all the electronics in the home theater.
Went kaput.
Yeah. It got into.
Did y'all ever try to get that fixed or anything, or
Oh, yeah.
it was just too much damage to fix it?
Well, it got into the wiring, and it, like in the basement, there is a thing in the ceiling, like a grate right there, and they had to cut into those wires, because that's where it got to, and they thought they had it fixed, and it's never worked right since then. So we just, it's just got put on, at that point in time, there's no telling how much insurance it paid at that time. Tens of thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah, it's a significant when you got fire damage and water damage or anything
And
like
then
that.
at what point in time do you just stop and
Yeah.
go, I turn the light switch on? I cannot do that. I mean,
So what kind of, like when he would make the fires, how would he deal with them? Like, would he just like light it on fire and step back and watch? Would he keep throwing stuff on them?
you just keep throwing stuff on.
Does he just kind of walk around and piddle around? Because like when I make a fire, I just kind of make it and I just kind of walk around and grab stuff and throw it on it, things like that.
Yeah, but this was it was way taller than you. mean, it was a massive burn pile, and it had like fencing, so we had that creosote stuff on it.
Mhm.
There was poles and stuff that he gathered up that was his barn. There was, when we did the fire pit area down at the bottom, we had a mini excavator there at the house, and so Scott had pulled a bunch of tree stumps where we just, all that land was cleared.
Mhm. How long ago did y'all clear it?
Right after we first moved in, but some
Is
of
that
the trees.
3 years ago?
Maybe 5 years.
Oh, 5. Okay.
Some of the trees were just cut even with the ground
Mhm.
and just left, so Scott pulled up some stumps, but they were on like the backside of what I consider the backside of the house
Mhm.
over there. And he had pulled those up, so those were on there. I mean, big, with all that. I mean, there was months worth of stuff that got thrown up there. I mean,
When was the last time you had a fire before this one?
I have no idea. It's been long. I mean, months.
See, okay.
So, I mean, we've got large amounts of,
So I can share some information.
When I'm very much of almost a practical person. Well, he was not, especially with fires, it sounds like I am. I look at the practicality of things. I use I apply common sense.
Right.
I'm a people person. I talk to people. It's what I do. And human behavior tends to follow certain general trends, if you will. And some things make sense and don't make sense sometimes. Things like that, that's what I do. So I was hoping to just kind of walk through a little bit more on after I know Chris came over, brought Addison. Do y'all call her Addie or Addison? She doesn't shorten it or anything?
she does, but she doesn't like it to be short.
Understandable. I have a cousin that's the same way. So when they came over, about what time was that?
I honestly don't know. I mean, especially at this point, I'm thinking 5-ish, but I don't know. The only thing that
When they
thought
left,
about that was,
did anybody else come over?
I don't think so.
Did you see anyone? Did you hear a car?
I don't know.
Did you
I
hear a
do not
noise?
remember.
Because here's the thing. You were at home.
Right.
You were the only person that was at home with your husband.
Right.
There is evidence we have found in the house that indicates that you would have heard something. There's almost no way in the world that you wouldn't have. And I'm not accusing you of doing anything, but hearing something is, please don't misunderstand.
Okay.
So
Well, let me explain to you this.
So
See, we had 2 horses, well, actually 3 horses that got out that night.
yeah, I talked to Scott about that.
I had got Rebel in, the older horse, put him in the pasture, like what we call the front, the pasture of the barn. And put him up. And then I came back in to check on the dogs and whatever. I didn't realize that I had 2 Chester and Bluebell, the 2 horses out. I tapped the RTV, took it up to the front entrance, locked the gate, but one of them was out on the road. So I got that gate locked. I went back and got a lead rope.
What time was all of this?
It was dark when I was.
Was it
doing that.
before you had talked to Scott about the fire?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I didn't talk to him about the fire until, well, he called me or I called him one, I don't know, when he was coming in the property. And
He saw the fire.
Yeah, he saw the fire. Yeah.
And you were still awake.
Yeah.
Where were you when you got that phone call?
In my kitchen, because I could see him pulling in the driveway.
Okay. And you knew the fire was still going out back.
Yeah.
And you probably have the same concern that I do. If there's a fire still burning at night, you're going to go peek at it every so
Yeah.
often.
But
What
I
would-
had seen it by that time, and it was,
How many times did you go and check on it? Not like, I'm not saying go down to it, I'm saying go and look at it, because you're probably like me, because your house has been caught on fire, mine hasn't, but I'm still paranoid, and I go and I look at a fire, even if it's just coals and cinders, I still go and make sure one's not sparked off somewhere.
right. I honestly, I don't know. I mean, of course, I was out.
But you would say you went and looked at it at least a few times for sure,
Well, but I was out on the property,
out and about,
out and about.
for about how long?
It took me a good while to catch Bluebell when she's there.
Mhm.
And it took me a good while to get her caught up. And of course, after I've gotten kicked, I'm very careful about, you know, being around her and that kind of stuff. So I wasn't one for just, you know, okay, let's be careful with this because you're out and nobody knows you're out here,
Of course,
you know.
you got animals and you got,
I've
you
got
know, just, yeah,
animals,
it's
I've
just,
got-
of course.
Yeah.
So,
And then I've got,
but you got all of them put up before 11:30,
yes,
because that's when you talked to Scott.
that's why, yeah, I think I talked to Scott.
And how many times, I mean, I'm sure you checked on the fire a few times.
You know, I mean.
It's right outside your bedroom. I
Right,
mean,
it
it's
is.
right outside the
I mean, and I
patio.
did, all I did was just open that door and saw that the woods were not on fire. That's all I did,
Open which door?
the bedroom door, the one that goes outside.
Your bedroom, the one that goes around on the little patio right there, because you can see the fire perfectly well.
Right, so
Did you
all
see
I
any-
did was just open the,
Did you ever notice the fire going out?
No.
And then catching back up on
well, I
fire?
mean, it maintained just a burn. But, you know, it maintained a flame, kind of like it did when Scott pulled in. It's all. And, but that would, I mean, I talked to him, I tried to get up.
Did
with
you
him.
talk to anybody else that night other than Scott? After Chris left, did you talk to anybody else?
I don't.
And I'm gonna ask you something. It's a very direct question, and I apologize in advance for asking it. But when I say that we do an exceedingly thorough investigation, I'm really not in any way, shape, or form exaggerating. And we look at anything, everything. So I'm gonna ask a question. And I apologize in advance for asking it. But given the nature of this circumstance,
Right.
I think you will realize I have no choice but to ask it. You and your husband do not have the best relationship. I understand all of
Right.
these. Y'all are not very close. Y'all haven't slept in the same bedroom for a while. He's got a CPAP machine, practicalities. I know he was sleeping in bed and rolled over and he would kind of flail a little bit. A boyfriend. Any boyfriend at all. When was the last time you had one?
I won't call him a boyfriend, but it was my sister-in-law's boyfriend at the time,
Mhm.
but we were all.
How long ago?
friends.
Ted?
That's been 2 years.
Ted?
Yeah.
Wiley? Is that his last name? Where does he live? Florence?
Oh, no.
Okay. When was the last time you saw him or talked to him?
He called about my mother-in-law.
How long was that?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I mean, he's been both in the family for 20 years, you know. And one day she's in memory care.
When was the last time you had any sort of a relationship with him? How many years ago?
Years, like 10 years ago.
And
But it was not physical.
so when was the last time you had a physical relationship with somebody? Your husband or anyone?
Oh, Gary?
Mhm.
It's been 4 years ago.
Okay. So when was the last time you had a sexual interaction with anyone else? Okay, when we test the DNA on the diaphragms we found in your purse, whose DNA is going to be on it?
Diaphragm?
That's what I was told was found in there.
There was no diaphragm in my purse. No,
What are
there
the
was-
circular discs? About that big, round, one open, one closed, in your purse.
Well, they're not used for diaphragm. It's used for menstrual cycle.
And you have a doctor's prescription, somebody that we can go talk to. I'm assuming those
Oh,
are
you might
prescribed,
go to the counter.
and somebody will use them for that.
Yeah.
And so there will not be anyone else's DNA on them at all. And I mean, I'm sorry I apologize. Like I said, I'm apologizing in
Now, I
advance
will
for
tell
asking these.
you that there
but-
is a diaphragm in my truck, in the very back of it, and it belongs to a friend of mine that she asked me to keep it for her.
Is it, okay, we are gonna test it for DNA.
Okay.
Is it gonna have your DNA on it?
I mean, I've touched it.
What's the
but
friend?
Sherry Cooper.
Sherry Cooper. Just jot that down. So said Sherry.
She She was going through a divorce at the time. And
How long have you had it?
Oh.
She the same one that moved away a year ago? The huge phone you had?
Well,
Or is that a different Sherry?
yeah, same.
Same one? Okay. Where does Sherry live now?
I don't know where she is.
Why are you holding on for a diaphragm for her?
It got stuck in the back. I mean, she had asked me to keep that. She asked me to keep some plaques that she had, some cards.
Because we can tell what's like DNA from your hand and what's like would be
Right.
vaginal DNA or,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, that's her.
Well, maybe there's signatures that we could tell that would make it different. And so that would,
That's hers.
why do you have it and why did you still have it?
Well,
And how long ago did you get it?
oh, I've had it a while. Let's see, Emily got married 2 years ago. And she was going through her divorce then. And she did, she had a boyfriend. And I kept that, I kept several plaques that she had made.
And these are in the back of your SUV.
No, all that I still have left is that and maybe some cards, but I have no idea. What
Okay.
friend had given her.
So what was her boyfriend's name? Is her phone number still in your phone that we could call her? So that diaphragm is hers, and the ones in your purse, we're not going to find any male DNA on in any way, shape, or
No.
form.
I mean, they're used for mental health.
And you have not had a sexual relationship with anybody in 4 years. We're not going to find any evidence of it. When we test your bed sheets, we're not going to find any male DNA in any way, shape, or form. When we test your vehicle, and we swap the seats, and we swap the back seat, is it any male ever been in your car?
My kids.
Okay. Other than them? That's easy to eliminate.
I mean, Gary.
What about Roy? Last name begins Bart.
Barton.
Who's Roy?
Well, Roy is my cousin's dead husband.
How long ago did he pass away? Why do you still have his credit card in your purse?
Martha Jane had given me just to have as a.
Keep in mind,
Right.
all I saw was a credit card with the name on it. I have no idea who Roy is.
Yeah.
It's just odd, obviously, not the same last
Well, She
name.
had given me that quite some time ago. I had been taking care of her. She had open heart surgery back, 4 years ago, I guess. 3 or 4 years ago. And so it just got put, I didn't realize I still had it.
Okay, so you're not using it. So when we look at the financial records, that hasn't been used in over 4 years.
No. I mean,
And it's going to come back to somebody that's deceased.
right.
And whose husband is that?
My cousin,
Cousin, what's her name?
Martha Barton.
Martha Barton. Roy is her husband. Did he pass away of cancer, heart disease? That's a tough one. So that's a hard thing. How old was he?
80s.
I'm so sorry.
But, I mean, that's when, during that time, she had given me a credit card to use for, just to have for medicine and that kind of stuff. I mean, like I said, she had open heart surgery in Nashville.
Mhm.
And, I was, up there taking care of her. Her husband had a stroke at the time. He was in an assisted living. And not an assisted living, but a nursing home rehab facility. And so I had, that's when I was given cards of hers. And,
Okay.
all that kind of stuff.
And you just had it you just forgot it was in there.
Yeah, I mean,
And I keep hearing about it, the cell phone.
the only cell phone I have is that.
What about the other one you had?
It was one that Sherry Cooper had. She had 2 phones. And that was when Gary was, cutting out phones and,
So you were using it, how long ago?
that was when she took me to go see an attorney about Gary cutting off credit cards and doing that kind of stuff. And she said, look, your name's not on anything. I'm going through a divorce. I know how bad it's going to be.
Okay, so did it have a number associated with it? So she gave you a phone that you could use.
Yeah, I
So
had no idea what that number was,
Did it only have one number?
as far as I know, but it was
Did she
straight.
pay for it or did you pay for it?
No, it's just a straight talk card. I mean, I just bought the card at Walmart. She loaded it. I mean, we just loaded the number.
Okay, so if we got back in touch with her, we could figure out what phone number is, right? And you're saying that no call activity associated with you or your residence or anything in a year.
I mean, I did, I used it for a while.
But that was a year
The attorney
ago.
that I went and talked to said, look, you need, especially to talk to him
Mhm.
or, you know, any of that kind of stuff to use that so that Gary couldn't trace it.
Okay. Did you talk to, and that's reasonable that we can backtrack all of that, because they keep records for like 2 or 3 years. It's ridiculous. So do you have any idea what the number is?
I mean,
Would you use it to talk to your children? Because
No.
obviously your phone was cut
No.
off. You see how that seems strange to me, right?
Well, I mean, he would turn it off.
Okay, so
but
he
then
would turn-
immediately turn it back on.
But
I mean,
you-
it was like,
It was to the point where you got a phone and you used the phone. So if you didn't talk to your kids, who'd you talk to?
well, I mean, it would be, you know, get it with Sherry. I mean, you know, because I was at home. I mean, he would only turn it off for a very short period of time. It would be like a day. Okay, Gary, turn the phone back on.
People saw that
Okay.
phone, you using it for a while.
I don't know what they're talking about, having a separate phone.
That's exactly, I mean, that's the one. It sounds like what it looked like. What kind of case was it in?
It was just, I mean, kind of like the one that you're carrying.
What color was it? Okay, tell me about the gray one with blue trim.
The what?
Gray phone, that had the blue, like blue surrounding it.
I don't know about that.
And they said they saw you with it
And you,
within the past.
and they asked you about it, and you said it was Sherry's a while back, but then they kept seeing you with it. And obviously Sherry moved away, so that's, I mean, if she gave you a phone to use and this is what I'm getting at.
No, I mean, it's
Given-
a long
Given
time.
that, and that's what, I'm just gonna be realistic. If you had a phone and you use it to talk to a boyfriend or talk to friends or do something without Gary knowing, obviously, given the status of your relationship, that makes sense to me. You still have straight talk cards in your top drawer.
Yeah, well.
That's what I'm saying.
I know.
This all makes sense that you
Well,
just have a phone that you
okay.
don't want Gary to
Well,
know
now,
about.
let's see.
I'm actually cool with that. I can actually understand why you would have it.
Okay.
But
My
lying
mother-
about it seems a
okay,
little,
let
you
me
know,
finish. My mother is in a nursing home.
yes.
She has a straight talk card because Gary was doing her phone
Mhm.
and then he cut it off.
Okay.
So I got tired of the whole thing of him doing that.
Are
So,
they all on the same plan? Or does he have separate plans for everybody's phones?
I think Amanda is still on his plan,
Okay.
but I don't know that for sure.
Okay, so tell me about the straight talk cards.
So anyway, they are from my mother's phone. So that I can just load them.
When did you purchase them? Did you purchase?
In the last few days. Just so that I.
What's the number?
I don't know.
Okay. So,
It's gonna come up, it's an Alabama number.
and it's an Alabama number. It's your mom's phone number, right?
Yeah, it's my mom's phone. It's a
Okay.
Rogersville, Alabama number. And it's probably written on that piece of paper. that
What's your
you
mom's name?
read. Hey.
K-A-Y. So when I think you kind of see there's a lot of things that point to, and it makes sense to me that you would, you're how old? I don't want to guess an age. You have a life. Your life is now separate from your husband. It has been for like 10 to 15 years. When that happens, people seek companionship. That's actually normal, especially when given the nature of your and your husband's relationship. You did not love your husband anymore.
I did.
You said you wished he had a heart attack and died, and you couldn't
Dude,
wait to
what?
get rid of him. You would tell your kids when you were upset.
No, I never told my children that. Never. Never.
Never once, any of
Never.
them.
Never.
So in separate interviews, that's just something that is an
Never.
oddity,
Never.
that you couldn't wait to be rid of him, to have your life back, to have control of
No.
your finances back.
No.
Did he
No.
pay you an allowance?
No.
How did it work? Because I know you have a debit card, the PIN
Debit
number.
card and a credit card.
Is that attached to the main bank account or a different one?
Oh, there's a Bank of America card.
Mhm.
And that's a credit card. And then the Wells Fargo card is his main account. Now Scott has one that's the farm account.
Okay. So the one you have, is that attached to the main one, or does he put money in it specifically?
It's his main one, because that's what his check is.
Because I've heard that he tries to control your spending a lot, and he's a little controlling in that regard.
He's controlling.
I mean, nobody's saying that he's a complete saint when it comes to y'all's relationship. So
No.
please don't misunderstand this,
No.
this conversation.
I mean, you can look at my house. I've got any and everything I want. You know, my house is furnished the way I want it. I mean, you know, He was controlled, like I could go, I mean, like Scott and I went one day and we spent $300 and whatever at Lowe's. He was fine with that, but then you question the $38 charge of Kroger. You're like, why? Why are you, you know? There was no rhyme or reason to the way he questioned.
Okay. And with all of that, with how your relationship has gone, y'all had a.
We just figured out how.
You're telling me in 10 years, other than Ted, many years ago, you haven't talked to in a while. There's nobody that you have had any sort of remote relationship with in any way, shape, or form.
We moved to this house.
Because what I don't want to have happen is you tell me no, and then I go and I find all these numbers and I find a boyfriend. Because that is going to be concerning to me, and I think you can see why. It only makes sense. And I can actually see every woman's reason for not doing that, especially given the circumstances, and especially given how they probably they're not thrilled about it, but at the same time, it's human existence. You only have one life to live, and you want to feel that closeness. You want to feel that companionship.
I mean, when he was in the hospital, you know, a few months ago.
But it makes sense to me that you would seek companionship, even emotional. I'm not even saying necessarily physical, but you would talk to
Do you
somebody.
understand that even me sitting here talking to you all, he would think immediately that I was having an affair with you all?
Do you have a tattoo?
I do.
XOXO?
It's just an XO.
Are we going to find any phones at all where somebody is in the phone as a contact of XOXO? What about the old phone? Not the new phone. What is that in reference to?
It's just not a very simple, just XO.
Does he have a tattoo of it too? What did he have to say about it?
Oh, he loved it. I mean, that's why I got it.
How long ago did you get it?
4 years ago, I guess.
Y'all have been pretty bad off for about 10 to 15 years, and it's only gotten worse. It seems odd to me that you would get that tattoo in memory of y'all's joke like 4 years ago. I mean, it's just me being honest.
I got it about the time that we moved into that house. That was our start, our fresh start,
Yeah, he got the house.
Yeah.
He got something to do.
Yeah.
He was trying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he was doing a
I mean, we
fantastic job,
agreed
but
that's what we were going to do. This was a new start. This was a new, you know, for us, we're going to make this work. We're going to make this work. You know, for better, for worse, for richer, for poor. You know, I'm not leaving. You're not leaving. This is what we're doing.
have you ever had a physical relationship with anyone other than Gary since y'all been married? No one that we're going to find in the history of y'all's marriage. I'm talking the whole entire thing. I'm not talking the last 5 years, 10 years, or since I went Rocky. I'm talking forever. Who? So Rusty is the son. Where's Rusty?
He's in Oklahoma.
When was the last time you interacted with Rusty?
Oh, it's been months and months ago.
Okay, but in the last year. So is that physical relationship then in the last year?
No.
When was that?
I mean, I ended that.
You said his name, his actual name is Rusty?
Rusty.
When did you end it?
A good while ago.
How long's a good while? It's like years, like
No.
months. It seems like it's been within the last year.
Yeah.
It seems like you have a boyfriend.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I would still talk to him on occasion, but I mean.
When was it physical with y'all?
It's been at least a year ago.
You said you hadn't had sex in 4 years. You have diaphragms in your purse.
That diaphragm is not mine. It's Sherry's.
Not the one in your purse.
It is, but that was used strictly for.
The one in the car is Sherry's.
The one in the car.
The ones in your purses, you told me
It's
those
not
are
a
used to.
diaphragm. It's used for menstrual cycle.
And when we go get Rusty's DNA, where are we going to find it?
Nowhere in my car.
Anywhere in your house?
No,
Where did y'all have your relationship a year ago?
up in Tennessee, when I would go up there.
You were in Tennessee a month ago.
I know, we do.
June, I think I saw. Did you
I?
see him then? Did y'all talk?
Yeah, I mean, I still talk to him.
Did you talk to him on that phone?
Yeah.
When I find him and he gives me your phone number, what number is he going to give me?
That one that you got.
You talk to him on the same phone your husband has the phone call access to?
No, he does not have access to that one. After all of that shut down.
Do you have access to his phone records at all? So he doesn't have access to yours.
Yep.
You don't have access to his. When did he lose access to your phone records?
Last time.
Who do you have as a carrier now?
It's smart.
Smart Talk, is that like Straight Talk or different?
Yeah, like straight talk. But yeah, straight talk.
And you just pay for it yourself with your debit card?
Yeah. I mean, he knows I've got it. He knows it's straight talk. He knows it,
Would, and this other phone, and like I said,
Look,
because you told me you hadn't had sex in 4 years, now we're back down to a year. That's why I'm not trying to, I'm trying to preface it by saying, I actually don't, I'm after the truth because the truth helps us paint a better picture. And the lies that we're going to uncover make it more difficult to piece together. And our goal is to find out what happened. And I have a lot more information than I am willing to say right. Because I've been involved with this the entire time.
but
There is this phone. Where's the phone?
Sherry's got it.
Is it the phone that you actually used for a while? It seems like that's the one you used to probably talk to her and probably talk to your boyfriend. You didn't talk to your kids on it.
No.
So
And I talked to the attorney who was, and he basically told me, he said, look.
I actually think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Like I'm telling you, I think it's a good idea, which is why I don't want you to lie about something that I actually think is a good idea to have.
Well, he
So
suggested
when was the
that-
last time you had this phone?
I have no idea. I mean, it's been a while since I've had that phone. I mean, there was no reason to.
And Sherry's got it now.
Yeah.
Did it have the same number the whole time? Because you're going to know if it had the same number or jumped around.
I don't know.
Who'd you use it to talk to on?
It to her and to the attorney.
Where is Sherry Cooper living now?
I don't know where she is right now. She's traveling with her son Blake, who is an actor.
Okay.
And they were shooting a
What,
movie.
what movie?
I don't know the name of it.
What did she work when she was here? About how old is she? Do you know her birthday? That's stretching it a little bit. Early 50s. Sherry Cooper. About how tall is she? Are you on Facebook at all or anything? Friends with her on Facebook?
Yeah.
Anything like that? Okay, so you are on. So you got a Facebook. Is it your actual name? Like Melody Farris. Oh, what's your middle name? I'm so sorry. Walker. Okay. So full name and Sherry is a friend.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can maybe find her from there.
Yeah.
And she has this phone. And there's no other phone.
I don't know whether she still has it or not. I don't know.
Okay. And how long ago did you give it to her?
Like I said, I don't know. It's been a while.
Like 6 months or like 3 years?
Somewhere in between. I was trying to decide if I still had it when Emily got married
When we,
or not.
okay, and Emily got married a year ago, right?
2 years
And
ago.
2 years ago in July? So Rusty. Is Rusty your only boyfriend? I know we were talking about boyfriends and you said you didn't have any, you had sex in 4 years, and that's why I'm pointing it out. We've now gone back to a year and you did have a boyfriend. What other ones are we gonna find? Literally the one and only.
Literally.
There's going to be no other evidence or anything we're going to find that points us to another boyfriend.
He's not come to my home. I mean,
Has Roy ever been to your home?
No.
Have you ever invited him in?
No.
Have you ever seen him at your house?
No.
Has he ever wanted to come to your house?
No. Yeah, and that's what I said. This has got to stop. This is, like, this has gotten out of control, out of whatever.
When did you cut it off? Or did he cut it off?
No, it was a mutual decision.
Well, just because what mutual decisions have reasons.
This is just not going to work.
Is that what the straight talk cards are for?
No,
So you can talk to him?
no, that's from my mother's phone and from my phone.
Okay. For your the phone that you gave to us, and thank you so much for that. Essentially, so, and when I say we're going to go back and we have to look at everything, obviously, I think you understand that. I think you understand we have to do as good of a job as we can possibly do. And we have to look at absolutely everything we possibly can do. And the last thing I want there to be is us to find you had another boyfriend and then we can't find his whereabouts or something like that. So there's no other boyfriends. Rusty. And what's Rusty's last name? Same as the guy on the car. Same as it's because it's Roy's son.
Right.
How old is Rusty? Okay. 64, and he lives. All right. Do you know how to spell that? How do you spell that?
Tullahoma.
Yeah, I never would have got that right.
Well, my grandparents live.
Does he work up there?
That's Tullahoma, Tennessee.
Does he work up there? And y'all broke it off. Y'all last had sex about a year ago. And y'all broke it off about how long after that?
That was it.
And how long had the affair been going on for?
We didn't see each other on a regular basis.
So it was on again, off, you know?
On again, off again, when I would go up there and take care of Martha Jane or, something like that. Like I said, I've known him 40 years.
That's why I said, how long ago did y'all first have a relationship?
It was after his day, I guess.
How long ago was that?
4 years.
Okay, so between 4 years and 1 year.
Yeah, but it didn't even start then. I mean, it was one of those that started out as a,
Is he just a family friend or is he related?
No, his dad,
Roy.
yes, and my cousin were married to each other.
Okay, and then Roy passed away from Parkinson's at about 80. That's whose car, but the car for sure hasn't been used in like 4 years. Like you didn't even know you had it. Because those are easy records to get. I just want to make sure we're not going to find where that car's
I
being
mean, I
used
don't know
around
that,
here.
I don't know whether somebody's used them, but I have not.
You haven't.
I have not used them.
And are you on any other like social media apps or anything other than, are you just Facebook, Kick, WhatsApp, Tinder, anything?
And I don't really know how to use Facebook. I know how to log on and look at everybody else's stuff, but I don't know how to add stuff. Sharon had put some pictures of us when we went hiking on it. And then Amanda had put a couple of things on it. Just a picture of,
Do you do Instagram, Pinterest?
Pinterest.
What kind of stuff do you look at on the internet?
Google, whatever.
What kind of stuff do you look up? Because I look up what I'm interested in, video games.
Oh, no.
95% of my search history has to do with video
And
games.
what medicine, where am I, what do you go, just any and everything. I mean, nothing specific. Pinterest is strictly, nowadays it's weddings and, all that kind of stuff.
Have you been at? Okay. And so we're not gonna find any other boyfriend, and there's no boyfriend that could have a reason that they would want to.
No.
Obviously, you have pointed out Chris as somebody who may have some reason to want to do something, but there's no boyfriends that could have gotten.
Oh, gosh.
Jealousy is a heck of a
Oh,
thing.
no.
So there is no boyfriends.
No.
You had a relationship with Ted many, many, many years ago.
Yeah.
Was that physical as well?
No.
That was never physical.
No.
So the sole two people you have had sex with, how long have you been married?
Almost 30.
So in 39 years, you have only had a physical relationship with Gary and with Rusty. There's nobody else.
No.
Have you had almost an emotional connection, or is there another man that you talk to a lot or frequently?
No.
Has anybody been pursuing you? Because the one thing is for sure is it's not a secret you and Gary don't have the best relationship. I think everybody, it's just not a secret. So is there anybody that was pursuing you?
No.
In any way, shape, or form?
No.
That we're going to find?
No. I mean, the other day I had talked to Terry Braswell, who lives down the road from me, but Ella, my granddaughter, was his daughter.
Mhm.
And so,
Is he coming on to you or anything?
no, gosh, no. No. I mean, it was strictly, Ella was with actually his ex-wife, and she just recently gotten out of jail.
Mhm.
And I called him about, hey, where are they? What are they doing? Do you think it's okay for them to be?
And do you call him normally?
Just when the girls are in town, Ella had been here for 2 weeks. Not long ago.
And what is his name?
Terry Braswell.
Terry Brasman. He just lives down the street.
Well, actually, if you go.
So we're not going to find where y'all like talk all the time
Oh,
or anything like that. And we can see that it's realistically only when they're in town.
Yeah, I mean, he will occasionally call, just, is it raining on top of the hill? He does a lot of horse arenas and that kind of stuff. And I had talked with him about coming in and left 1 hours up and putting some new, forms and stuff in it. But, nothing.
And on the night of the 3rd, nothing out of the ordinary.
No. No. Like I said, chasing horses and.
Well, what transpired is not something that would have been quick. It's not something that would have happened in an hour. It's something that would have happened over several. It's something that would have taken time. It's something that there, unfortunately, is just not a single, and it's done. It's not it.
I would never.
I didn't ask that. What I'm asking is, you were at the house. There is a lot of evidence that was collected in the house. There's a lot of evidence that we collected out back. We have a forensic anthropologist who was one of the only ones in the state of Georgia out there with us that night. That we were out there. I know how long it would have taken. It's not an instant thing. Something that took time.
I know nothing. I can tell you.
Well, and I'm not saying, well, walk me through. You put the horses up. You were back inside. You looked out at the fire, even from your patio.
Yeah, I mean, it was just.
You saw nothing.
You
It
know,
was not unusual.
there's nothing unusual about it. The woods are not on fire. That was it.
Okay, how many times do you think you checked on it? 2, 3, 4?
I don't know. I mean, I popped an apple PM because I had a horrible headache and, you know, it wasn't enough to knock me out.
And did you, after Chris
But
left?
then Scott called me at about 6:30 that morning that he was coming over to get the debit card.
He did. He did. He went and got cash and went to play golf. So that night, did anyone come over?
No.
When we look at cell phone records in that area, there's nobody that we're going to find that you communicated with, knew about, or anything. And okay, so and I'm not, again, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not accusing you of anything. What I'm saying is that there's things in the house that somebody in the house would have realized something was going on. This is not a quiet incident. This is not an incident that would have happened in a few moments. It's not an incident where you would have gone chase the horse for a little while, come back, and it would have been over. This took time. It took a minute. There was something that went on. Like I said, if there's a potentially jealous boyfriend we need to know about, now is the time.
No, seriously, it's not. I mean, the only thing that I know of that's out of it.
And you know, I'd be venture to say that this is not something that one person could have done. Very possibly not, you know, it seems like kind of a, you know, that's why it's just.
I mean, the only thing that I know of that's out of whatever was there was a plate that I put in Gary's garbage can that I picked up all the pieces. But Scott was there when I threw it, and Gary was not.
When did you throw the plate? Is that the plate that's in the trash in the downstairs?
In the basement?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Why'd you throw it?
Because Gary had left a ton of plates and Scott, he had spilled some Mountain Dew and Scott was outside raising hell and
When was
fussing
that?
with me. That may have been Monday night. But Gary was over at the barn at that time. And Scott was, are you not preparing dinner? Are you not doing this? Are you not doing that? And I just dropped it down on my concrete when I did.
In the office?
No, it was outside,
Outside? Where?
on that area right outside his office.
Like outside. Not like outside the office, but like outside.
Outside.
Okay. By like the hot tub?
Like to his office side of the hot tub.
Okay. So if you walk out that door,
Yeah.
that's where the
To his
plate
office.
broke.
I mean, I just went, bam, and dropped it. Of course, it went everywhere.
And who was there when that happened?
Scott.
Just you and Scott.
Yeah.
And what day was that on?
I think it was Monday, for sure. And then there's a broken plate in my garbage in the garage because I had fixed chicken salad. Went out to go get a bottle of water, which I had to open up the container, set it on the top of the cart, and it just slid off.
Okay. How did y'all clean up the plate when it broke? Or who cleaned it up?
I just picked it up in his garbage.
Oh, just by yourself?
Yeah. I mean, well.
Did you, because there's I didn't see any broken anything out there.
Oh, I just picked up all the pieces and stuff.
Even the little ones? Did you
Yeah.
vacuum it? Is there a pressure washer out there or anything?
No,
Just by hand, you were able to actually pick it all up?
Yeah, I mean, it just broke up into pieces. They're all out there in the garbage can.
Oh.
And I just picked him up, cut my finger when I did it, and
Did you bleed? Do you still have a cut on your finger from it? Were you, that doesn't look like it
Well-
would be bleeding a whole lot.
no,
So it didn't bleed much. It's not like
No.
dripping blood or anything.
No.
Because that looks like just almost like a little
I mean, it was
pinprick.
just, yeah, I mean, it was just, you know.
Wasn't, but I mean, you weren't bleeding everywhere
No.
or anything.
I was not-
Is there, and let me just ask this, is there any reason your blood would be in the basement?
I don't think so.
I mean, can you think of any time you've cut yourself down there and bled everywhere or anything? Significantly, we're not talking like that little finger
Yeah.
prick. We're talking like drops of blood, like bloody nose level. Like if you just drops of blood, anything like that.
Now Motley bit Gary, last week maybe. It was before the kids were over there on the weekend. And he had gotten him on the ankle, enough to make him bleed. But it wasn't like it wasn't a bad bite. I mean, you know.
Where'd that happen?
In the kitchen,
What did he do when he got bit?
do what?
What did he do after he got bit?
He said, "Are you not gonna do anything about that dog?" And I said, "Gary, you stand here yelling at everybody, didn't make the dog not bite."
Did y'all just tend to it in the kitchen, and throw a Band-Aid on it?
I mean, I didn't.
Well, what'd he do after he got bit?
He just kept walking.
I mean, but he wasn't bleeding everywhere though.
No. But, I mean, and I really did not think that he had broken the skin on it until Sunday when we were at Joe Christopher's and he had on shorts and just loafers. And then said something about, what happened to your ankle? He said, Motley bit me.
Okay, but it was not like significant, like he wasn't obviously bleeding all over the kitchen
No.
floor or something significant like
No.
that. And the whole time, because when I say it took obviously you saw the state of his body.
I saw when Scott pointed it out to me.
What did you think of that?
I honestly took off and ran from Scott. I mean, I honestly thought it was a goat. That, you know,
Because you're the one who first saw it.
Scott and I were together, me and Scott and Amanda were there.
But you're the one who said, hey, did y'all throw a goat
I
on the
did.
fire? Y'all normally throw
Well-
goats on the fire?
Scott has in the past, yes.
How long ago did he throw a goat in the fire?
Oh, I have no idea.
How many times has that happened?
I don't know that either. I mean, we've had several goats to die, and I just know that, you know, he has been known to do that.
What would you say if I asked Scott directly that question and he told me he has never thrown a goat in the fire and he has always buried them on the property?
I do lie.
Why would Scott lie about that or something like that?
Because I know for a fact he has. I know he
How do you know that for a fact? Just out of curiosity.
because he showed me he has.
Have you ever seen it go back there?
Yeah, I've known when he started a burn pile and burn one.
How did you burn them?
Just throw it on the burn pile and burn it.
Bodies don't burn like that. You don't burn up bodies. You just don't throw them on a burn pile. That's unusual.
The
The
last
amount of
one-
effort needed to burn a body is significant. Go.
Well, no, that I wouldn't know. I mean, that was just, I know that he burned one.
Well, okay, I'm telling you, bodies just don't burn in fires. They just don't go away.
We're all water. You can't burn water.
Like incinerators are designed to burn for a very long time at an exceedingly high heat that is not reaching a regular bonfire. It's not reaching a brush fire. It's barely reaching. It's not even really reaching a house fire. House fires where houses collapse on people, we still find more of those people than we did of your husband.
Okay, then how did he die?
It was outside your bedroom window. I was hoping maybe you could shed some light on it.
All I saw was the burn. You know, I never went down there. I mean, when we were all down there the other day, I mean, everybody, me and Amanda and Scott and Chris, even, you know, Addison and Cameron, I think we were all circling around.
Mhm.
Scott actually, when we were discussing that about the goat, I said, did we have a goat to die? Did you put one on the burn pile? And did your daddy put one on? you know, whatever, because all I saw was two legs, what I thought was two legs sticking up. That was what that I saw. But then Scott immediately picked up something and turned it over. And he's like, this is a skull. That's all he said. And I never could tell if it was, that's what it was.
We'll be able to look and find out if there's any evidence of an animal ever being in there being burned. That'll be relatively easy to figure out. It's not the
I
it's
don't know.
not really the way you
I don't
dispose
know
of
if
animal
it's got burned
remains.
on that burn pile, because we did have one over closer to the barn.
You've never seen an animal on fire.
No,
You've never seen an animal carcass on a fire pit.
no, I know that.
So so you only know for a fact because he says he burns them?
Because I know that he did one. And that's been a while ago. And I said something about, what'd you do with that goat? He said, well, I just put it on the burn pile. Okay, but now he's done several, what they call a European mount, and I never knew how he did those.
So that fire, it had to be tended to for a while.
I just told Gary, I said, you've got to keep an eye on it.
Someone had to go back. Repeatedly.
And do what?
Keep it burning.
I did not do it. I did not do it.
Y'all stretch if you need to, based upon the length of the video.
I can't write anything. I can't type anything. I can't believe this shit. I can't believe it. What in the hell is this woman doing to her? Oh my God. Oh. This is hilarious. I mean, it's not, shouldn't be this funny. It shouldn't be this funny. Don't get mad at me. I can't believe it. Oh my God. The freaking who? Okay, so she was 58 at the time, is driving around with a diaphragm. Did she think that was going to stop a sexually transmitted disease? Did she think that? Ah. I think she let the horses out on purpose so that Scott would have to come home. And now I like visualize that fire was right outside her bedroom and she watched it. Ooh. She sat and watched that fire. She thought no one would. How is she different than the Dan Markel people? She thought no one would care. In her mind, she thought he was so horrible that she thought no one would care. She never talked about that. She's like, yeah, we're all down there. Like they were fishing or something, playing horseshoes in the backyard. We're all down there. We're all together, all of us. He's saying the fire had to be tended to for a while. I can't believe that fire didn't get out of control. Rain is what helped her. I know that investigator, it's masterful. They may not have the best witnesses explaining the phone calls, but that investigator is masterful. Michael may have been begging the state to offer a plea deal. Did you see the look on Melody's face when everyone got up and looked around? Yeah. She stood over him and tended the fire and then went to her bedroom and watched the fire. She cannot have done all that alone. And if she was, why bring Scott back? Her messages to Scott helped prove he wasn't there at the time. Exactly. But she doesn't think like that. She's not thinking in logic. She's not. Beach Bum had to go get her inhaler. Wesley had to go get Lysol. Someone else is hosing themselves off right now. Poor Sherry Cooper. Sherry Cooper is an innocent woman who has been drugged through this. Her poor son, who's an actor, just trying to be someone. You can't write it. You can't. Like, bless you. And here, where's Bling? Bling was here in the last couple of days. Bling is the new black. Is like, you just can't get into it. Now she should. Right? I mean, did she really believe that a diaphragm would stop a sexually transmitted disease? She got the tattoo. Do you have a tattoo? Is that Gary's phone number in your phone? XO. Yeah. She goes, yeah. At what point do they say, you're lying to law enforcement? Which they didn't. They just let her go. She checked on the fire and stoked it. She thought, he is a horrible person. No one's going to care. No one's going to notice. The poor son picks up or moves around a skull, and she's like, why are you calling 911? Absolutely insanity. I don't know why people dispose of other humans so easily, but they do. Paula says there was something she was burning besides her husband, like her guilty conscience. Oh my God. But I don't think she got it until today. I really don't. If she had not even picked up the bullet and she was alone, that means the gun was still there.
45 minutes an hour, right? Well, we'll shoot for 30 minutes. We'll go for 30 minutes.
Now she's smiling again. Yes, Wendy Lee, she has cried a lot.
Back
Not
up to where you were.
in general.
Just a hair.
Tell me about the blood in that.
There you go. Well, I think that,
That was an animal remains.
On that burn pile, because we did have one that were closer to the barn.
I think that skipped ahead.
You've never seen an
Did it not?
animal on fire.
No.
You've never seen an animal carcass on a fire pit.
Yeah, I know. That
So so you only know for a fact because he says he burns them?
Because I know that he did one. And that's been a while ago. And I said something about, what you do with that gun? He said, I just put it on the burn pile. Okay. But now he's done several, what they call a European mount, and I never knew how he did those.
So that fire, it had to be tended to for a while.
I just told Gary, I said, you've got to keep it on.
Someone had to go back repeatedly.
And did what?
Keep it burning.
I did not do it. I did not do it. I mean, when I tell you that fire was massive, it was massive. And he had, but like I said, there was fencing and boards and all kinds of.
Woefully insufficient for the type of heat and the amount of the burn and everything else about it. Woefully insufficient.
That's all. That's all. That's all I know that was on it. I know that
What
Gary.
can you tell me about the blood in that? What can you tell me about the blood we found?
I did not know that there was any blood. I mean, how much blood are we talking?
We found blood. You know anything about the blood?
I did not know anything about it. No.
in the entire time you were there? Because this is where, and see if this makes sense to you, and I'll let you try to explain how this could have happened. Something happened to him. How did he die?
I didn't know.
You were told. You were told how he died, weren't you? What happened?
Well, we just assumed when Scott said this is human remains on this fire.
Have you been told how he died, what we found?
He told me that there was a shot or whatever slug in the rib.
Okay, so what does that indicate to you?
A gunshot.
Okay.
I mean, that's like, I told Amanda we told her last night. And that's when I found out about it, was when we came here. And it was like, how do you wrap your head around this? I mean, I'm thinking he just got caught in a fire.
That's what we have is gunshot wound, burned up body, all of which took a long period of time. And you were the only person at the house. So that's why I was hoping. I know you keep saying you don't know anything and you didn't do it, and you keep saying that.
I did.
But the problem is there's almost no way in this world that you didn't see something, hear something, or know something, and someone is shot, moved, and burned, and burned, and burned, and burned 30 feet from your bedroom window.
I did not go down.
Gary was a big man.
He was big man.
No single person is moving Gary on their own,
No.
on their own human power.
No.
So there's two ways that Gary got to that fire. Multiple people or heavy equipment.
Maybe a combination of both.
I think
Where'd you find the Komodo?
do I know?
The Komodo when you found it. Where was it?
Yeah, it was off.
Kubota.
Kubota?
No, are we talking about the tractor or the RTV?
RTV.
Okay, sorry.
It was down by his office.
You told Scott the other day that you moved it from somewhere. Where did you move it from?
It was down by his office. And then I moved it to go get the horses and whatever, and then I took it back to the barn that night. Parked it, where we parked it over there.
Parked it. Where?
And,
So the night of the 3rd, you were driving it.
Yeah.
You were driving it when you're saying that is the time frame that something could have happened to him.
Because I was out gathering
What
the
if-
horses and stuff, because I went to a show.
So there's no way we're going to find evidence that somebody utilized that to move anything, touch anything, or drive around it that had blood on it.
No, where, because I went and got it the 4th of July, that morning at the barn, and brought it back,
Why was it at the barn on the 4th of July?
because I had taken it and parked it there the night before,
Why did you park it at the barn the night before?
because that's where we always park.
Quite simply not what everyone else has said.
That's where
That's
we.
not the Komodo, the tractor?
No, the RTV.
The RTV is not parked way over there. Gary would not have walked all the way over to there to get it. He kept it where he was. He kept it close. He didn't like walking. It was too much energy.
Scott always kept it at the barn, always kept it at the barn. And yeah, I did, I took it from the house and I went and parked it back at the barn, where it always goes.
Where is it parked over there?
It's usually in the shed, on the left, you're looking at the shed,
Mhm.
the left, in that first stall right there. But I didn't put it in the stall that night because the ducks were up there. I just left it out in the driveway, up in front of the barn, parked right up there.
What day was that?
That was on Tuesday night,
And you just walked all the way back in the
and I
dark.
walked all the way back.
Was the fire going?
Yeah.
The tractor. When was the last time you drove the tractor?
You took it bunch of stuff over there at the house behind the house.
When was that? And we being,
Oh, I don't know.
we being who?
Me and Scott and Gary and all of us.
How long ago was that? Days, weeks, months?
I don't know. We did all that work out there underneath the trees for the dogs to carry. We did all that. And then he had it over there, somebody had it over there the weekend, the kids were there, and I took it and moved it. And
Times, something, days.
it was the weekend the kids were there,
Weekend that which kids were there?
the weekend before the 4th of July.
So barbecue time.
Yeah.
Birthday, barbecue.
Yeah.
So you moved the tractor. That was the last time that you moved it. Where'd you park it?
Last time I remember being, yeah.
Where'd you park it?
Oh, back at the barn,
Where precisely back in the park?
into the shed where we always park.
Under the shed.
Yeah.
And that was barbecue weekend. Have you seen anybody driving it around since then? That thing's, that's not quiet. Have you heard it? Have you
No.
seen it
Gary and Scott have both been on it.
since the barbecue weekend? And that was the weekend, because obviously we're about to start a weekend. It was last weekend,
Last weekend.
within the last 7 days.
Yeah.
And that's when you parked it underneath the shed back there.
Yeah.
What have you seen the two of them doing with it?
They aerated all the pastures.
Okay.
But then Gary did the riding arena.
Mhm.
He took the rake
Mhm.
and did it, but I don't
Okay.
know when that was. But I thought that Scott had aerated because we overseeded a bunch of stuff and put fertilizer down, but Scott brought it over to the house. Put the aerator on it recently in the backyard. And we put fresh seed in it.
Mhm. Did you drive it on the 3rd at all?
No.
Did you see anybody driving it on the 3rd?
No.
Did you ever hear it on the 3rd? Because that thing's loud. It's not me. It's not quiet.
No, but I'm so used to hearing it that, you know. I don't know whether Gary bought it that day or not. I honestly don't know. Like I said,
When was the last time you saw Gary on the 3rd?
When we were discussing dinner.
What time was that?
It was after Christmas Eve.
Was that after he started the fire?
Yeah.
Where was that conversation at?
In the kitchen.
Was he going back out to the fire?
Yeah. And he was still dressed.
What was he wearing?
Shorts and t-shirt.
Is that what he was, did he change?
I don't know. I mean, that's what he had on because he had gone back up. We had planted. He had pulled up some shrubs that were right outside his office. And he planted some new ones. And they still got the tags on them. And he had pulled up some azaleas from there. And he was planting them up at the front entrance.
Was it dark?
He planted those after Chris.
Was it dark? Or still light? Or dusk?
I don't know.
Y'all were discussing dinner. What time do you normally eat?
Anywhere from 6 to 10. But it was.
Did you make dinner for him that night?
No. I said, Gary, I'm not cooking. It's just, you know, us. I got plenty of food in that refrigerator. You know, I'm gonna eat chicken salad. You eat whatever you want to. And I did. I fixed my chicken, I fixed a plate of it, walked out, set it on the, vehicle, it slid off. I went in to just, scooped it up, put it back in the garbage can, and went in, just put me some more.
Did you clean the floor? Because it fell off of the car
Yeah.
in the garage.
Yeah.
Did you sweep
Yeah.
or vacuum?
No, I just gathered, it was just the edge of the plate broken off. I just picked it all up and then went got paper towel and, cleaner and cleaned that spot right, by the refrigerator.
By the time did you realize the horses were out? Was it dark or still daylight?
Rebel had gotten out, it was getting dark. So that had to have been, by the time it got dark, 8:30 or so. But Gary also said, did you realize that the chickens are out of the house? And I said, no. I said, I guess Addie left chicken coop open. I mean, I just, and I went outside and, chickens were going back to roost anyway, so I didn't have any trouble getting them out. And then that's when I realized that Rebel was out. So I just went and got him. He's no problem to put back. Because then everybody was shooting fireworks and stuff like that. And so
On the 3rd? Okay.
I mean, it was worse that night than it was the night before.
So that night of the 3rd, you were driving around the Komoda the ATV, or the what are we calling it?
The RTV.
RTV. You were driving around that to go and do all these things.
Right.
And the night of the 3rd, where did you leave it?
At the barn.
When
Because I talked to Scott.
when did you
Because
go
I
get it?
called him and asked him what time he was going to leave the lake.
When did you go get the Komoda? Or how did it leave the barn again?
I went and got it the next morning.
After you given the debit card to Scott?
Yeah.
And you walked over there and picked it up again?
Uh-huh.
Why'd you pick it up?
Just to have it to, do the chores or do whatever. I had the blower that I went and blew everything off. Just my morning natural routine, blow everything off, feed the chickens,
Where was the tractor parked when you went and got it?
I didn't go to the tractor.
Oh, so you went and got the ATV. Did you see
I
the
just got
tractor?
RTV. No, because this part, I didn't go to the back of the shed.
Because you had parked it in front.
The RTV.
So
I just walked over there, got it, got the bottle and the stuff to fix up for the baby goat.
So it's dark. It's getting to be dark. Dinner time, dark. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. When you and him are talking on the 3rd
Right.
about
Yeah.
dinner. And I know you said the tractor's something you would maybe not have heard. So if we find evidence of anything on the ATV or the tractor that we can relate back to him being in the state that he was in,
I did not see him on that tractor that night. I didn't see anybody on that tractor.
but obviously you're in the middle of nowhere. If somebody would have turned that thing on and driven back behind there. Like we said, there's only so many ways that he gets on that fire. He didn't fall.
I don't know.
I mean, but you see what I'm saying? Like, you would have heard the ATV. You would have heard the tractor. You would have been aware of that. It's literally directly outside your bedroom. So if somebody would utilize either of those to put him on the fire, there's no way it would have gotten past you. Because you were literally on the ATV.
Well,
you were going to the barn.
Yeah, I mean, I took it and parked it over there because I called Scott and said, how much longer are you going to be before you get home?
Mhm.
And I know that, and I told him, I said, look, he said, well, I'm fixing to leave. Okay, if you've been drinking, do not get on this.
And when I go talk to everyone, that the ATV is always parked at the barn. And if Gary wants to get on the ATV, he walks all the way to the barn to get it. Just to get the ATV to ride around. He doesn't keep it near the house, he doesn't keep it next to the house.
No. I mean, like on a weekend or something, yeah, he'll ride around on it continuously all over the property.
Was he riding around on it when he was making the fire?
Yeah, I mean, he's been on it all day long. Because when Chris was there, he rode it over to the barn.
And then brought it back.
But yeah. but
Where
then
did he park it when he brought it back?
He'll park it anywhere from the driveway to.
Well, the girls were with him, right? When he was on the ATV, because they went to go look at the baby goats, baby chicks, things like that.
Addison rode with Chris in his car. I walked with the dogs. And Gary rode the RTV.
Okay, so when the RTV, when everyone went back, where did it get left?
I don't know.
When
Because
you went
Gary-
out and found it that night to go tend
It
to the
was parked
horses,
down by his office.
it was parked by his office.
Yeah. And I just thought.
And you went and drove it around, and it was nighttime by then.
Yeah, it was. Or getting dark. I mean,
Dusk,
dark,
nighttime.
Yeah, it wasn't nothing.
And this is after you'd already talked to Gary about dinner.
Yeah.
things like that. Is this after the dish had broken?
Yeah, because I ate earlier, because I had to
Okay.
eat lunch.
So you would have the,
Well,
so
Scott
Chris
and I
had
went
come,
to
in- so
Cherokee
Chris
that
had come and left.
Yeah.
Gary and you had talked in the kitchen.
Yeah. I left out the chicken salad and the bread and the tomatoes.
And the chicken salad bowl slid off the car.
Yeah.
Which car did it slide off? I'm so sorry. I'm sure you told me like 5
Off
times.
the Sequoia.
The SUV.
Yeah.
Okay, so it slid off and broke in the garage.
Yeah.
You cleaned that up. After that, you never saw Gary again.
Yeah.
After that is when you saw the ATV down by his office.
Yeah, because when I started realizing that the horses were out and stuff, I went and hopped on it because I knew I had to get to the front gate to shut it.
Okay. And then you're driving around and you're doing that. How long do you think you did that for? An hour,
It
45
took me
minutes?
A long time to get, because I got the
A
one.
long time can mean so many different things.
I have no idea.
Are we talking like 20 minutes or like 3 hours?
No. I mean, I rode up front, shut the gate. And
You shut the gate down by the road.
down by the road.
Do y'all lock it?
It has been locked in the past, but I didn't like it that night. It's got a halter on it.
Okay.
It's basically just shut the gate. It was just
Okay.
to keep the other horse from running out. And I did not realize it, and then I thought, crap, I don't have a lead rope. So I took it back to the barn, parked it, got a lead rope and walked. And had to feed back.
And then that's when you got the horses in.
And I got one of the horses
Okay.
and then had to go and get the other one out. So had gotten outside the gate.
The other horse. Okay, so you get one and then you get the other. And then what
But
did you
then I
do?
had 3 horses out that night. Rebel had gotten up earlier, the old white horse. Got him, put him back. But somebody had let out, don't know whether it was Addison, had left the stall door open.
Okay. So get all the horses wrangled up. Oh,
Right.
you drove the ATV to the barn to get the lead rope.
Yeah.
You get the lead rope, you get some feed, you go wrangle up one horse, then you go wrangle up the other horse.
Yeah.
You go back to the ATV or RTV.
Yeah.
Okay, then what'd you do with the RTV?
I took it apart to back and forth.
Where was wait, I thought did you get the lead rope, hop back on the RTV, go get the horses, and then you got back on the RTV, you drove it back over there.
I brought the horses back to, but then back in the fence, got it all, secured back, had to go back into the RTV that I had left at the front. Brought it back and parked it at the barn.
And you parked it at the barn, meaning up there by Scott's barn, that's what
Yeah.
we're talking about, right? Kind of in the front gravel area.
Yeah.
It's a really nice area, nice gravel lighting and everything up there. So it was parked right there,
Yeah.
obvious, like right,
Oh, yeah, he couldn't miss a band.
okay. And that is where it is parked. And if Gary wants it, he walks all the way to
Yeah.
it to get it.
Yeah.
How often does Gary ride around on it?
Every weekend.
If he's doing work, is he on it?
But mostly he'll just ride the property.
Yeah, it seems like it's a fun toy.
Yeah.
I want, if I had 13 acres, I want one too.
He just rides it.
So,
And then I went back over there the next morning. I parked it there at the barn
okay.
and
So if Scott would have come in, there's no way he would have missed it.
then Scott came, I got everything, made sure everything was locked back in the barn, the dogs, Leroy are locked in their thing. Fed that little baby goat, it's got to be fed a bottle, I did it, and just, I just walked back to the barn. I usually will walk that versus, unless I'm carrying something or got to get there in a hurry or, anything like that.
And the whole time you're doing this, you saw no one else on the property. You saw no unusual activity. You saw no flashlights, no lights.
No.
Nothing.
Just fireworks going on.
You get the 3 horses wrangled up. It's dark by then, I would assume,
yeah.
like pitch black dark, because it definitely gets dark out
Yeah.
at your house because
Very
there's no
dark.
lights. So it was absolutely dark by then.
Yeah.
When you parked that the RTV
yeah,
at the
because
bar.
because Scott
Did you have a
asked me-
flashlight with you?
Yeah.
You just walked in the pitch black?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'll never carry that flashlight.
Okay. And then did you have your phone with you? Or do you leave that in the house?
No, I had gone off and left it, just because I was out wrangling horses.
Okay. So you walk all the way back.
Yeah.
And by the time when you get back inside, what do you do?
Well, I had talked to Scott and asked him what time he was leaving. He was late.
Is that a pretty short conversation?
Yeah, I mean, it was basically just like, hey, we're leaving late. You know, I'm leaving here soon. Thought you were gonna be home early, just the usual, you know. That kind of stuff. And then, I mean, I walked back to the house, fed Lucy and Motley, put them food in, went upstairs, got a shower, did my usual routine. I mean, you know, just for whatever, did the last thing of getting the sheets on the bed for Ella and Addie upstairs on the queen bed. Because when the kids were there, I had slept upstairs in that bed, so I finished getting sheets and stuff on that bed upstairs that night. And had come down and brought some stuff. And that's when I saw Scott pulling her. And saw that he had called, I had a missed call from him.
And you returned his call.
And I returned it.
And that's when y'all spoke about the
And
fire.
that's when we spoke about the fire.
How did that conversation go?
It was just, well, I see he's got the burn fire going. Yep, he did. And it was, I said, are you going back to the lake tomorrow? What are you gonna do? What are you, I mean, you know, just the usual, you know. He said, I'm gonna go play golf. When are you gonna go? Early. Well, it's early. He said, well, I leave the door open. No, I'm not leaving the door open. Why do you, I need to get the debit card. Why do you need to get the debit card? Well, nobody, he said, Daddy's cut off the farm card or Scott had maxed out because he only puts a certain allotment of money on that. And he said, it's not, I mean, basically, it wasn't working. And I said, well, you're afraid of that. I think I said something back, you didn't talk to your daddy or something. He said, can I not just come get the debit card in the morning and get me cash? I said, I guess. I said, but you're not leaving me without my debit card. So he came over there, he called me, because I said, I'll be up in the morning. Well, I was. And he called, and he said, I'll come over to get the debit card. I said, okay. So I got up, went to the front door, did that, let the dogs out. I sat down on the front porch because he went to Wells Fargo, got money, came back, gave it to me. He went in and got a Red Bull out of the refrigerator, and then he left. But I don't know whether he went back to the barn or I don't know whether he left at that point in time.
Had you gone and got the ATV by then?
No.
Okay.
Oh. Because I came in, fixed me something to eat, and actually went crawl back in bed for a little while. Watched TV.
So you got the card back before you ever went and got the RTV.
Yeah.
So tell me about what happened after you left.
I sit there, watch TV for a little bit. You know, fed the dog. You know, just the normal, put stuff in the dishwasher.
Did you talk to anybody else on the phone or anything? Okay.
I called Amanda one time to ask her if she was going to Lake Lanier field. That was, 8:30 or something, maybe. And I said, look, I've got to get my usual, feed the chickens and go feed the baby goat, you know, all that kind of stuff. So I walked over to the barn, go feed the baby goat, and feed Luke and Leroy, and put feed out for the other goats inside the barn. And then I brought the RTV back and water plants. That was outside right there by that shed. And left the hose pipe running on that tree over there.
Did you ever go near the burn pit for a pile? Did you do anything back there that morning?
I mean, by
Was
the
it
end-
still burning?
Yeah, I mean, it was just smoldering. But, you
But
know,
not like flames?
No, it
So
wasn't like.
definitely no flames
No,
on the 4th of July that you ever saw?
no.
like after you woke up, obviously at 6 a.m.
No, and Scott and I even talked that morning, because I said, oh, it still smells like burning wood out here. He said, oh, it'll be smoldering for days. And I said, well, I hope it doesn't get the ground. Like what is
Is that what y'all talked about when he got the car?
And, as a matter of fact, I mean, he walked over there and looked. I mean, he walked out on the deck.
And it was just smoldering at that point.
Yeah, it was just smoldering at that point.
Okay. So on the 4th, the fire was just smoldering.
Yeah, it was just smoldering.
Okay. And you never saw it reigniting with flames or anything like that
No.
after that? You never noticed another flame?
No, I did not notice
Again.
another flame. No. But then, I mean, I fed the chickens up at the house and got them water and did my usual thing, with him. Watered the plants that were up there around the shed and stuff, because the sprinkler system had gone off that morning. And just did that, watered those 2 pots by the garage door.
Mhm.
And just did my usual watering, just right there in front of the house and stuff. I got the blower and blew off everything. Just basically blew off the driveway down.
Did you do any cleaning inside the house?
Just my usual pick up, put up.
Did you do any like scrubbing, did you clean the floors,
No,
clean upstairs, downstairs, clean
No.
toilets, sinks?
Yeah.
Just like tidying up, but not like,
Yeah, just the usual,
there's,
make my bed.
so no like
make-
grab Clorox and clean stuff, no grab Windex and wipe down windows, no use whatever, I guess Tilex for the toilets or something?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so none of that was on the 4th,
No.
and you didn't clean anything on the 3rd either with that, any of that stuff, right?
I probably cleaned bathrooms on the main level of the house and upstairs, just because everybody's been there. I mean, nothing unusual. I mean, I vacuum mop very often.
Mhm.
I mean, you do, but everybody comes in and out. Of course, everybody's been there over the weekend.
What time did you leave to go to the lake?
I honestly do not know.
What time roughly?
I called Amanda.
Is there, what can we look at to figure out what time you left? Might be a better way to put it.
I talked to Amanda.
Okay, about the time you left?
Yeah,
So we could talk to Amanda and figure out kind of what
Yeah.
that was.
to figure out what time it was. I called her because I had called her earlier and we talked and I said, are you still going to Lake Lanier? But she had, and Chad had said, well, why don't you come and go? I said, there's a bunch of stuff here. Ellen and Addie are coming in. There's a ton of stuff here that needs to be done. Just the usual, and it's like, that's all you do is stay there and work. And the more I think about it, it's like, I think I am gonna go. Why not?
Okay. So you talked to her and left.
Talked to her,
Do you know about the time you got there?
and no, because I stopped by Target, because she called.
Which Target did you stop by?
The one on Marketplace Boulevard.
Okay.
And probably the receipt is still in my car,
Okay. What'd you buy? That might help us to find the receipt.
folding chair.
Oh, just a folding chair?
Folding chair.
Fair enough. I can see how you wouldn't want that in the beach.
And, well, she had called and said, look, there's no chairs. We're going back home to get our chairs. Do you have one in the house? No.
So that's why you went by Target. You went, you went to the lake
Yeah.
and then you came back with
Cameron.
Cameron. Did y'all stop anywhere on the way back home? How did it go once y'all got home?
She came in, we got her suitcase out and I went to the barn. And actually that morning, because I had gone and got my RTV and did my thing in the barn and then brought it back to the house.
All right. Okay, we'll break for the day. We'll have plans to bring luncheon for y'all tomorrow and Thursday, and then we'll see what we're gonna do on Friday. All right. Remember everything I've told y'all so far about not looking up anything about anything or anything else. All right, not to be excused.
I honestly can't stand the sight of her. I wish she had more shame. I mean, this diaphragm line of questioning was not what I expected. I literally was. I'm not quite 58. But did she honestly think a diaphragm stops a sexual transmitted disease? Why would she still have her menstrual cycle? Like, what is it? Wasn't a menstrual cup, it was a diaphragm. And she's calling it a menstrual cup. And there's a difference. Sorry to you guys out there. But it's a big difference between, a big difference between a menstrual cup and a diaphragm. Like, big. Well, thank you. I didn't see it. Oh my gosh, my eyes are itching. Sorry. I've been at this computer too long. Thank you, Chris, for the super sticker. Jill Jane's a new member. Thank you so much. Lisa's a new member. And of course, thank you, Debbie, very, very, very much. I really wish they were carrying her out in shackles the way they do the others. It never occurred to me to look for a burn pit. I think when they listed the house, they had the floor plan on there. I believe that's who she's staying with. That person is the person she's staying with. Yeah, I did. It was pretty funny. It was a banger, all right. Yeah, I believe that's the person she's staying with. Does anyone here make a website? I would say I had time to do it for you, but I really don't. But I can show you how. Oh my God. The investigator must go home and have no words left in his head to talk to this wife. I've never heard so many rapid fire questions and total recall answers, says Linda German. I mean, you don't even need like a Charlie. I mean, she talked just like Charlie Adelson, just had an answer for everything, but had answered nothing. Y'all is on a roll today. I'm nervous from this detective questioning style, and I didn't burn anybody. Little known fact, I use Nextdoor app to keep up with neighbors, and Michelle French posts there, and I found her on Patty's channel too. She warned us on Nextdoor that bears have returned to our area. I saw that. She put it on Facebook too. Oh my God, my head is so close to the screen now. It's like the further I move my TV monitor back, the more zoomed in I am or something. I know. Well, that was no fun at all. A freaking diaphragm. I was poor Sherry Cooper. No, she didn't call it a menstrual cup. I'm calling it a menstrual cup. She said it was for menstruation, but it was a diaphragm. There's a difference between a diaphragm and a menstruation cup. Sorry, dudes. She has it to feel young. A lot of people use a diaphragm as a menstruation cup. Is it big enough? Oh my God. The detective questioning was very good. Yeah, the diaphragm. Maybe she had bladder leakage. Wrong hole. Wrong hole, Marianne. Not same hole. Not gonna work. I think borrowing a friend's diaphragm is as disgusting as using a friend's toothbrush. And they're fit to your cervix. You can't borrow. I mean, you could, but you shouldn't borrow someone's diaphragm because it's not gonna fit. The detective is in the room. The detective's in the courtroom. I've never heard of a menstrual cup. Oh, I have. I had a client recently that called me and said, because I'm not a nurse, said, Patty, I can't get my menstrual cup out. What do I do? Had to talk her through it. True story. Happens all the time. He may just kick her out today. Can you even imagine if she was still living with Amanda? Can you even imagine if she was living with Amanda? The person she's living with currently looking up hotel rooms. I'm sorry. Norma says she lives in Tallahassee. She has to look over me. Bless her heart. She believes every lie. Every lie. Yeah, watch over me, Diane. I need help. My father-in-law says you want to prevent a pregnancy, hold an aspirin between your legs. That'll do it. She's a sex addict. A woman her age is not likely to need either. Wesley's learned a lot more. Was diaphragms, I think someone asked in the chat, diaphragms or toilets? Well, one was about the court case, and the other one was because I had a hot mic and it was still hilarious. Eric was married 20 years. He's heard it. Who thinks a man, can you imagine those poor children hearing this shit? Can you even imagine? Can you even? No. He kept asking her about poking her husband's body. I know. They should recall Rusty next. They're not childbearing age. It was like a Sex in the City episode. Jury is going to listen to Martha Jane and nothing else. It's over. If Melody lived with Amanda, she'd have a diaphragm too. Melody has been used to people walking on eggshells. This detective wrecked her, says Yala. Is she guilty? Brady Starr. Can Amanda watch the live stream if she's a witness? Technically, no. She's a defense witness and she is not supposed to be watching. How long is this trial expected to last? It should go to deliberations the week of November 4th. She's still under order. You're still under order not to. Rusty is on recall. So tomorrow morning I have, if you don't know me, we have a radio show. So I'm recording our radio show in the morning, and then my afternoon appointment got booted to next Monday. But I'm going to come in here early and turn on the trial and then go to the radio show. So if you're here, the chat will be open and I'll just control it from my phone. And I don't have a track phone. What is that called? Oh, that's crazy. So tomorrow afternoon, Martha Jane, her second cousin, the defendant Melody Walker Harris's second cousin, is supposed to arrive in Cherokee County. And then she should get a voir dire on Thursday. Why do we even need a tour? Like, why do we need to go on a road trip now? Why? What's the reason for a road trip? There's no reason to go to that house now and disturb that family. Rusty should, well, I don't know who should and shouldn't be arrested. I don't need a RICO charge, but I straight talk. Thank you. But Rusty has some answering to do. Oh, you're welcome. So it will really be up to Murder by Maestro. Can I make you a moderator? You're going to moderate for me too? Okay, I'm going to put those on. And that way we have a couple and then where is Michelle? Now that I know how to do this. All right. So even if Michelle, you can't be on, you're still a moderator. I still made it. And then I did Murder by Maestro. And thank you very much, Frenchie Connection. I lost it. I don't know where it went. Thank you very much. Anyone else being interested? That was Dutch, and I apologize. Anyone else interested in moderating, just in case, like tennis works, other people work. So if anyone else is interested in being a moderator, please let me know. Just don't sue me for copyright strikes after the fact. Just kidding.
Tim, my understanding is our expert can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm going to have to check her availability for Friday.
If you would be so kind, and we can address that tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, State?
They're doing cleanup.
Anything else from
Sarah Boone's aisle. She borrowed the diaphragm from Martha Jane. Martha Jane is never going to leave her house again. Never going to leave her house again. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You are 3. Okay. Well, then I'm just going to make you one, YB, and you can catch up. I mean, it's just to have the extra moderators. We're pretty good about not having too many trolls. I think I've handled the trolls myself. Just saying. I think we're good. I know. I feel sorry for her. Patty. Who is Gina Ross? I do not know off the top of my head. Yes, he does. And he's he'll watch us. He'll watch as a lurker, but he doesn't know commenting and that kind of stuff. But he does watch. I'll come home and he'll tell me something I said, which I've already forgotten, and I can't believe I said it, and he'll remind me. Rusty knew she was doing this because Melody said he's in the burn pit. Not hysterical like my husband was found in the burn pit, right? Jared's wife's name. Oh, no, I don't know. I don't know her. I don't know him. I don't know her. Why? Should I? I don't know her. But I mean, who isn't? Who isn't an attorney, Debbie? Me? I don't know. I know, it's sad. Oh, she works on the Board of Appeal. Well, I guess I shouldn't. I'm trying to follow along. She comments on fancy. I'm only a free member of her Patreon. She hasn't blocked me yet. Good. Am I supposed to know her? What her comments are? Oh. Hey, Rosemary, how are you? Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that. I saw it. I don't care. I could care less. They gotta hold the brand together, you know. You gotta hold the brand together. And if there's not gonna be a trial for over a year, it's gonna be a hard sell for to keep the pressure on the media, right? It's gonna be tough to keep the pressure on the media. Justice for Dan. I know locally, it's a hard sell. Oh, you're welcome, Sin. I mean, if you're not on YouTube and you go out, anyone here in Leon County, and ask about Dan Markel, very few people know what you're talking about. Even though the defense side would like to believe that it's the Super Bowl. It's the Super Bowl for people on YouTube. It's not the Super Bowl for people who occupy homes here. Leon County has a lot of its own problems, but it is a hard sell. And with over a year to go, the pressure is going to have to stay on. The media is going to have to keep it up. I mean, usually it's just regular articles with WTXL. I mean, it's an election year, and then you're going to have an inauguration, and we're going to have new judges, and we're going to have new everything, and it's just going to be a lot. It's hard to keep up. Super Bowl and a fish bowl, right? So I mean, they have to keep that. I hate to call it a brand, but it's a brand. The organization, they branded it Justice for Dan Markel. So they have to keep it up. There's no regular, how should I say it, updates. You know, it's really just about trial, arrest, keeping pressure on Wendy, which, you know, if I were some YouTubers, I would be really careful about that now. Not that I think that RICO case they're going to win, because it's completely a free speech issue, but you have to pay to defend yourself in a federal court, right? If it's federal, you have to pay to defend yourself. Thank you, Linda. I do. Finally, a broadcast that acknowledges comments. You make me feel recognized. And thank you for the orange. I felt that when I first started this channel was that folks, I know it's bad English, but that folks did not feel heard. You could tell. So much so I've watched other YouTubers really kind of get nasty about it. Because they would say to the commenters, or people in the chat would say to the YouTuber, "You're not acknowledging us." And the person was like, "Well, this isn't a Q&A." You know, they would snap at them. And I was like, "Ooh, I'm on the right track then." Because it's something I like naturally, but there's a want for that kind of interaction. So thank you for that. It makes me feel much better. Beer lobbyist, you'd be happy to be a moderator. Doris, let me go in and get that for you, and I'll make you a moderator too. I appreciate it. Just again, don't come at me, bro, and try to do a copyright thingy on me later. I don't need all that copyright thingies. I'm just joking. The community was begging for something from Justice for Dan Markel, and it wasn't to have them telling content to create. Well, that's just not going to happen. I mean, they can do it, but I'm not going to tolerate it. So I'm not tolerating that. I mean, no one's going to tell me how to talk. And I mean, the only thing that people can tell me how to talk is they turn me off and then they unsubscribe. So that's telling me. And YouTube, I violate terms of service. That's it. It's so simple. And people make it much bigger than it is. And it's just a simple method of conducting yourself. In our office, there's plenty of offices that they have, which we do too. We have manuals, how to act, proper, how quickly they have documents in, that kind of thing. But overall, I don't have any extraordinary rules that are beyond what the state has. The state has statutes that no one can even keep up with. Why do I need to create some, right? So I just try to not violate the YouTube terms of service. And then hopefully people find us. And if they do and they enjoy it, they'll come back. It's super simple. So Patty, am I going to be able to cover the whole trial? There's nothing that I have going forward that I can't. If I can't, I'll come in the office early and just turn it on and then we'll go there. Thank you, Linda. That means a lot to me. So most people are touchy. Most people are really sensitive. Most people cannot handle the heat. It's really hard. I've said whatever foundation you represent, if somebody is using your name in a way that you don't want it to be used, like editing a Kill Bill video, and then using your name and putting it in that edits and then saying, well, it's not about me. That's what he said. It's not about me and it's not about the organization. So I'm fine with it. It's a quote. The market will speak. And that's that. I mean, I'm just not going to respond any more than that because it's obvious. So I don't have to. I want to follow the Dan Markel trial. I want to keep the pressure on the prosecution to keep the arrest going. I want to do that. But what I'm not going to do is work for that organization that doesn't support the content creators that want to help. This isn't about a gotcha or I'm first, so I'm best and I'm the OG. That's just ridiculous. The more chatter, the better the algorithm, the better the pressure, the better the justice. It's such a simple 5-step plan. If people get offended because I do things a little differently, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care that J for DM is upset. I don't care that other content creators, I think we all know that. I think we've listened to me enough to know that I don't care. I have every right to go to that courtroom. I have every right to report what I know. I have every right. And they just think you're not going to be able to stop it. They're just not. So that's any case, right? I mean, it's not just this case. It's any case. Because I think you would think just like Roberta Glass True Crime Report talks about with the innocence fraud, they all take a little bit from previous cases. The case we're watching on the burn pile, she's trying to bring in stuff that happened in Karen Reed and sounded a little bit embarrassed to do so. And then, when they tried to move the larger courtroom to the smaller courtroom with Donna Adelson's trial, it was a Karen Reed maneuver. So they take a little bit from each case and hope it works with them in their state and their locale. And they're probably trying to do it this, but I'm not. I've never been in a clique. I barely fit into any other little mold. It's just not going to happen. People are going to listen to whoever they listen to. Hey, Lolly, how are you? I don't know why they deleted their social media. That was their choice, unless it violated YouTube's terms of service. I don't know. All cleanup stuff was burned. Yep. A lot of content creators go on other lives and people acknowledge them and they don't respond. Like they're above it or you're not important enough. I just don't understand. What are you talking to? Like there's some people that they'll just upload live. They'll just upload videos, which is fine. But if you're going to go live, what's the point of being live if you're not going to interact? So I watched Lawyer Lee, and she's very controlled. She's very, she has her talking points where she's updating on the Delphi trial. And then she talks about the chat. And then she goes back to the points. And then she realizes she has so many questions. She goes back to the chat. So other people do it who have plenty more subscribers than I do. Thousands and almost, what is it? I can't, 40,000 times more than I have, like 40 times or something. Math is hard, but it's just how I choose to do it. If they can't do it, then they can't do it. If your audience then expects you to do it and you can't do it, my suggestion is you learn how to do it. It is a team. You can't, they're going to need everyone, and they may not like me. Justice for Dan Markel may be pissed because I turned in Dan Rashbaum. They may not like me at all, but I am a player in this town. I have direct access to over 90,000 people. On my 3 Facebook groups are over 90,000 now. I think it's even more than that. Between the renting and Living Tallahassee and the complaints, and then I have other smaller groups. Over 90,000 people, the majority of which in Leon County. So try to turn me off. You can't. You can't, because too many people listen to what I have to say, which has a positive, has a negative. Plus I have radio. So they could either pipe in and start being like, well, maybe she has something to say and maybe she can help us, or not pipe in, and I'm still going to do what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do it my way. I mean, there's just too much access that I have to try and shut me down and threaten me. It's just the stupidest thing ever. So it isn't clear what they do, and it is brand new, and I give them the benefit of the doubt. That Justice for Dan Markel, like any organization, it's brand new. Maybe if it were me, and I'm a grassroots kind of girl, I've done it numerous times, that I would set it all intact and then announce it, and not do it before I have all my duck in a row. Do you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't, like there's the radio station, myself and a group of other people are starting our own networking group, and we're doing it in a very different way. And I haven't done like a big splash announcement because we don't have all our duck in a row. I'm not going to do it because then people don't, how do I get people to trust me if I don't have everything right? Does that make sense? Thank you, Brady. Oh, right. That's true. My family loves me to have an obsession. It keeps me out of their hair. Yeah, it's really hard when you're in the infancy of an organization, and hopefully the people that are part of J for DM, we'll call it that, have done this before and they understand. I mean, they're all lawyers, right? I believe they're all lawyers. So they would all understand, obviously, the organizational setup, but getting a small group and foundation together, like almost like trustees, so that they have that feedback from social media that they can then respond quickly. They're not doing that. They're not doing it. And I mean, they can do it. They can do whatever they want. It's not my name. It's their name. But I wouldn't have said, I'm doing this organization unless I knew, because I've heard rumors where some people are on the board, some people have left the board, they're no longer on the board, they don't want to be affiliated, they do. I don't know, because it's rumors, and then there shouldn't be any. It should be just like any other organization. Here's our 5 people, here's a press release. A press release running, no offense, on fancy fiction is not what I would have done. Sorry. I would have been news, media, Orlando, Miami. I would have had it a little bit different. But running free with it on like literally fancy fiction, STS, that is not how I would have done it. Not how I would have done it. You have to be able to communicate effectively because you need money. I mean, otherwise you don't have an organization, and you need the grassroots. You have to. And they're going to need Tallahassee and Leon County and this Big Bend area to push it. It cannot just be YouTube. It just isn't enough, because the citizens are more upset about a park going in or a park not going in, or where the park is located, than they are about the murder of a law professor. You got to have balance here. Because unfortunately, if you talk to just people who have they just moved here in the last 3 years, they don't know enough about the trial. They don't know enough about what's caused this. They don't know enough about who's still not in jail. Because if you ask people at the Circle K, they're like, oh, they're already in prison. Why are we doing this? They don't understand. The story is not being told in a complete manner to keep the pressure up, to keep prosecution aware and up, to get this done. I mean, I hear Carl, bless his heart, all the time saying, there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of pressure. And I'm saying there's not. There's not as much pressure as people think. Oh, definitely, Rich Auntie, I'm not perfect. The mute button on my microphone shows that I'm not perfect. I mean, you can't, I don't know. You can't have all your, maybe Justice for Dan needs a channel instead of doing this other things that they do. They need their own spot with their own, this is the spokesman. Do we even know who the spokesman is? I don't, unless it's Jared. I don't know who the spokesman is. I have no idea who it is. The charity, yeah. I mean, who's the spokesperson? Thank you, Brady. I work really hard. I've worked on it for 8 years. These Facebook groups I've had for 8 years. And people get on me. I mean, there was a whole thing that society page posted about me in one of my Facebook groups. I'm like, mind your own damn business. What has that got to do with you? But I have access to 90,000 people. The town's only 250. I mean, you do the math. That's a hell of a lot more than fancy fiction has, or any of them, to be honest. I don't even know. I think Tallahassee Democrats Facebook's not as big as mine. And I'm not like patting myself on the back, but I'm patting myself on the back because obviously I know how to do it. And I'm not asking for the role. I'm just asking that they clarify their role. And I think that's what we don't have is clarity. And that's why anybody who teaches anything, let alone real estate, knows without clarity, you have anxiety and people will not be donating. They just won't. We need clarity and we need a new, like, maybe taking down of the organizational statements about what content creators say when it's really none of their business. It's just none of their business. Nothing that has happened to me has been about justice for Dan Markel. It just hasn't. Whatever happened to Roberta Glass, True Crime Report, as I like to say, had nothing to do with justice for Dan Markel. None of it. Not a word about it. The only person that made it about that was Fancy Fiction because she was the OG and who was I? Why should I be entering the chat? My issue with Katie Kool-Lady had nothing to do with justice for Dan Markel. It only had to do with Katie Kool-Lady and her own behavior and how she was treating what I consider my friend. And I had a microphone and my friend doesn't. And I was the conduit for what she did. You're just not going to do that in my presence. And you were in my presence when you did it. So they really, thank you. The Markels need a professional media spokesperson and not YouTubers. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for saying that. They're not. They're not. And that's the point. How are they not? They should have their own channel. They should have a proper Facebook business page. They should have a proper, I don't even think it's the same guy who runs Justice for Dan is on their organizational tree. I'm not quite sure, so I won't say that. But if it were me, and it's not, I would have all of those things lined up. The hashtags, the website, all of it would be lined up. I would have like complete agreement. We're all on the same page. This is the mission. This is us going forward, our 5-point plan. And it can't just be about scholarshiping attorneys, okay? Because that's not going to help the situation. Because most people who go to law school have some money back then. So taking money from the grassroots for scholarship for attorneys, there has to be something else. And if you want the Justice for Dan Markel position to be strong so Jack Campbell will keep up this justice and getting everyone arrested that needs and deserves to be arrested, then you have to have a clear mission. You have to have some sort of just a plan. You have to have a plan. And a plan can't be going in my chat and telling me that I need to calm down, because that's really the opposite of what will happen. And I'm not going to do that. And I think you could listen to any Sunday chat for the last 4 weeks and learn that. And you don't even need a law degree to do it. But that's what I would do. I would go completely relaxed screws. We all assumed, I don't know if Jared Ross is the only spokesperson or who's the spokesperson for the Markel family. I thought it was Mr. Markel, but I could be completely wrong. It doesn't even matter. I'm talking about any organization that wants to grow. This is how you do it. You follow what other organizations that have grown have done. It's called be, do, have. To be like someone else, you have to do what they do to have what they have. If you want trust and capability and you want to grow an organization, you mimic other organizations like, what is it? Now I'm going to lose my thought. What is it? The one that was here and handled all the hurricane. Oh my God, I lost my, what is his name? Franklin's, that is an amazing organization. Something Purse, Franklin. Samaritan's Purse. I couldn't think of the name. Run it like Samaritan's Purse. If you have a clear mission, and a clear goal, you will grow. And Samaritan's Purse, no offense, I was on the Red Cross board, is amazing without all the overhead. Absolutely amazing. Kitty, thank you so much. That is amazing. Thank you very much. Very, very much. I hope whoever gets them enjoys their membership. What is the point of creating it? I don't understand like why I'm going to sit here and whine unless there's just not. I'm not whining. I'm suggesting. That a Justice for Dan Markel wraps their arms around the Tallahassee community a little bit better than they do, and stop and just have a mission, have it clearly defined, go to the news outlets here, have articles, not just about, it's just like, have other articles where there's been hits on families or children and the grandparent issue. Find other stories to help you keep this alive. Just an idea. Oh, Ivalise is back to cursive. No, they don't teach cursive anymore, which is such a shame. Such a shame. A mission statement's a good start. A mission statement. Frau Patty, don't keep your friend's microphone in your purse. I will not, nor will I keep their diaphragm in my purse. But a true mission statement, a true organization that when someone looks at you, there have been so many positive stories about Samaritan's Purse since May 10th when the tornadoes came here throughout North Carolina, what has affected everyone. People are like, and I love the Red Cross. I love what they do. But they're like, maybe we should give to Samaritan's Purse. They're more cost effective. They're going straight to the church. They're going straight to the community, straight to the homeowner, straight to the tenant. And that's a big deal. When you're so clear in your mission that the world is like, maybe we should switch how we do things. I mean, so that's a separate topic. Paula says it's interesting how certain people and things have imploded after the trial was delayed. Some of the channels have been known entirely, which is a choice, it's a business decision, to be Dan Markel. It is an absolute business decision. If you want to pause or you're going to come back when their trial's going, if you're only, you're going to just rehash the documents and rehash phone calls or do that, have at it. I mean, that's a business decision. It's a marketing issue. If you're not, then you better find another trial or just turn your channel off completely, which several have. I choose not to be pigeonholed. It's the same reason I don't just sell new construction or I don't just sell condominiums or any one thing. We do commercial and residential. We don't just do one thing because there's fluctuations, right? So why grow a channel and then be like, I'm only going to focus on Sesame Street repeats? It's just not going to work. You have to have something else. I was watching this, which I didn't know, but I'm super excited about. Luther Vandross has a documentary coming out. And even if you go to the Luther Vandross YouTube channel, there's other people on there besides Luther Vandross. There's Dionne Warwick, there's Whitney Houston, there's Sissy Houston, like all these other people. Because no one is just going to watch, I mean, I could, Luther Vandross. It's just not going to be that way. You have to have a breadth of knowledge and a breadth of information because people are too fast. It's 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Social media is far too quick that you can't just ramble on about one case or one singer or one piece of art. You can't. Not and keep an audience. And I only know that from watching other people. You can't, and I'll go back to Gray Hughes. I think he's the first one, Gray Hughes Investigates, who I really enjoy. He's the first one to completely become unhinged when he has competition. And I'm like, did Fancy Fiction learn that from him? Because last night he became completely unhinged about JLR investigates, like completely unhinged. Instead of just saying Gary Hughes investigates, does A, B, C, and this is what we're going to continue. And I hope you enjoy it. And if you don't, I get it. That's not what he does. He becomes completely maniacal. And I'm like, God, that sounds really familiar, actually. You know, you take it from like a 12-story observation tower. I'm like, sounds a whole lot like Fancy Fiction. Why are you becoming unhinged? It's a public hearing. It's a public trial. Now, he is much better at a lot of these breakdowns because he runs the animation. Like, he knows how the bullet lays in the ground. He knew where the twigs were. He knows where the leaves are. Like, he is knowledgeable about the Delphi case. And I'm like, that is amazing. But when you become completely unhinged because someone has come in and maybe does not one thing a little bit better than you, not a lot better, but a little bit, you just look like you're unhinged. So, and I would just hope that anyone who chooses to do, I know there's people on here that have their own YouTube, really define what you want to do within that YouTube and stick with it. Don't, like, I change up my graphics because I follow what YouTube says. Like, I've changed my graphics all along there, and they send you suggestions. They'll tell you should have a black graphic or a white graphic or what color works better here. Like, they send that to you. It's amazing. And so I have changed my graphics around. But other than that, like, whatever your goal is in your YouTube, I mean, I know Debbie Martin's talked about crocheting. She watched crocheting and she made me a beautiful poncho. If you're going to talk about crocheting, what is your goal of crochet? Is it only going to be from the first week of crocheting to 6 months of crocheting? Are you going to keep going on from 6 months to 2 years experience of crocheting? Like, what are you going to do? And know that. And then if it evolves, or if you have, then you have memberships and you're going to do, well, I'm going to do the more advanced in membership because that would make more sense. Then I'm going to do that. Or some people just want to observe people in their office. They just want to sit and stare at you all day. Then that's their choice too. But I just would suggest, I only have a year under my belt here, that you, whatever you choose to do for your YouTube or your TikTok or Facebook, whatever it is, find 5 things that you really enjoy doing and concentrate on those 5 things. Don't go outside of those 5 things because you really don't enjoy doing it. And it may evolve, but in the meantime, your audience knows what to expect every time you show up. And it's really important to do that. And that's from watching my years of Gary Hughes. I mean, it's just been, or Gray Hughes. It's just been mind-opening watching him. It really has. And how he interacts with the chat and how he abuses the chat and how he abuses his people. And it's not something that I take lightly when I watch it, for sure. It means, like, be to have, I want to be as good at what he does well, but I know what I don't want to do. And it's clear. So that's just my tip with, oh yeah, I am familiar with JLR Investigates, mainly because Gray Hughes keeps bringing him up. Because he's just absolutely just maniacal about competition. I've always been shocked to hear pop up in all these streams that can't shop over the weekends. Well, people, can I be honest with you? Some people are honored by that. Like, if someone from the Martels representatives are going to come into your chat, they're honored and they feel special because that happens. That's why. Well, Maui Swift, I'm sorry about that, but oh, bless it. Thank you very much. That's a heck of a compliment. I've never watched JLR. I've never watched him. I just know of him. Oh, hi, DKC. Welcome. Mate, you have been okay. Have I been okay the last couple of days? Yeah, I'm great. I am. I don't let these things bother me like ruminate, I guess is a word. I don't let them ruminate with me. But I do take everything that's happened as a learning experience. Gavel to gavel, Roseanne. It wasn't, I don't take it, I'm not Jewish, but I don't take it as an anti-Semitism remark. I don't. I just think, again, and if you cannot control speech so much so that you turn off the majority of the people that are bolstering your cause. It's all so simple. I have been talking for days, DKC, for days. This trial, I just happened to turn it on one day and shared the screen, and this trial is absolutely, talk about riveting, absolutely riveting. See, that's just ridiculous. See, I don't like, to be honest, I don't like his graphics. He goes, let me see if I can do his graphics. He goes, let me do it this way. Everything JLR is like, I'm sure there's a group for that, but it's not me. He does get unhinged, true crime. He does. He gets, I mean, like last night, he was so over the top, he apologized. I was like, should I screen shoot this? Should I screen record it? It's not an insult to say people are savvy with money. I don't know why people get so sensitive about money. We could do an entire week of talk about that. I don't know why people get so sensitive about their own money or my money or anyone else's money. The more you talk about money, the less. It's like anything else, desensitization. This trial was very unexpected, Laura. Oh, yes. People just want to be listened to and understood. I only get a little glimpse of people in here, right? I only get however many characters YouTube allows, but it sure is entertaining on my part. I'm making so much sense, Patty. I never thought I could get interested in another trial, but here I am. I'm glad to be here. Thank you. I'm going to learn how the problem is greed. I'm going to learn how to put timestamps in my notes, my show notes. So I'm going to work on that. Not going to lie. Well, I'm going to go because I'm almost at 10 hours. And I think I need to get up and walk around. And because I'm going to throw a clot in my legs. But anyway, 10 hours. I know. Can you imagine? It doesn't feel like that. It doesn't. But I know it's like 6:32 and I have to go home. Today was fun. Thank you. So again, tomorrow I'll be in here early. I'll share the screen. I'll have control on my phone, but let me know if you have any issues. Thanks so much. I have the best subscribers. So good. Patty, leave on the chat for 24 hours and us postmenopausal women wake up and can chat. All right. I can leave it on. No, I'm going to turn it off. I don't like leaving the computer on in my office like that, but I will be here early in the morning and I'll handle it. Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye.